What up, Cheese? How we doing? Man, I jumped in I jumped in TNC chat today. That was a mistake. Man, I really do think this week has been crazy. I really thought we were turning the corner with the toxicity and just like the maturation of the scene. Brother, we have not we do have a lot to talk about. After what happened yesterday, oh my gosh. And then just seeing how quickly the fans and everyone is so quick to just like dive in to the Flames. It's exhausting. It's really exhausting. It's really exhausting. So we'll talk about that a bit today, but we do have a couple things I want to get to first. Maybe having a long stream. That's the plan, but we'll see. What up, Callie? So we're not doing no announcements anymore. I just put one in the Discord. Just look at that. I did. What up, Scotty? What up? What up, Dre? Underground Moments. How we doing? Swift. DNC Discord was terrorizing you. Man, that the thing that was frustrating me is they were like, it's that behavior of like, I don't mind, like I don't care. People can talk about me, whatever, but you know me, I'm gonna address those things. I'm gonna at least address them, and it not in a crazy way, but like if I see my name come up a bunch of times, yeah, I'm gonna address it, and it doesn't have to be anything crazier than that. But like I think the problem is when you have like I feel like it's unmoderated. And not meaning like there's no mods. I just mean like there's certain behavior that people don't notice. I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but it's like someone saying to you, it's like if I'm just having a conversation with you guys and I'm like, man, uh, my best friend, like, you know, he hit a kid yesterday. My one of my best friends hit a kid yesterday. It was crazy. And then my best friend would be like, wait, what? Why'd you say that? Why'd you say it like that? What do you mean? I was just talking about when you high fived your daughter really hard. No, you said I hit her. Well, technically you did. It's like, well, not, but come on. Well, you know what when you say it like that, you're insinuating that I'm out there punching little kids, okay? Those are two different things. That's how I feel like a lot of the conversations are in the one-on-one scene. We'll like I said, we'll dive into it a little bit deeper today, but it just frustrates me how it's not like it just happens every once in a while. This is how we engage with each other. This is how we talk to each other in the one-on-one scene. And it just doesn't allow like we just how can we move forward? Holding you from yesterday? Yeah, that was the plan. Thanks for giving me feedback. Airdrip, what are you talking about? I did. I did give feedback, but we probably have to hop on a call because there's a couple things. There's a couple easy fixes. There's a couple easy fixes. What up, Salo? Anish, how we doing? All right, so we got a conversation today. I think we should have a conversation today. Uh, I'm just trying to set up. I'm just trying to set up the interview, but we should be having a conversation today. Sure. I think it'll be a fun little interview. Fan panel Friday, kinda. Yeah, we can do that if y'all want to. All right, let me try to set this up. This is the one. This is the only reason I tried not to have interviews and coaching calls because trying to get another person involved, it's always tricky. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Um, open to feedback. Was hoping you told me I did horrible. Not gonna lie. So, well, I mean, I think I sent you messages in Discord, right? The quality. So obviously the quality was one. The audio. Could you tell if the audio was just coming out of one side, one ear? If it sound, I think on my speakers, but I have to double check. But it feels like the audio is only coming out of one side, and I'm interested to see what people think of the 1.5 speed. I didn't mind it. I just wonder I wonder if it will be jarring to people watching. I don't know. De Leon, what up? What up, Sammy? OBL is streaming on YouTube at 7 p.m. Watch party. Am I allowed to? Man, I really need to find out if I'm allowed to. Is it a free stream? If it's a free stream, I don't know. I just don't know how that works. I don't know how that works. But I mean, I guess other people could watch it while I just watch them on. Terrorizing mid-range. Yeah, not bad. It's just I guess I kind of was just hopeful for the 1v1 scene. Like I said, I thought we were turning over a new leaf. I thought we were kind of getting away from the toxicity and just the way that the type of audience that we're trying to attract, or the type of audience we're trying to entertain. And I think whenever you're building something, whenever you're building something, it's really important that you build your community along with it. And I think if you build your community, let's just say if for example, my goal is to sell cologne, right? Let's just say I want to sell cologne and perfume. That's my big goal. It'd be very weird to build my community of majority kids. Oh, I gotta research and find out what young people are interested in, and I gotta be hip. I gotta be hip with the young kids, because no one's gonna buy my product. So by the time it comes to buy the product, if I'm gonna sell cologne and perfume, I gotta be oh, maybe I should sell this as I gotta dress it up with Roblox, and I gotta be controversial, and I got to do some crazy things to get people to buy it. And it's man, just if we build the audience the right way, it'll take care of itself. But I feel like what's been happening in the one-on-one scene is controversy and drama are the two driving. And it used to be fighting, and I was really glad when we got away from the fighting. Now I feel like it's controversy and just drama in general, narratives. I feel like that's how that's how games are promoted. That's how the excitement of 1v1 is promoted. The pros, right? NBA, we got to talk about NBA players having beef with the YouTubers. That's the way we're building it, rather than just be we can just actually just show good basketball. We can actually just improve on the basketball. So that's the frustrating thing for me. But it is what it is. It's going to be some work to get there, but yeah. Anyways, we gotta we have a conversation we're gonna have today. Let me get this sorted. Yo, coach, can you hear me?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Chat, can you guys hear?
Okay. Okay. Can I hear me?
I think so. Let me see what they say.
Okay.
Y'all can't hear? Okay, cool. Yeah, they can hear. So, coach, do you want to introduce yourself? I'll quickly just say, I noticed, I've watched a couple of your videos. Mm-hmm. I think maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to see the first one that I saw. It was way back. It was about a year ago. 5 basketball drills that made Drew Holiday a lockdown defender. I think that's the first one I saw.
Yeah.
And then the next one I saw was, I think it was why having a bag is overrated. That was 3 months ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't see any more of your content. So I guess I wasn't subscribed to you. I didn't see any more of your content until I saw a post that you made. And I think it was you going back and forth with a couple trainers.
Yeah.
on possibly Instagram. I was like, wait, I think I've seen this guy's videos before. And then it made me like, oh, hold on, go to his channel. And I'm like, oh, shoot, he actually has a lot of videos. And then I've seen your recent ones with like how Steph, Kyrie, Kobe actually developed. And it's funny because I was doing videos trying to show people like this is what the pros do. So, anyways, all that to say,
Right.
that's how I became familiar with your channel. And yeah, did
Hmm.
you want to just introduce who you are, what it is you do? And yeah, then we can just have a convo from there if you're okay with that.
Oh yeah. So I'm Christian Oliver, player development coach out of Longview, Texas. I started my coaching career when I was about 16 years old as a boxing coach slash boxing trainer, and then I kind of like moved that on to basketball because I had a NBA account like on the back end when I was
Yep.
16 that I was breaking down like NBA highlights and NBA defense highlights. And so after I graduated and I was no longer a boxing trainer, I'm like, okay, what do I do? And I instantly went to coaching, right? Coaching basketball because I loved it. I loved being around the kids and helping the kids. So ever since then, for the past 3-4 years, that's what I've been doing.
So that's really interesting. I had somebody in my comments the other day that was comparing a lot of drills and coaching and teaching and stuff to boxing, and they were like, "That's
Yeah,
how they learned was bringing over a lot of things they learned from boxing." And I do a
yeah,
lot of studying of like right now in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. There's a lot of talk about
right.
like the CLA, constraints-led approach, and all that. So I've
Mhm.
been doing a ton of research on the like combat sports
Yeah,
community and how it compares just so I can like I'm preparing for a big video. But yeah, it's interesting you say
right.
that, and I think they translate really well. Do you
Oh yeah,
feel
absolutely.
do you feel like the discipline, so we'll get into this a little later. We can talk about the constraint led approach if you want to, but one
Mm.
issue I've been finding with CLA and whatever is just like there's some parts of it can't teach. And now that I kind of understand your background a little better, it makes sense. If I were trying to
Mhm.
teach someone how to shoot a gun, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't be concerned with how fun it is or how interesting the game is or whatever. It'd be safety
Exactly.
and it'd be
Hmm.
effectiveness. And
Hmm.
to me, that's how I compare constraint. Like if we're trying to teach a master, you probably think about basketball as like a combat sport because your background in boxing.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
focus,
Exactly.
intentionality, all that sort of stuff. So this, I think, this is going to be a very good conversation. Um,
Hmm.
so I guess overall, what are your thoughts on the skills training industry and all of that in general, like where we are currently?
So, where do I even start?
I guess
So,
first, are you familiar with any of my content?
yes, I've actually been watching your content for probably like 6 months now, 7 months
Okay,
now.
so
So yeah.
okay, so we yeah, all right, we're probably in the same on the same page then.
Mhm. So like, there's a lot of stuff I don't like, but I would say like the main part is just like just misguiding the kids in the wrong direction, right? Just like teaching them things that won't really translate or things that they don't need, I should say. And I
Yeah,
think it's moving more towards like, you know, like an act, right? Everybody's trying to get views, everybody is trying to do something to get the next viral video. And I think that just it really frustrates me because obviously the audience to all of our content is kids that's trying to get better at basketball, right?
yeah,
So the fact that these online trainers know that and they are still misguiding them by setting these programs and doing all of this, it kind of it really frustrates me. It really frustrates me, you know.
yeah,
So that's probably the biggest thing. But there's a lot of stuff, but that's hands down the biggest thing.
yeah. I think that's the biggest thing for me too, because a lot of people, I get this all the time, right? People will say to me like, "Why do you care?" And it's like it's I've been a coach similar to you. You said you've been coaching since you were 16. Probably it's
Mm-hmm.
around the same for me, 14, 15, like doing basketball camps and whatever. And that's when I learned that I love coaching.
Right.
But same thing. That feeling you get when you help, especially a young player, but when you help anyone, like when the gears start turning in their head and you see it all click and come together, that
Mm-hmm.
feeling that you get
Yeah.
of helping someone else, it's just a good feeling. So like chasing that feeling, you know, you're constantly coaching, constantly improving, constantly trying to get better. And then when I see the online skills trainers just skip all of that altogether, and it's like, how can I sell
Yeah,
you a product? For
exactly.
me, I'm like, man, you're missing out on like the most important thing, which is helping the kids, but then you're also robbing yourself of really being able to like benefit the sport, you know, as a whole. So when people say to me
Exactly.
like, why do you care? I'm like, well, someone has to. Like
Exactly.
someone has to, otherwise like it keeps degenerating, I guess, and getting worse. So are there
Mhm.
like, so you started, how long ago you start your channel, the
Probably like
basketball?
2 years ago, 3 years ago. I was just inconsistent posting random stuff, but like
Yep.
probably about 3 years ago.
Okay. And you enjoying the YouTube journey and all that?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Have you have you had any of these trainers, or like I saw one post, but do you get it pretty often that these trainers reach out to you, or you know, comment on your videos or in your DMs or
Oh
anything?
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Like yesterday, the one I think that I put out yesterday, the one about NBA players
Yeah.
hate skills
So
training.
we're gonna watch this one on
Yeah, I had
stream.
it.
So I waited to not
Yeah,
watch it purposefully so we could watch on stream.
yeah, because a lot of them did not like that video. So yeah, that's all I can say about that. I don't want to come here and gossip about nobody,
Yeah, for
but
sure.
yeah, a lot of them
Well,
did not
well,
like that.
well, I'll say this: have you had any good conversations with skills
Uh,
trainers or people that you've called out?
so I thought I was having a good conversation with somebody, right? I'm not gonna say his name. This was yesterday. We was having what I thought was a great, productive conversation that was moving the game forward, and I think we were really hearing each other out, and we were being respectful, hearing each other's points and stuff. But simultaneously, he was also posting everything I was saying on his story to his
Oh,
large audience, right?
nice,
You know, so
nice.
making fun of what I was saying, trying to gaslight his audience into believing and agreeing with him. And I felt so weird. I'm like, I thought we was having a great conversation, you know, because he was telling me he was agreeing with stuff that I was saying. I was agreeing with what he was saying. We was actually, having great conversations. We were sending paragraphs to each other in the comments, right? So to somebody sent me that he had like 5 or 6 posts on his story talking about me, and I was just like, what? I was confused.
Yeah, I think it's so, the thing that gets me and what is so frustrating to me is when I see a coach that's so willing to coach kids and tell people what they should be doing and how to be better, but then they can't
Mhm.
take that same criticism of themselves. And
Exactly.
and I think that's one of the biggest things that bothers me. And so when I see these skills trainers, when I see like I've had a few really good conversations, but yeah,
Mhm.
some of the bigger ones are just so dug into their beliefs that they can't take my critique and my advice because that would mean everything they teach is wrong. Like for them,
Right,
that's
and,
how
and
they
not,
feel.
not only that, but like, and then they'll try to like belittle you since
Yeah.
you're not on their level when it comes to subscribers and stuff. Because he was addressing me as a random guy on YouTube, and I'm like, what makes me a random guy on YouTube if I don't have your subscribers?
Yeah.
Because I don't have your followers, that makes me some random guy on YouTube, you know? And I don't know, it just confused me. And it shows their character,
Yeah.
because that's just the fact that you have to go to that is very telling.
Yeah. So I briefly spoke about this yesterday about the whole reason I made my YouTube channel was exactly because of this purpose. Like the skills trainers and just people online that were just coaching stuff. And I'm like, this is not good. This is actually probably hurting a lot more people than it's helping. So I made
Right.
my original, my main channel. I made that 2 years ago, I think it was, because
Mhm.
I was reaching out to a lot of these trainers and a lot of these coaches just privately, and they were just ignoring me. They were just
Exactly.
ignoring everything I was saying. So I made a channel, and then I posted a couple videos, and now I'm getting their attention. But they were saying, "Well, what do you know? Who are you? Like, who have you coached? Who all of this
Exactly.
stuff, right?" But the
Exactly.
the benefit I had that a lot of these guys don't is I did play overseas. I
Hmm.
have worked with NBA players. I do know I
Hmm.
know a lot of NBA players. I've worked with NBA coaches. I've worked with Australian national team players and Australian national team coach. So I've done all
Right.
of the things that they think they have done. But
Hmm.
because I wasn't a huge because I don't use that to sell my coaching, there wasn't a lot of
Right.
stuff to attack me on. And I
Right.
realized once I finally crossed that threshold and to where they knew they couldn't attack me on those things, then they just stopped engaging.
Right.
So now
Exactly.
so I've done everything possible to try and have a conversation with you guys. And now they just won't have the conversation at all. So I think my frustration is that I talk about this a lot, like the gatekeeping. So they'll ask, who have you coached? Who have you whatever? And I go, that keeps 90% of the criticisms away because they can just say, well, I coached Kyrie Irving. So
Exactly. And onto that point right there, I actually made a post about this on the like community tab. There was this another like very popular trainer, and I watched your content, so I know you actually really like him as well, and I
yeah,
think he's
I
great.
think that's the one I saw.
Yeah, you probably yeah. So he was replying to somebody in the comments on TikTok, and this TikToker he clearly knows a little bit about basketball. He was posting like evaluations of like different NBA players and stuff and how they should improve. And when he was talking about one of the NBA players and how they should improve, this trainer got into the comments, and the first thing he went to was, "Who have you trained? Who
Yeah.
have you developed?"
I was
And
really disappointed with that.
yeah, me as well. Because I was like, what? Why do you have to go to that? Because you don't even know the guy that you're talking to. He could be amazing at what he does.
Yeah.
But because he doesn't have your name, because he didn't train the MVPs that you trained, the defensive player of the years that you trained, that means that what I'm saying, he's beneath you or something. I hate that.
Yeah, I think there's this disconnect. So I'm always trying to give a little charitability to some of these guys. Some of them are just
Mm-hmm.
bad faith. Some of them are just bad people and scammers, right?
Yeah,
But some of
yeah,
them do mean well. But that doesn't mean they're
absolutely.
above criticism. And the
Mm-hmm.
thing that I've noticed a lot is there's a disconnect with a lot of trainers or coaches that have only ever, they just kind of lucked up into a position and they've only coached the elite of the elite. When you're
Mm-hmm.
coaching the elite of the elite, you're dealing with completely different problems than 99% of the rest of the sporting world. So if
Exactly.
I were going to coach Kyrie Irving, no matter what my session looked like, it would probably be good because Kyrie Irving is really good. And if I
Exactly. He
put
can make
him
you
in,
look good.
yeah, if I put him in a bad drill, he's going to make it look good. But he's also
Exactly.
a hard worker that loves basketball. He also gets paid
Exactly.
millions of dollars to do this every day, so he'll sit
Mm-hmm.
through a session. But he
Mm-hmm.
also uh but I also only have to do one or two sessions. Like it's not going to make or break him. People don't
Mm-hmm.
realize it's actually tougher to coach young kids. It's
Oh my
actually
goodness! Thank you.
and to
Thank
have
you.
to
Thank
be
you.
there and have to be there through their development, not to
Yes.
just coach them once and say you should be starting and I think you're going to be an NBA player and then leave. But it's like be there through their development, through the ups and downs, and recognize where you went wrong in your coaching, where you can help them, but also realizing when you're coaching young kids, man, it's probably 80% of it is just the relationship
Exactly.
and getting them to buy in. So I guess what are your thoughts on just that dynamic of them only coaching elite players and not understanding actually how to coach players that aren't already elite?
So this is what I was telling a few of them yesterday, and I've been saying this for a while. Like being able to develop a player, let's say as an eighth grader, ninth grader, who isn't that good at basketball or average, and getting that kid to the varsity level a few years later after consistent weekly training, and he's averaging 9 points on varsity or 10 points on varsity as a starting point guard. I feel like that shows your skills as a development coach way more than trying to develop a or train a finished product, right?
Yeah.
Like a five-star coming into your gym and you're training him his senior year. He already has offers from Duke, Kentucky, Michigan, all of those places. He's already projected as a number one pick, a top five pick, lottery pick a few years down the road. And once he gets into the NBA, now that trainer is like, I've been training him since high school. I developed him since high school. And it's like, okay, well, when you actually dive deep into it and go back, it's like that kid was going to make it there regardless. That's
Yeah.
the part they leave out.
Yeah, and we see it all the time, right? Like one of the trainers, which I think you've had a conversation with or two, uh, and again I talked about this yesterday, but what he said to me, we had a big back and forth, and he was like, "I coached this NBA player and this NBA player, and
Mhm.
both years that I coached them, they both won Most Improved Player," and I'm like, "Damn, that's actually pretty
Uh,
impressive. Maybe
yeah.
I'm in the wrong here," and so I went and looked it up. and one of them was Kyrie Irving. Or
Oh
no,
my
no,
gosh.
no, no, it wasn't Kyrie, but that is one of the things he says, like Coach Kyrie.
Right,
One of the
right.
players was Victor Oladipo.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, wow. Like, okay, let's see what happened with this training. Let me see how this worked. And it was the year that Victor Oladipo played with the Pacers with Paul George.
Right.
Paul George got traded. And then
Mm-hmm.
Victor Oladipo got
Exactly.
most improved player. And I'm like, well,
Yeah.
hold on.
That's
Was it
where his
the
opportunity
training?
came from.
Yeah, was it the
Mm-hmm.
train? And I've said this, it's not, you should be proud of that. And you should be proud of that journey. You are part of that
Right.
player's journey, but there's probably Victor Oladipo is probably one of three people that was going to get most improved players anyways,
Mm-hmm.
because of the
They
situation.
they don't they don't expect those trainers. They don't expect you to dive that deep, because most
Exactly.
of their audience will not do that.
So that's the thing, is they looked at they wanted to Google me real quick and look at my resume. And if they couldn't find anything, they want to attack it. If they could find something, they move on. But then you're exactly right. They only expect me to do that same quick research of them rather than
Mhm.
the deeper dive. And once you dive any deeper, then all of everything starts falling apart. The other player was Brandon Ingram.
Right.
And who did Brandon Ingram play with? He was playing on the Lakers.
Right.
And then he got traded to the Pelicans where they had nobody, and he got most improved
But he
player.
was the man. Yeah.
So again, I've just seen this happen. He was playing with LeBron, then he gets traded away, and it's like, yeah, of course, of course. And so for me, coaching is, I say this so often, but it's like, if you can take a 9 and make them a 10, you did a good job. If you can take a 1,
Exactly.
if you can take a 1 and make them a 3 or a 4, you did a good job. If you can take 4 and make them a 7, did a good job. But so many of these coaches are just taking 9s, and they either stay at 9 and they take all the credit for it, or they go, like I said, go to a 10. And I
Right.
think that's where my frustration comes, because what it takes to get from 9 to 10 is completely different than what it takes to get from 2 to 8, 2 to 6.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
that's where we need coaches. We need coaching for those kids that are in the middle. Those are the
Mhm.
TJ McConnells, the Peyton Pritchards, the Josh Harts, the players that aren't, they could be NBA players, or they could just be really good overseas players.
Right.
And it's like, man, someone along their journey, most of them are the sons of coaches. And it's like somewhere along their journey, someone really spent the time and really got them to understand what it took to get to the NBA. But Brandon Ingram was always going to make it.
Right.
Kevin
Exactly.
Durant, he was always going to make it. Kyrie Irving, he played 13 games at Duke. Like, he was getting recruited by Duke, played 13 games, was injured half the time, still was the top. He was the number 1 pick, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you start working with a guy after that, like, he was always he was always going to make it. So yeah, that's one of my
Exactly.
biggest pet peeves and frustrations. And then I feel like it makes my job that much tougher.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So
And to like
go
to
ahead.
like piggyback off that,
Yep.
it's like what also frustrates me is when like the player that they train, like they'll only work on, ISO stuff or just, offensive stuff, right?
Yeah.
And that player will win like defensive player of the year or and they'll take credit for that when that's
Yeah.
not even what y'all worked on. That blows my mind when trainers try to take credit for something that y'all never worked on.
Yep.
Because even local trainers do that. They'll just work on straight bag work. That's it. And then you watch the kid in the game, and they're making all these reads in the pick and roll. They're cutting off the ball. They're picking up 94 feet. They're very athletic. They're strong. Clearly been in the weight room, and that's the reason why they're so elite. But the trainer will still try to take credit for all of those things that kid has naturally or developed on their own, and try to take credit for it.
Yeah, I think it was Jamal Crawford. It might have been Jamal Crawford, or it was somebody that posted or made a funny video or funny comment. They were like, he was like, man, as soon as Tyron Stokes got announced to Kansas, I saw 20 or 30 trainers jump on their story and talk about how they coached him and they're proud of him.
Oh my gosh.
And it was,
Oh my
and I'm
gosh.
like,
Another
yeah,
problem. Yes.
that's the industry. That's
Yes.
that's the industry. And as you were talking, so we used to do a lot of these trainer breakdowns, and one of them that really stood out to me based on what you're kind of saying was we watched a trainer work with AZ Fudd,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. I didn't see that either.
it was all bag work, all
Mm-hmm.
bag
Mm-hmm.
work. And I was like, man, if I had AZ Fudd in a gym and we were working on what she needs to improve on, I'm like, it would not be this stuff because she's already
Exactly.
elite and good enough at these things. But the things that you can really like you're missing a golden opportunity with this player that she's the elite of the elite of the elite. You could really dive
Mhm.
in and improve on some stuff. You could really you really could catapult her game to like that next level. But it was all bag
Mhm.
work. And I said it to the chat. This was before the college basketball season. And I was like, guys, she's not going to do any of this in the season. It's going to be catch and shoot.
Exactly.
It's going to be back cuts. It's going to be defense. It's going to be none of this. And sure enough,
Thank you. Thank
season
you.
starts. She's passing the ball and cutting, and she's picking up full 94 feet. You know, she's picking up full court and pressuring, and they're playing as a team. It was the same thing with Paige
Mhm.
Beckers. And
Right.
everyone, all the skills trainers want to take credit for training them. And I'm like, man, we're missing
Yeah,
I think
nothing to do with that.
we're even missing opportunities with our elite players that like we're not even really training them.
Exactly.
We just put them through a workout and we say we got them better.
Hmm. Exactly. Exactly what I'm talking about.
So yeah, I think this is, I'm not gonna lie, this feels very good to have somebody else that that is, I'm not
Yeah.
saying attacking these trainers, but I do think pointing these things out and just
Hmm.
like just I guess bringing so because when I posted my video, I don't know if this happened to you. I had so thousands of people reach out to me, and so many people were like, "Thank you. This is what I've been saying for so long." Like, there's so many
Hmm.
more
Yeah.
people that
Mhm.
feel the same way we feel. So I think having another voice in the industry and another voice is just like for me, it's music to my ears. But it's showing me that things are changing. Like that industry
Hmm.
is starting to get figured out, and I think people are. I I know some of the people I've called out, they rarely post anymore. So for me, I feel like that's a huge win for me. And then now I've
Yeah.
seen a couple other ones sprout up, and I'm like, all right, I got to get a video ready. So do you feel like
Hmm.
you've had a hand in, I guess, illuminating some of this stuff, or is this like just the beginning? What's your thoughts?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because I get a lot of comments like telling me that like this is what the young players need, you know. And some of them tell them like it's about time somebody call out these, you know, these certain trainers. You know, I get a lot more of those comments
Yep.
than the quote unquote like negative comments from the trainers and stuff. You know,
Yeah.
so that's why I know, you know, how I know I'm doing pretty good for the space because those are most of the comments that I'm getting, you know, on Facebook whenever I post there, on um, YouTube, obviously, and even Sean, who you had on, was it yesterday or
Mm.
the day before?
Yeah. Yesterday, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yesterday. Oh, day before. Day
yeah.
before.
We actually had we used to have conversations almost every week on my Instagram before it got taken down in December. And that's pretty much how we pretty much kind of connected. It was on stuff like this, you know. He
Yeah.
liked what I was saying and what I was about, so we connected and we was talking every week. So I've had a lot of coaches, trainers, but mostly just regular Joes in the comments letting me know like, hey, keep this up. This is what they really need. So that motivates me to keep doing what I'm doing.
That's interesting because I didn't know you and Coach Sean knew each other. But I say this all the time,
Yeah,
like the basketball world is small. The basketball
it
world is
is.
super small. So
Yeah.
I know a lot of people in the basketball world. So when I see these trainers and I see some of the stuff they post, I'm like, I've heard about you. And that player that you're posting doesn't think the same about you. You know?
Exactly.
So that's the
Exactly.
part that's something that yeah, that's so interesting to hear. Um so I did want to kind of get into CLA. This has
Yeah.
been my so I haven't posted on my main channel in a while because I'm working on a massive video on
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
topic, CLA training, ecological dynamics, all this. So I've been doing tons of research, tons of debates, watching tons of conversations, whatever. What's your thoughts on CLA training?
So I personally use the CLA as well, but I look
Thank
at
you.
them as I look at
Everybody, that's, yeah,
yeah, yeah,
sorry.
exactly. So I look at the CLA as like a tool, right? Not like a framework that you have to follow, right?
Yes.
It's like it depends on a player's specific needs. I always say like if a player is very skilled, like has sharp handles, can shoot, great form, all of that, but they have little feel for the game. Now I'll use the CLA in like small sided games, right? To
Yeah.
develop that feel and that decision making. But now on the flip side, if they have really good feel for the game, but their handles and stuff aren't crisp, they aren't like elite shooters or good shooters. Now I'm like, okay, you need the traditional approach and less small-sided games in CLA, you know?
Yeah.
But then also you can obviously incorporate the CLA into traditional, and that's something coaches have been doing forever. I've been seeing coaches do like the CLA, just wasn't called the CLA, but they've
Exactly.
been doing it like the 90s and the 2000s. Like people have been doing 2v2s and pick and roll 2v2s, all that stuff that you see now that people are just talking about as the CLA and small sided games. And I've been seeing that for forever.
Yeah, and that's exactly my thoughts. And I've had 3 conversations now and I've watched countless debates, but almost every person that's a really huge advocate for CLA or ecological dynamics, every single one that I've seen talk about these sort of things, I can't I never understand what they're saying. It like
Mm-hmm.
and I think it's intentional. Like it's not the theory does break if you're trying to use it as an entire framework or an entire theory, it does break down at some point, as with most theories do. But it's like, well, I
Right.
don't need to know fully how it works. I'll just take the good parts that we know work, and then I'll
Mm-hmm.
take the good parts from traditional coaching that we know work. Just take the good parts from all these different approaches, and you can just use those rather than having to fully commit. And I think that's one of the biggest. It's so unfortunate too, because I've said this multiple times, but I went to a coach's clinic maybe 13 years ago, 14 years ago, and it was in Australia, and it was when the CLA approach was kind of becoming like really popular, and
Yeah.
it opened up my brain to a lot of things. So that was a monumental moment for me. It was really good, and I walked away from that training of like, man, there's so many more things I can add. This is great. And then I had some other
Right.
coaching colleagues that walked away from that, and they were like, this is revolutionary and this will change everything. And I'm like, well, hold on. Like, were we at the same clinic? Like, there's some stuff that was good, there's some stuff that was bad. So I've seen that in the community as people just dive in full head of steam, and they're like, it's this way or nothing else. They can't coexist or work together. So yeah, for me, I feel like the CLA being so confusing and so convoluted, and being so, a lot of these people are quite a few of these people are very arrogant in the way they speak about it too. And if you don't
Absolutely.
understand it, you're dumb. That's how it
Mm-hmm.
comes off. So yeah, I've
Exactly.
had my contentions with it. Like I said, I've got a ton of notes, ton of research that I'm doing to do a video on this now. But yeah, so I guess what is your approach to coaching? Do you have one, or yeah, what's your
Yeah. So
overall?
I have
Go ahead.
So I have like a full development system that I put all players through. So it's like, for example,
And is this just
my
based off
my
of like your experience and just trial and error?
yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna go back to the beginning. So when I first started coaching, like I was young, I was like 19. I'm talking about like in person basketball coaching training. So when I started at like 19, right? So I had no idea what the training industry was about and stuff like that. So I actually gravitated towards like the CLA, because all of the young trainers were doing it and talking about it, and it was new.
Yep.
So I gravitated towards that. But then over the years, over the 2, 3, 4 years, when I started to, trial and error and gain my own knowledge, I started to understand like this isn't what people make it out to be. So that's why I gravitated towards first. But now I just look at both as tools,
Yeah.
to fix a certain problem. But personally, what I do in my program is I prioritize developing winning players who impact winning, right?
Yep.
So I have like my 5 keys to winning, and this is stuff I researched and did the numbers, like rebounding, obviously, defensive stops, energy, um, no turnovers, timely buckets, right? I feel like those are just like the main things that can contribute to winning. And then under that, I have my 4 concepts to being a really good offensive player. That's spacing, closeouts, paint touches, and straight line drives. And then defensively, I have 5 or 6, I think. I think it's defending closeouts, communication, gap defense, pick and roll defense, and on ball defense. So guarding your yard. So
Yep.
that's pretty much my entire framework personally, and I feel like that's what has worked for the players in my program.
Yeah, I
And,
think
we
go
can
ahead.
achieve that with the traditional or the CLA or small sided games, you know?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I like that because same thing for me. Most of what I know when it comes to developing a player is based off of personal experience, but again, personal experience with thousands and thousands of players, but also going to camps where I'm learning stuff from other coaches and going working
Exactly.
in large camps where I'm just one small coach at a basket. And so it's you combine all these things you've learned, and then at some point you have to get in front of a player. And this is why I said this is where a lot of coaches miss out on that are online. Having to be in front of a player and coach them and then be a part of that journey for an extended period of time is the missing key, I think. When you just
Right.
have to do one session with a player, it's very easy. It's very
Mm-hmm.
simple. But when you have to build them from beginning to end, you probably did this when you were younger. You came up with an elite practice a session plan for a player. You worked with them. It was really fun. It was really good. But then you had another session with that same player, and you're like, what do I do now? Whereas
Yeah.
now I start from the opposite. I actually just, for me, it's like I'll watch film on the player and typically with the player so that we're on the
Yeah.
same page of, okay, what do you need to work on? What's our goals? And then I will put together a plan based off of that. But then it
Right.
becomes like a long-term plan. Like,
Mm-hmm.
today, hopefully we can get to here. But if this player, let's just say this player typically, we got Tricky in here. So I'll use Tricky as an example. I watched game film
Okay.
with Tricky, and we were going to try to talk about how he can score more baskets.
Right.
And for me, okay, if you want to score more, you have to get the ball more. So exactly
Right.
what you were saying, that could be rebounding, that can be running the floor, that can be setting a screen and popping to the ball. There's like a bunch of
Exactly.
different ways. So let's look at those opportunities that you would get. Let's look at those opportunities on film. So we're watching game film and I'm like, damn, you missed an opportunity here. Oh, you missed another one
Right.
here. You missed another one here. You missed another one here. So once he understood what we were trying to look for, now when if we go work on the court, we can show like, this is why we're working on this. Because when you do catch it there, here's what you do. When you get it here,
Mm-hmm.
here's what you do. Here's what you do. So for me, it's like watching game film, understanding what the player needs, getting them to understand their goals, and then we go from there. Whereas you look at a lot of these trainers, again, one of the guys you brought up, who's one of my favorites, I'm like, man, I don't know if he watched game film on this guy. What
Right.
he's having, we watched that one on Nas Reed, and they're having Nas Reed work on, stationary ball handling drills and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know if you watched Nas Reed play. Because there
Mm-hmm.
are some things you could really dial in and work on with Nas Reed and help him out.
Right.
So, and then you watch him play this year, and it's like, yep, Nas Reed, same player. He's the same player. So, yeah,
Exactly.
I think that's a part that a lot of people are missing out on, is just being a part of their development from beginning to end, enough to where now when you go train a new player, you can probably train that new player and you probably start them typically where everyone else starts. You can,
Mm-hmm.
if I had to guess, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I typically start with like the same first session with almost every player so I can see where they're at in all these different areas. And then after that, boom, we put a game plan together and we go.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I call it like an evaluation session. They all go through the
yeah,
same one. Just yeah.
yeah. So that's interesting. What are there any coaches, trainers that you watch that you like?
Um.
Or are you like me? Are you a contrarian? You'll find something you don't like about them.
No. I would say probably like honestly, I don't know if you consider yourself a trainer or whatever, but I'll say you are definitely one of the ones. But that's why, like, when I seen you like 6 to 8 months ago, whenever, like, I saw we had kind of the same philosophies and takes on the game of basketball and trying to simplify the game. So
Yep.
that's why I really started, watching you. But
Appreciate that.
yeah, no problem. And I think I like at least something about every trainer. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
I just don't hate everything that they do. Like even the guys that I was, had the conversations with, I was giving them their flowers at the same time. It's like even if I don't like the way you train, I could like the way you conduct business or conduct yourself in interviews or how you talk to people, how you get what I'm saying. There's
Yeah.
something that you can get from all of these trainers. But to really answer your question, I would say, yeah, that's probably my answer. I can find something I like about just about everyone, or at
Yeah.
least like the most popular ones,
Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm the same. I've said this forever. Like, I had coaches in the past because I was a coaching director, and my job was to
Right.
coach coaches. And I would have coaches all the time that not that they maybe they've just been around basketball their whole life, like they've never done anything at a high level, but they'll just say like, I've been coaching my whole life. I don't need to learn this. I don't need to do this. And they'd be like, I know more than this guy. And I'm like, no, you need to go to these clinics because you can learn something from everybody. Even if
Mm-hmm.
it's a bad coach, I was like, you'll learn what not to do. But like,
Exactly.
you need to keep going to these things. So I think that's super important. And I agree. Most of these coaches, and that's why I kind of said earlier, where I try to be charitable because I do think that, a random number, 90% of these guys, I think, get into it because they do want to help people. I think that's where they initially start. But I think at
Mm-hmm.
some point it turns into, how do I make money? And
Right.
I don't think you can do I don't think you can do both effectively. Because to make more money, you gotta, like I said, you gotta start using bots so that you can reply to all the comments quicker, so you
Yeah.
can grow your audience bigger.
Exactly.
I don't think bots are bad, but once your brain starts thinking volume, you care less about individual people and it's more about how many people can I reach.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's definitely something that happens there, but I do think that's important, like understanding what you like, what you don't like, and you can learn something from everybody. Do you know Coach Rob Blackwell?
Yes, I see him a lot, like on reels and stuff.
Yeah, I think he's one that's pretty interesting. I wish there was more of his, but it's weird, right? All the coaches that I think are good coaches, they don't have a lot of content up.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I know for me, I'm like, man, it's hard to get content up because like I'm coaching and I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm
Right.
going to coach today. I don't know what the coaching point is. So I think there's also that dynamic of you don't see a lot of good coaching online because it just they don't work together. Content and like good coaching, it's really hard to get it to go together.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your goals? I guess what's your goals with your channel? What's your goals with just coaching in general? Anything like that?
So I would say with my channel, I'm just still so inconsistent. I still don't know what I wanted to like. I mean, I get what I want to do with it, and that's do what I'm doing now.
Yep.
But like, I'm just so focused on like my in-person business,
Yep.
because like I'm really setting out to change basketball in my city, because we are a football city. Like we've always been one of the best football teams in the state. We produce multiple D1 players every single year, and I just want to like turn that around a little bit. So that's
Yeah.
like one of my main goals. But at the same time, it's really about the kids and the players. I always tell everybody I just try to be the person that I needed when I was younger, because the only thing that was stopping me from, playing higher levels in multiple sports was, to be honest with you, I was trouble kid growing up. So especially in my city, I try to be that person I needed when I was younger. So that's like my biggest motivation is just trying to be there for kids on and off the court, but especially off the court, you know?
Yeah.
So that's why I actually had a couple opportunities to train a couple NBA players. And before my channel got deleted, some people probably know who those guys are. But I turned down that opportunity because I didn't want to lose sight of the plot.
Yeah.
Like I wanted to stay in my city and do what I set out to do when I first did it. Because there's so many kids down here that depend on me. A lot of the kids who are currently in the spot that I was once in when I was 11, 12, 13, 14. And I can't turn my back on them and go out and go, be Hollywood and be around all of these high level NBA players just to say I did it. I don't care about that. So long-winded answer, but that's probably my biggest motivator and my biggest goal is to just be the person I needed when I was younger and just teach good basketball. That's it.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And I wrote down here in the notes when you said that, that's something I struggle with as well. And I'm constantly trying to manage. And it's kind of what I said. If once you get to a certain line, you have to start making some decisions. And it's like, okay, do I want to make more money, or do I want to get more out of this, or do I want to put more into this? And
Mm-hmm.
you might have, like, again, my main channel, it was blowing up. It was doing really well. And I started getting sponsorships, and it was like gambling sponsorships. And I had to
Right,
think
right,
about
right.
it, like, damn, like it is good money, but it kind of goes against my message about what I'm saying about kids, because I know most of my audience is going to be young people. That was like the first
Mm-hmm.
thing. And then what you said about opportunities of training professional players, I had done that in the past, but it wasn't my main thing. My main thing was just working in with large groups of coaches. So we had professionals come through all the time. So
Right,
I'm lucky that I had that experience then, because I don't feel now like I need to take those opportunities. So
right.
as I've said to you as well, my resume and who I've coached and all of that, I could name drop some things, but that's going to just get me the people that want to be around the name drop type people anyways. It's not getting me the kids who really need it. And what you said with the good coaching and stuff like that. So that's something I battle with a lot, and I intentionally make some of those decisions that you do as well to keep myself grounded, to not let
Mm-hmm.
myself kind of go Hollywood, like you're saying. So I think that's awesome. I think that's a great approach. And it's one of those things of, it almost, do you feel like you're sabotaging yourself sometimes by doing that?
Yes, and it's funny because probably like a few weeks ago, I was actually telling one of my homies at a hoop session exactly what I'm telling you now about the opportunity and stuff I passed up, and he was basically telling me like, man, you should have did that, man. You can make so much money, and like you should have not turned that down. And I started thinking like, dang, what was that like? Should I have
Yeah.
done it? But at the same time, I'm like, no, I understand what I set out to do, and I'm going to stick to it. So yeah, at times, definitely, because when I was having before my account got deleted on Instagram, I started like this series where I was comparing. I think it was LeBron and Michael Jordan's defense. You already know how people go over that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And it started off like just like normal, right? I was just comparing their defense. I wasn't bashing nobody. I was just comparing their defense, breaking it down. But then it started getting 100,000 views, 200,000 views. In the comments, it was just all negativity. You know what? You already know how that goes.
Yep.
And so I was like, okay, I want to make another video. And then I made another video. And I made another video. And it was like each video that I was making, it was like I was just steadily just losing the plot, you know? And
Yes.
I was kind of, so I had to stop. So I just stopped posting it. I was getting like 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 on every video. I was getting so many followers. So many people was reaching out to me. I had NBA players in the comments. I had a few like bigger creators reaching out to me, trying to collab and stuff. But like I said, I have to understand, like, okay, I don't want to lose the plot. So I just stopped. And like some inside, I was like, dang, did I, should I have done that? But then when I really sat down with myself, I was like, yeah, I did the right thing.
Man, this is so refreshing to hear, because these are the same questions and the same things I battle with all the time. Can I ever truly have the success I want to have while keeping my morals intact, while keeping my sanity
Exactly.
intact? And I'm going
No,
to show
sir.
this I'm going to show this on screen. I don't know if you're watching the stream or whatever, but let me hide my camera so people can see. So this is my channel, and this is where I start. This is my main channel and where I first started. And the very first video I posted was an actual critique of the Bronny situation. So I don't know if you know
Yeah.
Awful Coaching.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, the Awful Coaching guy posted a video, and he was bashing Bronny, and
Right.
he did this for like 7 videos straight, and it made me it made my blood boil. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna start a YouTube channel, and I'm gonna make a video like actually breaking down Bronny James with like
Right.
fair critiques. And I posted that video, and it got like 10,000 views, like pretty
Mm-hmm.
much straight away. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that was good. But it's 90% likes and 10% dislikes, which I don't really pay attention to likes and dislikes. But now that I've gone back in time and looked at this, I've noticed a trend. So So here's the 90% likes, 10% dislikes. So then the next video I did, oh, what's another topic that I wanted to talk about? Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. That was a
Right,
topic I
right,
thought was interesting. This is right at the height of the back and forth and all that. Okay, let's talk about that video. And it did okay. It got like 2,500 views, 70% likes, 30% dislikes, and
right.
167 comments. And
Mm-hmm.
the comments were, it wasn't who's a better basketball player. It was a lot of racial
Yep.
connotations. It was a lot of
Exactly.
attitudes, and it was a lot of, it was a lot of like, okay, this is interesting, but these are my first two videos. This is showing me I
Mm-hmm.
know how to get views. So let's do another Bronny video.
Right.
And because Awful Coaching made another Bronny video, so then I made another Bronny video. It was 3,000 views, 84% likes. Then
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, Awful Coaching again. And I did this, and it was again 3,000 views, 75% likes. And then I was like,
Yep.
okay, hold on. What has happened? Like my brain is kind of getting fried right now because I'm fighting against this toxicity, but I'm like rolling in the mud with all this toxicity. And so
Right.
my very next video, I was like, okay, no, I'm going to stop doing this. And I did Team USA in the Olympics, and it got eight and a
Mm-hmm.
half thousand views, 8,500
Right.
views, 95% likes. And the
Mm-hmm.
conversations on that were so much better. It was like real basketball
Right.
conversation. So then I did some more WNBA stuff, and same thing. I saw the trends, and I'm like, okay, I love the WNBA. Anyway, so I know this is a long conversation, but I
Oh, you
saw
good?
I saw all of the WNBA conversations. It was all toxicity, and people weren't ready to engage with like proper basketball talk. And so I just moved
Mm-hmm.
away from it. Regardless if I want to have the conversation or not, people aren't ready for it. And
Right.
then I finally found my lane like later on, like, okay, what's something that I can add? Now I got to 100% likes, 100% likes, 100% likes. Like I'm getting to a point where I'm like, okay, I'm able to have these conversations in a like positive way. And even the skills trainer video that's like 300,000 views now, it's 98% likes.
Right.
So
Right.
I was like, you know what? I have to just do what's like true to me and not chase the views, and like make sure I just do what I believe in and all that sort of stuff. So anyways, you talking the way you were and saying what you were, exactly what I had to go through, and I still go through it all the time of like, okay, how do I stay true to myself? How do I make sure I'm not chasing views? How do I keep from falling into these trends of like just whatever the most toxic thing is, it's going to get the most views, because I feel like you lose yourself so quickly. Do you
Absolutely.
did you have anything to add to that, or anything to?
Oh
I
no,
know
I
I've
I
talked for a
agree.
long
I
time.
agree with that 100%. I agree.
Yeah, and I feel like that's another thing that people don't understand. It's when you post a video and you see the views going up, it does something to your brain. It's a good feeling. And if you
Yeah,
know you
exactly.
can just post something toxic to get that good feeling in your brain, I feel like that's where a lot of these Instagram and social media coaches kind of go wrong. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
really good to hear your perspective and hear that, behind the scenes, how your brain works and all that.
Yeah, but to piggyback off that as well, I used to be a basketball writer. I used to write articles and stuff, but also I used to write scripts for big YouTubers and just YouTubers in general, right?
Yep.
And a lot of them they wanted to talk about the Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark stuff. And my thing was, I'm like, okay, that's cool. It's gonna get the views. My job is to help them make money and stuff like that. So it's like whatever. But then as they started getting views, their ideas started getting weirder. We started
Yeah.
just really like attacking Angel Reese. And I straight up told him, I said, I'm not doing that, especially because the guy who I was writing for, he didn't look like me and put it like
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
And so the fact that he was just trying to get me to just write negative stuff, hateful stuff against Angel Reese, like the thumbnails he was making was very, you know what? And I was just like, yeah, I'm out. I'm not doing this. And
Yep.
he let me go. And now his channel is doing terrible, like terrible. And I'm just so glad that, even though those videos could have got a lot of money, which would have led to me getting paid more, I'm proud of myself for just, getting out of that. Cause I was younger too. So,
Yeah.
I was like 19. So I'm so proud of myself for doing that. But yeah, it gets to a weird place once the money start getting into your pocket and the views go up. You start to really test yourself morally. So it puts you in a weird spot.
And was there any outside influence that helped you recognize this, or was this just something you like internally randomly felt like that you needed to get out of
Yeah,
these situations? And what
yeah,
was your
was
thoughts?
it was what I personally felt.
Okay. So I guess what's the message? What's the goal? How do we make sure other people kind of don't fall into those same traps? Because I did a video the other day talking about the sports media environment,
Hmm.
and it
Right.
was it was like Skip Bayless, Stephen A. Smith. Like they've started us down this path of like engagement and rage farming is the way
Hmm.
to blow up. And now we're seeing every single person in sports media like takes that same path. Can we change it? Or is this just, are we on the tracks and downhill, going downhill with no brakes?
I'm gonna be real with you. I think we can get it like 1% better each between me and you and other people who think alike. But I don't think there's much we can do because it's so prevalent in the space. Everybody does it, and the audience, everybody loves it as well.
Yeah.
Like this is countrywide, worldwide. Everybody feeds off of negativity. Everybody loves negativity and controversy. So it's tough, man. I really don't know,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna just do my part.
Yeah. I like what you said though. We can each make it like 1% better. I think,
Hmm.
one person can come in and make it like 10% worse by themselves, but it's going to
Right.
take 10 people to to kind of fix that damage. So maybe that is the answer.
Exactly.
Maybe the answer is having more of these conversations, and again finding more like-minded. Again, I don't think there's like, coaches shouldn't be making money online, or
Right. Right.
skills trainers, there's no place for them. But I do think there's a lot of the things you highlighted today are, we can see now. It makes so much sense. You've seen behind the scenes. You've been around enough of these people to understand kind of how the industry works. And they always say like, once you see how the sausage is made, you won't want to eat it anymore, eat sausage anymore. So,
Exactly. Yeah.
but the kids are gonna make me say pause on that. Sorry, but um, but yeah, it's one of those things of like, once you see how the industry is, you can't unsee it. And so maybe
Right.
it is just having these conversations so that other people can just see it and gravitate, and they can kind of help us move the conversations forward too. And I like your quote here, a player development coach who wants to push the game forward. And that's
Hmm.
one of the things I try to keep in my brain. So when I have a quick moment of like, do I want to do this or not? I go, wait, will this push the game forward?
Exactly. That's exactly why I put it up there.
Yeah. So uh, I think that's awesome to see. And yeah, I think we need more people like you, man. Did you
Appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
was there anything you wanted to talk about, or anything that we missed that you think we needed to cover?
Oh no, I think we pretty much hit the nail on the head about most of the stuff.
If you're okay with it, I would love to have more of these conversations. Like
Yeah,
anytime that
absolutely.
anytime you think there's like trends in the industry, or anything about basketball in general, or even if you just want to critique me on some stuff, or anytime you want to talk basketball, I think it's good for these types of discussions to be in front of people sometimes too. So anytime you
Mhm.
want to have a conversation, man, I'm free, and yeah, just let me know.
Yeah, I got you. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
So where do you want people to go to find you? I've got your YouTube page pulled up here so they can
Yeah,
see, but
so YouTube and Facebook. Christian Oliver is the same profile picture as it is on YouTube. That's where I do my training and stuff like that. And yeah, those are two places you can find me.
okay. Awesome. Yeah, guys, definitely go follow, go like, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. We're gonna watch one of your recent video. We're gonna watch that on stream here in a second.
Okay, I'll be
So,
watching.
because I've been waiting to watch it until we had this conversation, just so people knew who you were.
Yeah,
But yeah, I appreciate you, man. And like I said, anytime you want to have a conversation, just let me know.
yeah, no problem. All right, see you.
All right, take care, man. That was a good conversation. That was dope. I've been wanting to have a conversation with him for a while. And uh it's such a surreal, it's such a weird feeling being in the content space, because kind of like what we briefly touched on was, you kind of feel when you're making decisions that's like in contrast to what other people are doing, you feel like you're doing something wrong. So again, not taking certain sponsorships, I start looking around, I'm like, am I doing this wrong? Is this going to hold me back? Not posting certain types of content, not doing certain types of video. Like I look at other people that are in my, like some of my peers, and I'll see a video, I'll see a situation come up, and I'm like, ooh, that's going to be like that's going to be a hot topic, or that's going to be a video that's going to blow up. And I'll watch 4 or 5 people post it, and I'm like, should I have posted that? Should I have also done that? Because everyone else is doing it, because I know it's going to get views. Should I do that, or did I make the right decision not doing that clickbaity kind of engagement farming stuff? So yeah, it's really good to hear other people that are like-minded and think the same. Again, that doesn't mean I'm right or they're wrong. It just means like that tribalism we always feel, or that what do they call it? Imposter syndrome, I guess. That imposter syndrome we always get, and you kind of second guess yourself. Am I doing the right thing? Really good to have other like-minded people you can bounce ideas off of. So yeah, that was awesome. He got to get a camera though, so you guys don't have to look at my ugly mug the whole time we're having these talks. Yeah, it was great. So I want to, so piggybacking off of that conversation, I want to watch one of his videos. I want to watch his recent video, 6 minutes long, and then we'll get into, we got some Ball is Life, some TNC. We got quite a bit to do today, but yeah, I want to get into it. We got a lot of videos because the weekend's coming up, and I got a lot of videos I need to post over the weekend. But this video, it's Locknation Academy 101. NBA players NBA players hate basketball trainers. Posted 2 days ago. Go like, go subscribe. Ooh, one of the GOATs, Jamal Crawford.
That's why I just made a post about trainers. I feel like there's so many trainers that are teaching kids stuff that they'll never use in games. And that's coming from me, right? Who was one of the best ball handlers. But I still knew when to use it and when not to. Most of my, if you go back and look, most of my, like, I guess you can say fancy dribbling came when a pick and roll was coming to shift the defender, to get him to move so I could have an angle to the lane or angle to make a play.
We always talk about the why. Remember, like, why are you working on this? As long as you have a why for why you're working on those moves, it's fine. But most skills trainers don't have a why. Is this transforming basketball? I can't see the shirts. I know who this is. I know who this is. So again, oh, this is transforming basketball. This is Alex Sarama. So again, these are a lot of the drills and skills and trainings that we we talk about. I feel, again, I really don't want to talk about Alex Sarama negatively, because like I say, he's a head coach now, but I'll just talk about Alex Sarama's development style and system. Okay. So this has nothing to do with him as a head coach. This is all just, let's keep it in this small developmental box. One thing I didn't realize until reading his book was he went and not built, but I guess he went and started his own club, his own academy, so that he could test a lot of these theories and a lot of these ideas, but also only did it for a year, or was it 2 years? And so some of the issues I have is exactly what I said when we were having that conversation with Locknation, is like, you need to be a part of a kid's development you need to see how some of your philosophies translate from over a long period of time, right? Like being there for a long period. And I'm not saying you're not a real trainer if you don't coach a kid for a long period of time, but if you've never been there, if your main thing is about development and you've never really been there through the full development cycle, you miss out on a lot of crucial, really important things. And like I said, I was a different coach year 10 than I was in year 1, even though a lot of my philosophies were similar. But it's just like, see how some things play out over the course of 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or how a player just naturally grows themselves. So it's like, maybe it wasn't anything I taught. Maybe this player, maybe girls when they're teenagers and they're just turning into teenagers and they don't listen, or they come in and they're laughing or joking all the time. Oh, maybe it says more about girls, right? Maybe it says, maybe I need to learn more about people rather than like some X's and O's thing I can teach them. Anyways, that was a long-winded way of saying I dislike transforming basketball kind of for those reasons. It's all about development, but the proof or the studies and the research hasn't been there long enough to even track them through their full development. Jeez, coach yap session.
Y'all just saw exactly why a lot of NBA players hate basketball trainers. It's because they don't teach real basketball. They teach what I call fake basketball. Real basketball is simple. You want to score, then straight line drives to the basket. If you get cut off, then straight line drive the other direction.
Full speed right, full speed left. Let's get it.
That's simple. You want to play north to south, not east to west. Real basketball is also working on closeouts. Closeout situations happen more than any other situation in basketball. Real basketball is also playing without the ball, which means doing things like setting screens, cutting, spacing, communication on defense in general. You get the point. Those are things that every player should master no matter the age or position. Those things are what coaches are looking for, and things that
Taylor Horton Tucker
translate to every level. But trainers decide to skip what you actually need and teach you a 5-dribble combo with no context and call it bag work, when you know you'll never use it in a game. They'll teach a 12-year-old bag work when that kid doesn't even know what spacing means or can't finish, dribble, or pass with their offhand. These are just a few reasons why a lot of NBA players and myself aren't too fond of most trainers, and it's only getting worse. Trainers, mainly online trainers, are turning basketball into rocket science when it's not.
This is my whoa. Whoa, what move did he just do? It's a pump fake, man.
Listen to what Larry Bird said about the game of basketball.
The game of basketball is pretty simple if the ball's moving.
Sure.
Now, the point guard can do whatever he wants to do. Instead of dribble from one side to the other, back and forth. But he's an initiator, and if he gets that ball moving, that ball's moving, everybody feels a part of it. It doesn't
The dominoes.
matter where it ends up, because it's always only up to the best player. Sometimes that always happens. But
Ball has energy.
that's right, and you get that ball moving, and good things happen all the time. It's a pretty simple game if you play it the right way.
Charles Barkley even knows this. He's like, that's terrible, Kenny. That's terrible, Kenny. Ball movement and player movement is all that they need to be doing. And I'm like, yeah, pretty much.
But online trainers will still overcomplicate it, and they'll justify it by saying it's science-based or research-based training, and how it's so much better than traditional spot shooting, form shooting, stationary dribbling, and all of the other basics high-level players did growing up. Not only is there no real basketball evidence that supports that, but what drives me crazy is that the people who watch these online trainers are mostly kids or young players who are not that good at basketball. If they were, they wouldn't be watching the videos. So the fact that these online trainers know that and still push the narrative that spot shooting, stationary dribbling, and the other basics are bad for you, that can literally mess up kids around the globe. Because a lot of kids out there don't have a partner to do small-sided games or don't have the athletic ability yet to do these wacky drills. So now they can't do that, nor can they do the traditional training, because everywhere they look, these online trainers that they look up to are telling them that it's bad for them. You see how this can have a negative impact on how the kids think around the globe? And last thing, they talk extremely confident about the science-based methods without posting player results.
Player results, but also the research. Man, when you dive in, again, I've been doing so much of this just to like dot my I's, cross my T's. I've been doing so much research on like the way we learn and ecological dynamics and all this sort of stuff. There is just not, the research is just not, it is just, there's not enough research to show that there's any reason to change the way you coach. Obviously, there's studies in human behavior and things like that, how to relate to humans better, how to deliver messages, how to communicate better, how to be a better leader and mentor. There's that sort of stuff. But when it comes to actually building skills and whatever, the research is typically like, we took one team of players and had them work on this one drill, and then we had this team work on this other drill, and now this team is better. See? It's like, that's it? You took 20 kids and just had them each work on one different drill. What is this supposed to teach me?
They spend more time telling us how great science-based training is than actually showing us. Now back to NBA players, especially non-stars, which is the majority of the league. They understand what things will get you and keep you at the highest levels. So when they see a trainer teaching a kid a bunch of bag work, they instantly have a problem with it, whether they speak on it or not.
I don't need you to have the bag work. It's nice. Can you shoot consistently? Can you move without the ball? Can you make quick straight line drives? If you can defend, shoot the three, and make straight line drives, I don't need you to hit a double crossover. All I need you to be able to do.
This is why I hate when Austin Reavers gets into all of this nonsense drama, and he's doing the engagement farming I've been talking about, because he does this, and this stuff is brilliant. He's a brilliant basketball mind. I hate when he gets into the back and forths.
Is catch, shoot, and play to make other players better. If you can do that, you can play in the NBA.
Austin Rivers is 100% right. Bag work and fancy moves is not what teams at the highest levels are looking for. Can you win closeouts? Can you get downhill as quick as possible with straight line drives and finish, get to the line, or kick it out? Can you defend? The rest of it is strength and conditioning and athletic ability. It's that simple. Not easy, but simple. But of course, trainers don't teach straight line drives because it doesn't look good on camera. Same thing goes for closeouts. And most trainers will tell you that defense is not a skill. And if you're still saying that in 2026, then I don't know what to tell you. So it's like, if most trainers aren't teaching you those things, then there's no reason to go to them and waste your time and money. It's so ironic that most basketball trainers don't teach basketball. They try to train kids on how to be SGA or Kyrie, not realizing that those guys have already mastered the simple stuff, and they score most of their points from that simple stuff.
And even then, listen to Kyrie or SGA talk about skills. And it's going to be the most basic, fundamental, it's going to be the most like simple thing ever. We've done plenty of videos on this.
They can
crazy.
make 8 out of 10 open threes in the gym from every spot. They can dribble and finish with their left hand.
Remember we were talking the other day, sometimes it's good to shoot and work on a different, sometimes it's good to, so Shea was doing that workout with Olin Simplis. And it's like, yes, sometimes to work on getting out of rhythm and back in rhythm, it's good to do like a crossover to the left shot, crossover to the right shot, crossover to the left shot, different crossover to the right. It's good to mix up your brain. But I guarantee you it's because Shea is already shooting 1,000, at least 1,000 volume shots a week. He's at least doing 1,000 of these. Then he also adds other things on top. It's because he does this full time. If you're a young kid and you're not doing 1,000 of these volume shots a week, like there's no need to add the icing on the cake. You can for fun, but this still needs to be like majority of what you're doing.
Are also extremely strong and athletic. But instead of starting there, trainers skip those key things and jump right into the deep bag work. Let me give y'all some stats before I end off the video. SGA, who is known as the best ISO scorer in the NBA, only averages 8 points per game in isolation.
This reminds me of that stat we did on one of my videos. You remember, and I had the same feeling as a player, but do you remember when we were talking about time of possession? SGA was like top, maybe he was leading the league in time of possession with the ball in his hands. He's the best player in the world, and he has the ball in his hands for like, it was like 5 minutes out of a 48-minute game or something. So that means there's 43 minutes where he doesn't have the ball in his hand. And then same thing for Jokic. Jokic had the most, he gets the most passes to him, so he gets the most touches, basketball touches, and he wasn't even in the top 10 in time of possession. So he gets the ball the most, but the ball is out of his hands because he's catching and passing, he's moving it, but he knows how to present and get the ball often. So he gets the most touches, and he wasn't even in the top 10 in the time of possession, like 3 minutes a game or something like that. So it's funny. We practice. You spend 80% of your time of what you do with the ball in your hands. 80% of your training needs to be what you're doing without the basketball. So strength and conditioning, that sort of stuff can count towards that. So when you're in the gym working on your volume shooting and working on closeouts, like other things we just talked about, but this same thing, kids would always come up to me after basketball games, be like, yo, that step back between the legs you hit right before halftime was crazy. Yo, that was crazy. And I'm like, well, that was 2 of my points. The other 26 points were from straight line drives and free throws and open threes. Like the rest of 26 points were just from basic bare bones basketball, but they remember the one step back.
Luka only averages 6 points in isolation and scores like
Luka averages 6 points in isolation. Even if you would have asked me, I would have probably said 10 to 12 points a game from isolation. He only averages 6.
Like Steph, Tyler Hero, LeBron, LaMelo, and Trae Young all score less than 3 points per game in isolation. In 2025, Kyrie averaged just 5 points in isolation. So what does this mean? It means that isolation basketball and bag work is not as important as y'all think it is. These players get most of their points with
Yeah, Kyrie, it's so funny. If someone asks me, like, who should I watch to be efficient on offense? I'd be like, Kyrie Irving. But then I'd be like, not for the reason you think, though. I do really firmly believe Kyrie's triple threat is better than majority of the league. Like
average just 5 points in isolation.
Kyrie's just triple threat ability. Look, just catch and shoot. And then he's in triple threat now. He just jab and go. His triple threat is better than like most people. He's very Kobe-like with his triple threat footwork.
These players get most of their points within the flow of the game. Closeouts, transition,
shot fake and go,
cutting, putbacks, scoring 2 to 3 dribbles off of pick and rolls, etc. So if SGA and Kyrie average less than 8 points per game in isolation, then that means everyone who is not one of the greatest scorers ever should not be spending a lot of time on iso ball and bag work. Also, one more stat. Nikola Jokic averages 1.32 dribbles per
here we go.
per touch and only has the ball in his hands 2 seconds per touch. And in 2025, Kyrie averaged only 3 dribbles per touch. Bag work and isolation basketball is overrated. It's not what makes you a good basketball player.
Agreed. Yo, Locknation, dope video. I appreciated this. And again, we need more of this. So go like, go subscribe. These are the types of videos we need to be boosting in the algorithm. And because it does. This actually helps players. If you want to become a better player, be able to make open shots, be able to get from point A to point B as quick as possible, be able to make layups, contact layups, be in shape. If you do those things, you can play varsity in high school. And if you're physically gifted enough, that'll take you to college and the NBA, if you can do those things efficiently. So yeah, great video. Appreciate you, man. And see you guys in the next one. Yeah, Lock Nation, that was dope. I'm glad we watched that on stream. I saw you, like I said, I saw that video show up in my feed just the other day. And I was like, no, we're going to watch on stream. And then when you said that you're willing to have a conversation too, I was like, even better. So yeah, I appreciate what you're doing, man. And it gave me a little burst of energy, gave me a burst of energy. I'm not coming out here and trying to ruin every skills trainer's career. And now I've got other people that are, on the same page, on the same wavelength. I'm like, okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not in the twilight zone. Fundamentals first, then bag work if desired. Yeah. And I always say this, I'm not saying to not work on your bag. And I'm sure that's the same. Christian's probably saying the same thing. We're not saying don't work on your bag, but it's just like the 80-20 rule usually works pretty well. Most of what you do, 80% of what you do should be what's going to get you the most results. So be able to make open shots, make contact layups, play out of a closeout, play out a triple threat, play without the ball, like be able to cut and screen and rebound and score in transition, like all those things that you do without the ball, what you do on defense. Like if you have all of those things down and you're working on that 80% of the time, spend 20% of time. And guys, you can clip it and ship it. You can clip this, take it out of context if you want. You could get deep in your bag. You should. Every day you should work on your bag a little bit, right? You should, at the end of practice, after you've worked on the 80%, you should. Hey, let's see how many step backs you can do in one possession and shoot a fadeaway in the corner. Play horse with your homies, follow the leader and be like, hey guys, who can hit the craziest shot? You should do that stuff. But majority of what you should do is just the basic bare bones stuff. What we watching? What up, Angelo? We got a lot of videos to watch today, so a little bit of everything. So does bag work matter in the 1v1 scene? Yeah, but even then, even if you watch the 1v1 scene, the best players, the most efficient scorers anyways, they're very efficient. And it's mainly triple threat. So you look at Nas, Zay, Lat, players like that. If you look at bag work, you're going to be looking at a Nesco. Nesco is like probably the best player that has the craziest like handles and just bag work. But other than that, almost everyone in the top 10 is just efficient. So it's basically all that to say, it's very difficult to be one of the best players if most of what you do is just bag work, trying to cross people. Locknation 2 for 2 right now. Agreed. It's 20% of what you can do is reasonable for 80% of your results. Yeah, but so like 80% of what you work on should be what's going to get you majority of your results too. I did a video on that, and it's trying to explain it in basketball terms. It's the Pareto principle. OBL is going live at 7 p.m. on YouTube. Y'all trying to watch that? What up, Kobe? What up, Kobe? All right, so get out of my notes here. We got a Ball is Life video. I want to watch one more. Hold on. There's one more video I wanted to watch, and then we'll get into our Ball is Life video. There was two. It was kind of.
We're gonna go to Westside.
So this is 8 minutes. Will Baker. What a pro hooper does when there aren't any games. No, this is not what I wanted to watch. It's this one. Yeah, this is the one.
Youth sports is.
I feel like this is AI, some of these. But yeah, I want to watch this video first, and then we'll get into our Ball is Life and breakdowns. LP would be considered bag work type of player. Yes and no. Yes and no, because hold on. Sorry, just checking my messages. LP would be a bag work player, yes and no, because he already has the fundamentals down. He can already straight line drive. He can already shoot open shots. He can already play defense. He already has the fundamentals. He's just not uberly efficient at the highest elite levels, if that makes sense. J. Lou, Ryan, Coda. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Because they got every move in the game. Was it master, jack of all trades, master of none? All right. We're going to watch this video, how private equity destroyed youth sports. So I thought this is another one that came across my feed that I thought would be very interesting and something we talk about a lot with just AAU in general. So I wanted to watch this one, but I wanted to watch this on stream. So this is More Perfect Union. Go like, go subscribe, and we'll give our thoughts, I suppose. Hopefully it's good.
Youth sports is my whole life right now. Ready, go! For all 3 kids, I'm spending probably around $25K a year. The schedule is crazy. The expenses are crazy. I am constantly exhausted, but they love playing sports. Boys, we're here. Up, 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 up. Baseball, let's go.
Yeah.
Man, $25K for sports.
When I was growing up, things were different. Sure, the fields weren't perfectly manicured, but everyone could afford to play. But the average cost of putting a kid in sports has jumped 46% since 2019. Youth sports is now a $40 billion industry, double the NFL's annual revenue.
It's crazy,
and
man.
Private equity giants like Varsity Brands and Unrivaled are cashing in. Nowadays, families making under $100,000 a year.
Yeah, and this is kind of the problem we were talking about with. We were just talking with Coach Christian about, like, the fact that parents think that they need to send their kids to all of this training and all of this AAU stuff is crazy too. Like the industry to get you to try and do these things, it's insane. It's insane.
Are half as likely to have kids in sports at all.
As costs go up, parents are getting squeezed, and kids are getting priced out of the games they love.
Youth sports, I think, is destroying parents. Can you move quick? We gotta get your brothers.
Youth sports is destroying parents.
It's baseball. It's destroying a sense of community.
The level of pressure,
destroying.
the level of like supposed opportunity. This has all been like shock for me. It's become a money grab.
I know a lot of families that have taken out loans and have credit card debt.
Man, y'all can't tell me this kid does not look like D'Angelo Russell. That's why I thought this was AI.
A lot of families that have taken out loans and
I thought this was AI, and it was just an amalgamation of like D'Angelo Russell and just some random youth athlete.
have credit card debt.
Youth sports were supposed to be for everyone.
That's your train station?
Oh my God. Brick? What'd you say? I said brick for the first one.
Oh my God.
3.
Bro, 3.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. You want to go first? Yeah.
I feel this is all from travel ball and extra leagues, right? Yes, 100%. So the problem, Cam, is that the problem is with travel ball. Okay, so this will probably get into it, so maybe we'll cover it a little bit later, but parents think that to make the school team, you got to play on the travel team because all the travel team kids are better and they're all going to the same school. So it's like, if you don't go to the travel team, your kid's going to be behind. So you got to go onto that team. And then they're traveling to Utah and Atlanta and Cincinnati. So you got to play on that. But then now the travel team is like, well, if you don't go to this high school and play, you're not going to make our travel team. So it just feeds itself. It feeds itself. And then people think they're missing out when in all actuality, you're paying $25K like they're talking about just to play some damn basketball.
When my husband was small, he started playing football and worked his way up and did it all on his own and got himself a full ride, everything covered, superstar, NCAA scholar athlete, all of the things. In 2023, my husband very suddenly passed away.
Oh.
So I didn't actually really start.
So this is part of the problem too. So damn, that's sad. So these are kids of an elite athlete. And typically they have like a little bit better chance because those elite athlete parents know how to navigate the system. They know what you need, what you don't need. So now she's left on her own to like make these decisions. Most parents are like her. They weren't elite athletes, so they don't understand how the system works. So they listen to these people online that tell them what they need to sign up for, how much everything costs, and they need to pay for it. Yeah, these are the people it really hits. That's crazy.
Thinking about, oh my God, scholarships for college until he passed away. I was in this quagmire. What do I do? Do I stop all of this? Do I give the kids time to breathe?
Wait, I need a break. Okay,
I had maintained their schedule. The
Man, he ain't making it pro. He said he needs a break. No days off, kid.
first year after he died, I thought, okay, I'm just gonna keep doing this and we're gonna push and push and push and see if we can secure these scholarships.
So when did
And that's the thing that's sad too. A lot of these parents, so she probably thinks like, yeah, I'm paying $25K a year, but if they get their scholarships, then it's all worth it. And at the end of the day, and this is something I didn't learn when I went through college. I had massive student loans, didn't understand how the system worked. But if you just go to like an in-state college, it's not going to cost that much money so even if you want your kid to walk on, like you could just pay for their college. It's cheaper than doing all of this AAU and all this, getting all these crazy expenses. But also there's millions of other ways to get scholarships. It's actually not that difficult to get scholarships in other avenues. It's more guaranteed to get a scholarship in another way rather than an athletic scholarship.
scholarships become such a focal point of youth sports?
In the early 1990s, about $250 million a year was distributed by Division I and Division II schools for athletic aid. Well, today, that number is north of $4 billion.
Oh.
So that's a lot of money. It's in part because the cost of college has gone through the roof.
Parents
Again, this all just feeds itself, man. It's crazy.
are desperate for a way to pay for college. And for a lot of them, they see a college scholarship and NIL money as the best route to do that. When you look at college sports across the board, only about 2% of high school athletes end up playing in college.
We're chasing scholarships because I'm really worried about how to pay for college. Having said that,
You see what I mean? Like kind of what Day is saying in the chat, like just not having the information scares you into spending more money, and it's sad because there are experts out there that could very easily, if our sports media and information like pipeline was just like more informational rather than based on sensationalism and engagement farming, people like this would know, oh, this is where I go for information. Oh, these are the people I listen to for advice. Instead, it's like, it's just more coaches and trainers telling you how to spend more money.
That I know that the probability is low.
The pitch is simple. Invest in your kid now, and it might pay off later. So travel leagues and scouting showcases started to emerge as a way to get exposure for kids.
Oh, come on, do it in the car. It's only one shot. Your hats and stuff are in the car, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm a full-time sports momager.
And if your kid is good enough, so the way AAU the reason elite athlete parents, the reason they know how this works is because when they were elite athletes and they played AAU, they didn't need to pay. But someone else, like if you're good enough, like other people will pay for you to be on their team. So there's probably 20, 25, no, actually more. There's probably one in each state. Two, let's be generous. Let's say there's 100 teams. Let's just say there's 2 in every state. We got to look at boys, girls, whatever. There's 100 teams in the country that the athletes are good enough to where they shouldn't have to pay to play AAU. They're good enough to where there's 100 teams probably in the country. But if you're not one of those 100 teams, everyone else is paying. You don't necessarily need AAU. AAU is not for you. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying it's just if you want to do it, fine. But you're going to pay a lot of money to go travel and play games that might not be meaningful.
With 3 boys living in New York. After I drop them off at school, I spend most of the day figuring out my logistics. I'm just driving from place to place to place. My friends think I'm crazy.
Smile. While they're waiting, put the balls in the bucket. Why? Because I said so.
But not every parent wants to turn their 10-year-old into a full-time scholarship-chasing machine. Some families want their kids to just play. So where did these casual, low-cost opportunities go?
A few things happened that got us to this point today. First of all, we had the 2008 financial crisis. In the wake of that, Parks and Rec departments saw their budgets slashed, and that included budgets for rec leagues. Next, we had COVID-19 that just resulted in immediate closures of all kinds of sports.
So this might actually go into why when they say kids are not outside playing as much anymore, this might go into that as well. And come to think about it, when I was in Australia, that was a huge problem. We always say like kids aren't playing basketball anymore. They're doing all this private training. It's like, yeah, but do kids have access to just can they just go to the gym and hoop? All the courts are taken up by private equity now. All the gyms are taken up. Like you can't get in the gym. And then the parks aren't that necessarily that nice depending where you're at. So yeah, I guess it does. It all snowballs, man.
Sports programs across the country. That left a significant vacuum.
When COVID hit, about 56% of children in this country, ages 6 to 17, played organized sports in some form or another. COVID comes in and drops that number down to 49%.
Oh.
So there are a lot of kids who immediately lost access to a sport experience. Those are most often the kids who are attached to municipal programs, local, low-cost programs provided by cities and park and recs, which were just overwhelmed.
3, 2, 1.
Golly, this kid doing swimming too, man. She's a full-time
And the public programs
sport
that
mom.
did survive, they're constantly fundraising and battling to keep costs low for kids.
These services we offer here, they're life-changing for some of our boys who've never seen a pool or been in a pool before. It's much more difficult because the resources just aren't there as much. Whether that means on a city level, state level, federal level, the funding is just not aimed that way. So we have to work harder now to get that. Every year we have to dig deeper.
All right, Ismail, last lap. We gotta get out. Yep, we gotta go to basketball on the west side.
Oh my gosh.
Guys coming.
As the landscape of sports changes to become
This is crazy. Just think about what she's doing to try and give our kids like the best chance to be athletes. Whereas when I was growing up, you know what our parents were doing to make sure that we were elite athletes? They were locking the door to the house and being like, see you in 10 hours. Go ride your bike and play basketball and go do whatever. Go see you in 10 hours. Don't come back home until dinner's ready. When the street lights come on, get back home. that was the difference. Like, obviously you can't do that now. I'm not saying like go lock your kids out and they need to play outside, but just with COVID and just also just how dangerous the world is and just how the amount of information and the way that kids' brains work now, like you're battling against so much. This is what you have to do. If you want your 3 kids to be involved in all these sports, just traveling around full time, engaged in it's just wild.
Cutthroat, we don't always have consistent gym access. So sometimes we'll be in the Bronx, sometimes we'll be in Brooklyn, sometimes we'll be in Manhattan. It's like wherever Coach Jay has a friend that let us use that space for that day and that time.
We have to keep it low because just families getting priced out. It's become a money grab. The families have to tell their child no because something's too expensive, and that's something that we're battling. That's something that we're looking to combat all the time.
The people who do the recruiting don't even look at the Parks and Rec programs or the nonprofit organizations that are running programs.
That's what I was saying. They're not looking. There's 100 teams that are in there. When we were looking at the scout, remember the scouting, Anthony Goods. They already have their scouting report. They already have the kids they're looking at. They're not going into the hood to try and find these diamond in the rough kids. Nah, we're not looking at them. So now these parents are paying all this money, and it's like, we're not looking at those kids anyways.
That's right. They're only going to these expensive travel teams.
So with public programs on life support and desperate parents searching for answers, the private sector saw dollar signs.
Private equity has now woken up to the idea that there's so much money rolling through the system that this is a great environment for us to get into and do what private equity typically does.
Sports, that can mean buying up a bunch of different parts of an industry, facilities, tournaments, leagues, software, travel.
There we go. So this is what I was talking about with the gyms. Like, you can't, so what used to be maybe just like so when I was younger, we could sometimes get into our school court. There was a school court somewhere or a church court where people could just get into because someone had the key, someone knew someone. We could just get in, or we'd play at the park. But now imagine someone sees the value in that gym, someone with a lot of money, and they buy that court. And now they're like, well, no one's allowed in, but we do private training out of there now. And it's like, oh, well, there's all the access to where all these kids were going to play. Now you got to pay to get training.
Agents, and using that to build a walled garden around the entire market so that competitors can't get in and consumers can't get out.
These are some of the largest investment firms in the world we're talking about.
Coach Derek might be
Josh
way behind.
Harris and David Blitzer are owners of the 76ers, New Jersey Devils, and now an expanding youth sports empire.
Talk to us about the opportunity in youth sports. What's the through line for youth sports from an investment perspective?
One thing that really disappointed me, did you guys see the podcast with Alex Rodriguez? He's got a podcast. These two guys have a podcast together. And because they're part of a group that owns the Minnesota Lynx, Minnesota Timberwolves, and I can't remember, like a couple other things. They did a podcast with Kenny Beecham. I really like Kenny Beecham because he talks about like sports in a positive way, and he talks about like the good things or what teams did to win rather than like the engagement farming of like, this team sucks and this is why they lost. It's like, why not talk about what the other team did to win? Anyways, they were doing an interview with him, and Kenny Beecham is a player or is a person that he sees sport. He's like the old school sports mentality, even though he's a very young guy. He sees sports as like, man, sports are good. Like they were like, how would you sell the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Minnesota Lynx if you owned them? How would you extract the most? He was like, well, you got Anthony Edwards, who's one of the most popular players. He like current day Allen Iverson. You got Anthony Edwards and you got Nafisa Collier for the women. He's like, I would just champion those players. You got to tell stories about the players. And A-Rod and this dude here, forgive me, I don't know his name, but they're like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. And I'm like, when you make so much money and your whole focus is just money and money and money, like your human nature and all that stuff just like disappears. And they thought that was the most brilliant thing anyone has ever said in their life. They're like, wait, we should tell stories about Anthony Edwards. And it's like, duh, you got one of the best players in the league. Talk about one of the best players in the league. That's what you should do. And then A-Rod goes, okay, so you're talking about all these things, but can you tell us your business plan, your 5-year plan? Can you tell us your revenue and profit split? And I'm just like, all right, this is going into exactly what this video is talking about. The way America like just has gamified youth sports, how it has turned all of this into capitalistic money, like number go up. So let's do this. It's like, yeah, but what about the kids? What? Kids aren't rich. We don't care about them.
The through line for youth sports from an investment perspective.
So, and this is what I mean. Like they're talking about youth sports and it's like money. Tell me about the money side of youth sports.
It's massively fragmented, right? So the demand is there. I think the people, again, calculate it differently. I calculate the youth sports business at about $40 billion, growing at, high single digits a year. So as an example, Cal Ripken was somebody who was like my idol as a player, but more relevantly, post his playing career, Cal basically wanted to help kids. He wanted to teach them to play baseball the right way.
So he's talking about Cal Ripken, who's an all-time great. This is what I'm talking about. This guy is about to transform Cal Ripken's words into how do we make money? Cal Ripken is saying he's wealthy. He had a full Hall of Fame career and is going to, man, I want to give back and I want to help kids. Listen to what this guy's saying. And I get it. I feel like he's going to be like, man, we can help kids. We can do this. We can do this. There's so much money there.
Safe environment. And he and his brother Bill started Ripken Baseball. And they have the best youth baseball business in the country, in my opinion. And once we got into youth sports, I had been talking to Cal for years about trying to partner with him in some way, shape, or form.
And let's be honest, what kid wouldn't want to play?
So he's like, he wanted to help kids and he wanted to build these facilities. And he's like, so I'm trying to partner with him. What do you have to give back? What do you have to give back? You're just you're trying to make as much money as you can.
Here, turf fields, 17 batting cages, custom walk-up music. This is the full big league experience, but that comes at a big cost. Families aren't just paying $600 for an entry fee. These operations run lodging, concessions, merchandise.
The thing I hear parents.
So I'm sure this started off as like, yeah, we just want kids to play basketball, but I've seen these all over. In Australia they do this with their football, Australian football, but every country does this in some form, but this is in America. It is insane. Like they just build they take these massive plots of land. There's one that's actually built near where I'm at, and it's trying to be everything. So they've got like 10 volleyball courts, they've got like 10 basketball courts, they've got football fields, soccer fields, but basically they want people to sign up for memberships to have their kid play sports. And it's this very same thing that's happening here. And I'm like, man, why can't it just be a community center where you can just pay to go like when you want?
Parents complain about
you have to be a member. You have to have a family membership to be a part of it.
More than anything is a practice called stay to play. The policy that requires anybody participating in an out-of-town tournament to stay at their preferred hotel.
Yeah,
and if they don't, they're
crazy.
disqualified.
So when you add it all up, entry fees, travel, approved hotels, meals, this can run a family $2,500 or more per kid. And if you want your kid competing at the highest level, you've got to do that multiple times a year.
You can't have that big looping swing, you get right to the ball.
And the earlier you can get these kids playing at a high level, the more money can be extracted.
The earlier you form a travel team, the more likely that kid is going to bring their whole family. And so there's a lot of economic activity and therefore incentive if we can create these expensive environments in faraway places.
But travel baseball is just one example of private equity rolling up youth sports. This is happening in every sport, in every corner of the country.
Varsity Brands owns almost all of competitive cheerleading. The competitions, the apparel company, a professional league, and they have exclusive contracts with a lot of venues. Varsity also used to control the governing body and set the rules to advantage themselves. Another example is Black Bear Sports Group. They own over...
So this is similar. This isn't the company that I was talking about, but this sort of thing that's happening, it's exactly the same. Yeah, this is crazy.
40
it's happening everywhere.
Ice hockey rinks across the Midwest and the East Coast.
And yes, hockey is an incredibly expensive sport to begin with. Just ask my parents. But one new expense even caught the attention of a U.S. senator.
So I was just told this last weekend that if I live stream my child's hockey game, my kid's team will be penalized and lose a place in the standings. Why is that? Because a private equity company has bought up all the rinks in the Northeast, has installed their own closed circuit camera system.
They want to sell the footage. If you want the footage, you got to buy it from us.
System into all of the rinks, has provided a paid-for subscription service to all of the families.
So one company owns the rink, manages the league, and facilitates an exclusive streaming service for parents. And
Man, I know a lot of, I don't want to get into it too in depth, but I know a lot of companies that do this for, hey, we'll get your exposure camps. We'll get your kid, we'll chop up game film and we'll do all this. And I'm like, man, they're charging $5,000 and you could just buy a subscription to like CapCut for like $20 a month.
we haven't even talked about equipment yet.
These companies, like, come on, they're taking advantage of the fact that we want to do what's best for our kids, telling us that if you have this bat, your kid's gonna score 4 home runs and 3 scouts are gonna call you. It's like, why am I up at 1 a.m. looking at Easton Dub bats, knowing I'm not gonna get it for them, but feeling
$500.
pressured like maybe I should.
We could look at a kid's baseball bag and you could probably see $1,000 worth of gear just in that baseball bag alone.
This is creating such an unnecessary class division between the kids.
Fatima spends roughly $17,000 on team fees, $6,000 on travel and lodging, and another $2,000 on equipment. That's $25,000 a year to have her kids competing in youth sports. This is where we've ended up. So has anyone figured out a better way?
Norway is a nation the size of Minnesota, just over 5 million people, and yet they win all these medals? How did that happen? They created a Bill of Rights for children in sports.
Introduced in 1987, this declaration serves as the foundation for youth sports in Norway. There are 7 major principles, such as...
See, guys, why can't we be like Norway? Isn't this crazy that they said Norway is smaller than Minnesota, or it's the size of Minnesota, and they have won a ridiculous amount of gold medals at the Olympics. So they're producing some of the best athletes in the world at specific sports, and they're actually doing it with this Bill of Rights that allows that doesn't allow like the private equity to take over. So it's showing that the private equity, yeah, there's money in youth sports, but it's not making players better. It's actually making our athletes worse by being involved in these programs.
Children have the right to participate in a safe and secure training environment without any inappropriate pressure from adults. Children have the right to choose which sport and how many sports they participate in. Above all, Norwegians prioritize participation, not outcomes. It's not about collecting trophies.
And that became the foundation for one of the healthiest and happiest nations in the world.
But would these policies work in a country as large as the United States?
It would. The policies themselves would work, but getting people to buy in when money's involved, no. The cat's out of the bag. I say this all the time, right? Like the NRA, the National Rifle Association, you look at gambling companies and you look at anything, private equity now, you look at social media platforms, anything when there's money to be made, like they're just going to keep trying to do whatever decision it takes for money to go up.
We're not as different as we think we are. I mean, Norwegian kids aren't made any different than American kids. They just understand what the child development literature and the athletic development literature say, and they build policy.
Now, Americans understand what the literature says. It's just not about development. It's not about improvement. It's about money. And again, how this ties into that conversation we just had with Coach Chris, it's like once it becomes about the money, the focus is no longer on developing the athlete or making the athlete better. And now this has just been done on a larger scale for more athletes. it's more important to keep the athlete in the sport than it is to teach them all this crazy stuff, right? If you keep them in the sport, then you have a larger athlete pool at a higher level to choose from.
Policies, practices, partnerships, structures, and a philosophy that really centers the needs of youth as opposed to adults trying to make money off youth. We finally have this moment now where people want to have the policy conversations. They want solutions.
Now, American lawmakers are trying to shift the incentives in youth sports in the same way. In Pennsylvania, Congressman Chris DeLuzio has taken an interest in solving the problem here.
Chat, if it happens, if we get legislation that really meaningfully does change the way youth sports is regulated here in America, I'll give you guys $50. So I'll buy 50. I'll give out 50 gift subs, gift memberships. I don't think it's happening.
So we went to an event.
Actually, that's $100, isn't it? Screw it. I'll give out 50 gift memberships. I don't think it's gonna happen.
He was hosting with families in his district.
In our country, sports are supposed to be an equalizer. Any kid, no matter where they're coming from, should be able to compete. It's a place where you can show up and work hard and you can achieve something bigger than yourself. But our country is drifting.
You got this dude falling asleep because he showed up and he's like, when do we get to the money making part? How do we make money though? This all sounds good. Like, yeah, okay, youth development and kids are going to be happy and our nation's going to be better off for it. But how do I make money? Where do I put my money in to get more money out? Tell me that, sir.
Away from that to where your family's
where's the food?
bank account will decide whether you might even get to step foot on the field. That must end. That's why we are here today.
For families enrolled in travel or club programs, cost can exceed $10,000 a year.
Basically, you're paying all this just so your kid can make a high school team. We're kind of at a loss in terms of moving forward with our kids and what we should prioritize.
In this time where this country is going through so much division, and it doesn't seem like there are many institutions that can bring people together.
Shout out to the one-on-one scene. Would be nice if we had some platforms and institutions that could bring people together. Would be nice.
Youth sports can bring people together.
So what will Congressman DeLuzio's bill actually do?
In mid-May, DeLuzio and Senators Chris Murphy and Cory Booker are introducing the Let Kids Play Act. The bill would include banning private equity from youth sport.
Oh, no. Sorry. Already at point one, this is not going to happen. This won't happen. This might be me being just pessimistic. There is no way you can just ban altogether. I want it to happen. I don't see this happening.
Ending vulture practices like state of play that forces
I don't see this happening.
Families to stay in a tournament's preferred hotel, all while redirecting financial resources back into the community.
I love sports because the kids get a chance to be outside, they get a chance to move their bodies, they make friends through this, they, have all these amazing memories with these people, hitting home runs,
Just a bit of an anecdotal story, just quickly. The reason I don't think this will happen, because I saw this happens even on small scales. One of the clubs I used to work at, we had, let's say we put a program together, like a school holiday program where kids can come to basketball camps over the holidays. It would be like $50 a day or something. Let's just say $50 a day. And we probably would have, there'd be 40 or 50 kids maybe that want to be there, but they can't afford $50 a day. So I would always say things like, okay, if you can't afford it, still come to the camp. We'll figure that part out later. But we had people that got onto our board and eventually, and they were like, no, you can't let kids participate for free. If they were like, it's unfair on my kid. If I have to pay, everyone has to pay. And I'm like, this kid doesn't have shoes and he walks to practice because he doesn't have a ride and he lives an hour away. He wants to be here. We can find, it doesn't cost me any extra money to put this kid in the camp. We can put him in the camp. And they were like, nope, it's not fair. So this is why I think America is we're cooked. we're cooked, because that was in Australia, and that's where they do care about youth sports. That's where they do put a lot of effort into participation. So I've seen that happen in Australia. I definitely see that here in America. We're cooked. It's not going to happen. I would like it to happen, but adults are horrible people.
In the park, out the park, making that three-pointer at the buzzer. I mean, these are things that they are going to take with them as beautiful parts of their...
Mind you, these were very wealthy people that were speaking like this. Very wealthy people. And they'd be like, it's not fair. And I'm like, it does not cost... $50 is nothing to you, but to this kid, like, $50 is infinite.
Their childhood.
Clippers on 3, family on 6. 1, 2, 3, Clippers! 4, 5, 6, family! How much outside? Let's go!
Yeah, this was a very good video. Let me know what you guys think. Like, I want to do more types of videos like this too, because I really do believe, like, speaking with Coach Chris, like, it does take a village. It takes a lot of people understanding how these things work and paying attention to it to at least make a dent in making these things slightly better. So yeah, very interesting video. I'm glad I watched it. I didn't know what it was going to turn out like, but that was awesome. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. Fair to who? How the hell? I'm telling you, hey, so people you would like to think people are generally good, but I've seen people's true colors way too often. And like I was saying earlier, once you see behind the scenes of how people act and what drives people, like money, power, that really drives people. Even when it comes to like children, they'll throw I've seen this time and time again. Maybe I'll do a deep dive and I'll tell some stories. We're going to tell some stories one day, maybe like a members only stream. I'll tell some deep, dark, and depressing stories about people will even not harm, okay, not physically harm, but they will even they'll make decisions that will actively hold their kid back as long as it holds another kid back too. I've seen that stuff happen when I'm sitting in these conversations, like, that's going to be bad for your kid too. And they're like, I don't care. It's not fair. And I'm like, so you would rather hold your kid back and another kid back rather than just another kid just get something good because he can't afford it? Yep. It's got to be fair to everyone. I'm like, wow. I've seen from people that I thought were good people too. I've seen it way too much. Yeah, we've got Ball is Life and TNC that we're going to watch today. I like to do these types of videos to start off stream and then get into the 1v1 stuff later. Try to do a better job of getting some third channel content out and then getting some of the others. So do I want to watch any other videos before we get into it? Did we want to see Gil's Arena? Hold on. Did we want to see, it's a 6-minute Brandon Jennings response to Patrick Beverly that we watched yesterday? Do you guys want to see that? Do you guys want to see that, or you want to get straight into the 1v1 stuff now? Now they're trying to make even. Like to think people are inherently good. So yes, people, it depends what you mean by good, right? We're survivalists. We're selfish we're self-preservationists. So we'll do whatever's best for us. We'll do whatever's best for us in our survival. So if that means I got to take some food off your plate to take a little bit of food off my plate, but I know that favors me because that's a big, strong person over here that needs a lot of food, people will make those decisions. It's going to hurt both of us, but I know I can survive like this and you're less likely to survive. So, and that happens, that type of mentality is how people generally think. And it just bleeds over into sports. It bleeds over into school. It bleeds over into just everyday conversations. After the 1v1 stuff. All right, we'll get it. Yeah, he lost to Terry Hosley. Facts. Holy yap sesh. Yeah, I literally stream for 5 hours and I just talk. That's That's exactly my brand. And you're still here, huh? Funny that. Survival mindset. Yeah, it's tribalism as well. So tribalism, selfishness are just baked into human DNA. That's just how we are. But it's just unfortunate that it, like I said, it comes out in youth sports. I want to watch this one first. I want to watch maybe. We're going to watch this. Yeah, we're going to watch this one first. All right, let me switch my profile. We're going to watch Pat versus Tariq first. Let's get into these videos. We got a lot of videos to do today. If I see another of that video, I have to see a lot of Lamar Peters highlights. Oh, you can go watch Lamar Peters highlights on YouTube. You can just type that in and just watch to your heart's content. Let's switch the chat real quick. It's a strange feeling to see sports dealing with all the problems sports are dealing with. Oh, esports, yeah. It is. Well, again, what's old in some community is new in another, but I mean, they all go through the same thing. It is wild. History repeating itself. It's like a car crash and we just can't look away. All right. What's up, gang? Hope you're doing well. We're starting off with our videos for the day. They started talking crazy. This 1v1 got physical. Go like, go subscribe. This is Pat versus Tariq. We got to jump ahead because copyright reasons, but.
Off the dribble. We are here getting ready for NBA All-Star Weekend. There is no way we have this many people in the gym and we don't get some games going. So right now, this is a game I kind of been saying like we should see for a while now. We got Pat versus Tariq. First, I'm gonna start over here. Pat told me he's trying to beat you. He said he gonna beat you so that he can get into a pay-per-view, right? That ain't what you said? Okay, I was about to say, hold on, bro. So him saying that, he basically think it's sweet. What you gotta say about that?
Everybody think it's sweet, bro. That's what I've been telling my boys. Everybody think it's sweet, so they gotta stand in front of me. That's all it is.
Well, you got to see his game. What you think about it?
Man, he's cold. Cole got a good game, bro. I respect it. I respect everybody you play, but you got to see me.
Score prediction?
No, I'm going to win, though.
Big margin, little margin?
Enough to win.
Your last game was a big margin. So you think, you know what I mean, you coming out with, if you coming with that same intensity,
if I can keep it that way, then
it might be 35, Tariq.
That's what I wanted. It sound good to me.
What do you think about 35, Tariq?
I don't think that. Hell no, I don't think that at all. But Tariq can hoop. I told Tariq that the other day. He definitely got game. Like for the first time I saw him till now, he can hoop. But you feel me? I just feel like I don't have no other choice but to win for sure.
I feel that. This is your first. Actually, it's your first.
I will say this was Pat fighting for his life here. This is when he was going through it. In regards to like the fans, the comments, everyone was dragging him. So this is like. Dangerous Pat here. This is dangerous Pat.
First time on off the dribble, man. So you get to see, you know what I mean, why we the best out here, bro. So you know, I'm fucking with you. I ain't gonna do that. But now you get to see why we say, you know what I mean, it's really tough out here in these waters, man. So salute to you coming out here, bro, getting active. Good luck. We ain't gonna do too much. Let's get it. Game to 30, 2s and 3s. Let's get it.
Get to it, Rick.
Oh.
Bang, bang. Let's go.
I'm telling you, Pat be doing some stuff though, man. I'm telling y'all.
Got him. Bang, bang. Let's go. Right to it. Right to it. Let's get to it.
Please skip intro. You hate my streams. Stop.
Bang, bang. Good shot, boy. That's
Come on, Rick.
Way too close. Way too close.
Yeah. Back the fuck up. Hey, you see that though? You got to back up.
That's a good move though. I know Tariq lost this, but more of this. And again, I know it's gonna put doubt in his mind because he lost the ball, but this is good. This is a good drive, full speed left. He actually had him. Counters, goes back to the middle. He had him. He just lost the ball. He was about to have the highest percentage shot in basketball. Good move. But just don't go away from it.
You got to back up. You got to back up.
My fault, Rick.
Forcing him right. Nice.
Great shot.
All right, Rick. Yeah. You see it.
Good look.
Hey, make that decision quickly.
Yeah, I would at some point, Andrew. I mean, I help with high school. I help with college. I just don't know if I want to full-time do it.
Yes. Yeah.
I just don't know if I'd want to full-time be stuck with one team.
Come on, Rick.
So Tariq does this so often. I don't know why. So that first time he went full speed left. And now he's going. Like he's got him. I just don't know why Tariq does this. Like doubts himself. But I feel like that line, like you gotta go until Pat stops you now. You gotta go until Pat stops you. But for whatever reason, Tariq always does this pace thing. This is why I hate people that overemphasize pace. Like let's watch what Tariq does here. He slows down for just because. Like he gives Pat a chance to get back in front. And now he tries to make a move. And I'm like, just go until Pat stops you. And then once he catches up to you, spin back the other way, like what you did the first play.
No. Hey, nah. We don't want that one. Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bad habit that he has. It's like the slow step. It's like Bino's slow step layup. Like slow step layups are good as a changeup, but it shouldn't be the main thing you go to. Like Pat, same thing. Now he went full speed right. Tariq goes to cut him off. All right, spin back left. Now he goes full speed left.
No smoking in the gym.
Smoke the layup.
Hey, that'll do it every time.
Come on.
And he's playing off too.
Good shit, Pat.
Just go. Honestly, just go until he stops you. I don't know if Pat can guard that for a full game.
Yeah, we just need to get settled. Come on, man.
Oh, he did it again. Like, he's got him. I don't know why he's changing and crossing. Like, there's no need to counter if they don't stop you. Just keep going.
Good. They only call fouls on the way up in the shot. Good.
Splash.
Stop right here.
Good look.
Uh-oh.
He's snowballed it a little bit. Shoot again.
Yeah.
You gotta shoot again though.
Nigga, home.
Just overthinking. Just catch and shoot, catch and go. Just once it starts snowballing, you gotta put the pressure on the defense.
Good.
I'm telling you right now, if Tariq scored 3 in a row, he'd make Pat. Hey, Pat would be like, my groin, I'm done. Once you see that doubt in someone's mind, like you got to step on the neck.
Come on. Nigga, don't talk to me. Worry about your matchup, nigga. Worry about your matchup, little nigga. Worry about not getting cooked, nigga. Hey, worry about not getting cooked, nigga. This ain't TNC, nigga. Fuck.
He might. Jeremiah talking bad to Pat right now. Good look. It's a good look. I don't think he should start so far back, though. Like, Pat's giving him the three, so just start on the three-point line.
Come on, lock in.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. That's box. Take it to go. Take it to go, nigga. Come on. Come on. Come on, Tariq.
He just keeps starting so far back, but oh, he got him.
Hey, get on back.
Got a good shot. I would say right now, the only thing I would say, Tariq, keep driving full speed left, full speed right. Those are working, but you keep starting on the three-point line. Pat's backing up. Just start on the three. I don't like when players start off the three unless they are like, oh, I'm going to get into my downhill bag, like stutter step, that sort of stuff, right? But because it takes away your triple threat three. Pat has shown right now he's not going to guard the triple threat three, so I just keep starting on the three-point line.
Getting everything you want. Don't be wild on the shot. That's a
Good look. Like this, I don't mind. If you're going to start up top and go. Jab throwdown. One of the best moves in basketball.
Come
on, bro.
Shit. Wait.
Come on, bro.
Way too close.
He ain't called shit over here.
That's a great foul.
Tariq seemed off this game, no energy.
Come on, Rick.
There's infinite fouls, though. Fouls aren't bad yet, right? There's no foul. There's no.
Cross him first, and then just go. That's what Trey Crawford he was crossing, and his kid layups on because after you cross him, his recovery is bad. If you go straight, bro, you gonna just.
Is this Rob? Rob giving Pat the cheat code? So that's why Reese was videoing there.
He's tired.
Yeah.
He's tired. I'm finna run off. Watch. I got you.
Listen, bro. He can't fuck with the speed. When he's at least a little too close, when he's right here, and you already been by him. So now all that opens up.
Float? Yeah.
No.
Oh, no, I ain't done that.
No, but he doesn't really need
I ain't want to open it.
Yeah.
Lock in, nigga. Man, he giving him that three. I don't like that, though. I don't like that.
Hey, no easy one.
You can't.
Hey, tell him, come on.
Can't give Pat standing threes. I mean, we've seen him rattle off 5 in a row. Oh, veteran Pat. There you go.
Good read.
Keep him right. One thing. So when you're playing a player that you know what their strengths and weaknesses are and where you're trying to send them, don't play this footwork game with them. So Pat wants to go left. So when he jabs, don't open up and move your foot. Don't get into this reaction footwork game with him. Just get high enough to where you don't have to worry about him going left. And then just be like, just show him. Zay versus... Who did Zay play in Toronto? That's like the best example I think I've seen of like what I'm trying to explain here. Zay really put him in a box and didn't fall for any jabs or anything. It was like, you're going to have to prove that you can go this direction. When I see people do this jab game, like Pat can get a jab three anytime he wants now because Tariq's reacting. Pat can get a jab throwdown dribble. He can play this mind game with him now, whereas Tariq should just be like, no, I'm not thinking about anything. You got to go right because I know you don't want to. Dre? Yeah, it might have been Dre.
I ain't no hating ass nigga. That shot
It's
look
only a
good,
one possession
Pat.
game. Because Pat using his fouls better.
I know you see that.
Finna muck it up.
That's not good. Not good. What up, PG?
Yeah, y'all like exact same height. Yeah. Whenever Ness say mucking up, it's about to get Bruce in here.
Oh, this is go follow Creative Willie on Instagram. The video he just posted, it was a high school game, and the way that he posted that video was so dope. It's showing me like the future of what video edit, not video editing, but like what video highlights or mixtapes could be for like high school kids and all that. It's like, man, why have people not been doing this for the last 10 years? Go look at the video he posted. It's pretty sick.
It's good bump. It's good bump right there. Yeah. Same thing.
Holy, why did you come back, man? Why did you come back, man?
He crossed the hell out of him.
We just want to see good basketball, Reese. That's all we want to see.
Man, when Tariq's playing straight lines and he's good, man. This is crazy. Golly. If he had a right hand, these layups would be so much easier.
The face when I got that bucket. You made a face, Reese. Yeah. It's good basketball.
Hey, we're strong. Come on, Reek.
It's all.
That's what we do.
Now it's Pat's turn. How do you?
Look, Tariq is just what, 1 for 5 or something from threes.
Boys, man, fuck that. You versus you out there, nigga. Go get a win.
Let's go.
The fuck?
Come on, man. Lock in.
Man, we don't know till the game over. We don't care about friends in this shit. Tell your mans hold that. Tell your mans hold that. We ain't here to make friends in this shit. Tell your mans hold that. Soon as you start talking, hit a 3 in your man's face.
I'm tough, nigga. I know.
Yeah. Keep waking up. Let's go, man. Pat at the wing. Let's see what he got to do. Oh my God. Oh my God. He shot it in his face.
Hey, Tariq need to be fouling more for sure. Again, this was before foul bonus. You gotta muck it up like Pat has been. You gotta be more physical.
Count it. We got a ball game now, King.
Bro, it's a 1-point game.
Game now, King.
That nigga say you tough.
Yeah. Oh my God, Pat is starting to wiggle. That's a tough one. Oh my God. He was able to get a foul call. It's 9-10. The energy is starting to pick up in the gym as it's the first game to start the morning off. The energy is starting to pick up. Count it.
So Tariq missed a free throw and he's missed like 3 or 4 open threes. Not good.
Timeout, Pat. Timeout, Pat. Your man is just sitting on 2 balls. That's cool.
Especially someone like Pat who just can rattle off.
Oh my God. Pat got some work. Oh!
He's missed 2 layups as well. Gimmies.
But that was a great move. $1 million move with a 1-cent finish. Oh my God. Double jab, get off. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is WrestleMania. $1 million move with a 1-cent finish. Oh my God.
Clean? Oh no, that might be all ball, guys. That might be all ball. That might be clean. I don't know. I don't think that's a foul.
Oh my
I don't know if that's a foul.
God. Oh my God. This is
maybe. I mean, I guess I could see where you'd call the foul here. I guess I could see it here. It's close. Probably like 50-50 though. I don't know.
WrestleMania. took that out of the Bruce book.
Yeah, this is the video Gilbert watched.
Smoke something, Reed.
Another free throw. So after that choke slam, he gets to shoot one free throw for a turnover.
I had him, but he slid by.
Oh, two. They did call intentional, so 2 free throws.
Ref, so how do we establish that? Is that a flagrant or intentional? What is that, Chad? We got to know.
That's all ball, Nesco. I'm with you. I'm with Nesco on this one. That's all ball. We can't be calling that. That's all ball, Doc.
What's going on there? We have to know what's going on there. Reek up top. Jab left. Okay. Oh, create space. Look at it. Ooh. He just left it.
I actually think he just shifted. He just had a layup again. I know he's kind of tired. But, yeah, a couple things you can do better here. Again, we talk about this with the left-hand dom. When you do your jab throwdown, like Terry Hosley, let's get the pin out. When you do your jab throwdown for a 3, you should be going to the 3. So that way you don't have to waste any more steps getting to the 3-point line. Or your jab throwdown should take you to the elbow, or your jab throwdown should get you to the basket. Like, you should be more deliberate with, like, think your move is going to work, expect it to work, and then let it take you where you need to go. Tariq here, unfortunately, goes into, like, no man's land, right? And now he has to do a step back. So this step back actually gives Pat the opportunity to play the move. And that's actually a great contest for getting crossed out of the frame, right? That's a really good contest. So, yeah, with your jab throwdowns, with your crossovers, they should lead you straight into your shot. Once you have to make another step back or another move or extra steps to get on balance, like those are extra steps for the defense too.
Ooh. He just left it a tad bit too short. It's a good look. It was a good look. Lock up. That was a great look. Just left it a little bit too short. Pat is trying to. Is he going to take us to halftime? We got to see what's going on here. This is good. This is a good bump. Hands. Pat is talking to the ref for the hands. Oh, he looks at it from the right wing. Come on. He leaves that one up there. But as we know, from Pat, Tennessee, he loves that right wing. Pat loves that right wing. Tyreek up top. Jab.
He's open.
Oh, jab cross.
There we go.
Get to it. Play through the contract.
He had him.
Oh.
Now what Tariq needs to rep out, I've spoken to him about this countless times. So until he's ready to do it, Tariq just needs to rep this out right here. One dribble, finish with the right. But his footwork always gets him back to his, wanting to go back to his left.
Play through the contract. I said contract. I meant contact.
I'm ready.
I meant contact.
I'm ready.
But he missed it.
Whoa.
Hold the balls. Wait, no. Pause. Damn. There's a lot going on in the mic,
Let's go.
Don't mind me, chat. First game, trying to get adjusted to what's going on.
Nesco might be tipsy right here.
Let's go. Pat on the right wing again. He lets it fly. Pat is the man in the ball.
Pat like taking full control of the pace of this game. Not good.
To run. Will he take it to halftime?
Because oddly enough, Tariq should be winning. Tariq like had full control of the pace, and I don't know why he's just letting Pat just control everything.
Floated in a weight room. He's a boy.
Man, fuck that. That's a foul, bro.
They both need right hands. But
Come on. It could have been a foul. It could have been some contact there. But ref didn't call it, so it's no foul.
got to play through the contract.
Oh my, jab cross.
Right hand. This is like a just push off right hand finish, right?
Bang. Play through the contact jab. No call. It's getting physical. I can feel the physicality heat up. Whoa, that's 2 times. I don't know what tactic right there.
Could have been. Could have probably been a foul, but
you know what I'm saying? Everybody got their own tactics to try and win the game. Okay. Oh my God. That is nasty. That's fucking nasty. Oh my God.
Chat this video.
Oh, I thought they were gonna show a replay. This is nasty though. What? Like you can do that with your right hand, but you won't just shoot a normal right hand? Like this is crazy.
It's nasty. That's
is you living with whatever he do.
So if he do this and then step back and check it all the way. No, I'm saying you don't gotta do this. I'm just saying this ain't defense. I don't know what you gotta do, but this ain't it. That's not.
Oh, okay.
You gotta change. You gotta take
away inside.
Take something away.
Okay.
You give him whatever he wants. Like he can do whatever he wants. And then you.
Damn, he got Rob and Nas coaching him. Oh, it's yeah. GG's chat.
You living with that's why niggas beat you. You live with whatever they want to do.
Yeah, every time I talk good about Pat, whatever, if I'm in a Discord or if I'm on stream or whatever, people will be like, yeah, if you glazing, coach, you're not that good. We tired of seeing Pat. Every time I talk good about it. But hoopers, I promise you, every single hooper in these gyms, every single one of them respects Pat. Like he can hoop, man. He can hoop. It's just the antics and the way he quits games, or the way he doesn't let games finish sometimes, and just the attitude. So I understand why fans don't like him, but every single hooper respects him. Oh my God. This might be the thumbnail right here. Hey. That might be thumbnail material right there. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Do I think NBA players have one? Typically, to get to the NBA, you have to have a superpower. But depending on your situation, can you adjust to a different superpower? If the team already has one, can you do something else? Patrick Beverley averaged like 40 to 50 points a game in high school. Came into the NBA, his superpower had to be defense. Annoying Nat on defense. OBS 247. Yes, I can. Now you're just feeling good, huh?
I'm gonna kill you in this bitch.
Chat, what game were we just watching? Frank Nitti. We were watching Frank Nitti stole someone's soul. Was it AB that he was playing against? There are just some players that don't play well with this type of trash talk. They play worse like this. Then there are players that play better from it. You should always try to find out about your opponent. Like, what type of player is he? Does he get going? Does he get going when I talk trash? Or we talked about with Kobe? Don't talk trash to Kobe. He's gonna fry you. Don't Keyshawn. Scar versus Keyshawn was another good example. Scar started talking trash when he was winning, and it really set Keyshawn off. And he started getting buckets, and he caught fire. But some players just don't play well with this. You see Nas. I got you, Cheese. Yeah, Scoob's another one. Kel, another one. That's why Scoob and Kel is such a good, fun game to watch. They both play better with the trash talk and hostility. Oh, hey, he got back to it though. Good job. Great job to get back to it. What was working?
You see that, bro? You can't guard.
Shoot it. Oh, just shoot it. Catch and shoot. Catch it in your rhythm. Last time you took off from the same step, now you just catch and shoot. It's a wide open three, man. Wide open. Obviously, hindsight's 2020. You know that you turned it over, but never, again, we never pass up the most efficient shot in basketball if you're confident with your shot.
Hey, hands on, bro. Sir, come on, come on. Come on. Yeah.
That was great defense.
Come on. You know.
Ooh.
This shit, boy. Hey. Yeah, come on.
I mean, Tariq getting to his stuff. He just had a few bad possessions here. Oh my God. Man, why were y'all telling me to skip this game? This is a fun game. Ugh. That was nasty. That was nasty.
Come on. Don't say nothing. Hey, we don't need to try to take a rest, nigga. Come on.
Yeah, he's just not comfortable just going full speed right without turning his shoulders. So that is one weakness. That is one weakness.
You see what I'm saying? Hey.
Pat just wouldn't sit down.
We don't cry. Yeah, we just do it. Come on. Come on, Tariq. We don't cry. We ain't.
Oh, shoot it. Another one. He loves these laybacks, man. That's like Taylor Horton Tucker. When we were watching his highlights, he be doing these all the time. He just never misses them, but that's crazy. It's a crazy layup.
All right, come on. Come on, Tariq.
It feels like Tariq is up by 8 right now. Now they're both just kind of tired and got to fight through it. Taylor in the ones, yeah, he'd be fun to watch.
And we're back.
Keep the pressure.
Huh? They're both making some crazy shots this game. Crazy layups.
Jab series, let it fly.
But this is where Pat's winning right here. Just being willing to shoot these jab threes.
Pat is like slowly like
This is the game.
Is he gonna go for the kill this run right here? Is Pat going for the kill?
Did they give him 2 here? It probably was intentional. Probably was the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say probably the same thing.
Shorty. He hits the second. 26-18. Pat's going for the kill. What is Tariq going to do to stop it? Ghost can't save you. Oh my God.
I'm not going in this.
Ghost cannot save you out there, Tariq. Oh my God. Impact popping it. Hey. Get money. Nah. Get your ass on defense.
Hey, time out. My shit burning.
I thought his arm fell off for a second.
Just until they get back line.
This game is just Tariq just inability to hit threes this game at all.
And we're back. This is the Blueprint League first product. Patrick O'Way. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He hit Tariq with the hook shot. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. This nigga went bump into the sky hook and sent Tariq back to Dallas.
Tariq back to Dallas.
Nah, Patrick went crazy, yo. That's crazy. Nah, this nigga Patrick went fast. That was a tough one for Tariq, man. Tariq had just was getting his little flow with the little small guard rhythm. He just came off a nice win with Nelson. But damn, 31-18, that's tough, Pat. What you guys say about that, man?
I'm just tired of niggas playing with my name. You feel me? They see that shit. They see me lose like 2-3 games in a row. I'm ass, I'm this, I'm that. His man was popping it last night in the little face-off they was doing. So this is the outcome.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
This was not a good time for Tariq to be playing Pat, because this was directly after not Blueprint, but Born Ready, that event. He had lost like 2 in a row. He said 3 in a row, but I think it was like 2 in a row. And it was just like Pat is just like a dangerous game, man, because like he can hoop. Like he's really good. But then his back was against the wall too. And it's like, if you win, people will be like, you're supposed to win. If you lose, how'd you lose to Pat? Like this is a dangerous game for Tariq. And yeah, Pat got him.
31-18, that's really like a statement when like you came here to handle business, man. I know a lot of people been trying to throw that fluff around. They see a couple losses, but losses come with it.
Pat versus Teo, I like it.
Shit, like, what is your mentality? Who you want to see next?
Any of these niggas over here, Tello, Dom, any of them niggas, they can get it.
Man, I ain't gonna hold y'all too longer, man. Y'all heard Pat, man. Good win, man. Keep going, bro.
That was a good win, man. That was a good game. Why y'all tell me not to watch that? That was a great game. I really wish we got more of those types of games. Again, I know the injury allegation, all that stuff happens, but it's like if maybe we just don't put it, maybe they edit those out. I just want to see the game. They be doing some crazy, goofy moves, goofy, weird layups and crafty, tough finishes. I want to see more of those. But yeah, let me know what you guys thought. That was fun. Pat versus Kel rerun. Pat versus Teo. Pat gonna quit due to a headache. I mean, that is gonna be a tough game. Like Teo's good, but we'll see. All right, chat. What's the next game we want to see here? So I want to watch Off the Dribble 3v3 or Ball is Life. What would you guys prefer? Off the Dribble, Ball is Life, TNC. One of the 3v3s. Which one you guys want to watch? Hot take. If Pat worked on conditioning and didn't quit games, he'll be the #1 small guard. So, Jay Park, I will just say this. I don't think it's a hot take because conditioning is like the most important thing. So I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's just like a if this. But there's a mentality. The reason fans don't like him, I understand why. They're just not good at articulating it. But there is a certain mindset you have to have, I think, to be successful long period of time in 1v1. And there's this, I see it with players that I train. There's some players that are really good at giving you excuses. Like they've always got an excuse for everything. And then there's some players that never make excuses. And this is just something that some players never learn or get over. Some players learn it as they go, but Pat like has an excuse. You can tell like he has an excuse for a missed shot or why he's tired or why he lost and once you get past that in your brain, no excuses, no one cares, like just do the thing. It really helps it really helps elevate your game. I think that's something, again, I've never spoken to him personally. I've met him once, but I've never had in-depth conversations with him, so I don't know if that's the case, but that's what it looks like. The problem is fans are unrelenting and they don't care. And they forget that these people are human. So they just like, because they probably do it in their life too. You know, there's a lot of people probably do the same thing when they get met with challenges too. But it's like, I paid money to watch this. I don't want to watch someone quit. So I get it. OTD, ball is life, OTD, not TNC. Damn. I'm the only one that thinks Dang plays a little like Armani Brooks. It's the quitting and the excuses. It is. But again, I look at a lot of these players as just like young people, young humans. And I know a lot of people that do that. And so sports is a good way to learn those habits, to get better dealing with those habits. Don't think he's on the level of everyone else. That's fair. Mindset needs a bag because these are recorded. Yeah, I think that's the main issue that people have is like, why am I paying for that? Why it feels like it feels like I wasted my time. So that's fair. That's a fair criticism. Let's watch that off the dribble one then. Pat is a father and a grown-up though. True, but I mean he's still young. He's still a young man. He's trying to make it through life. Oh, don't forget. Yeah, let's see what this post is. I'll check it out now quickly. Was it a post or was it a story? Was it a post or a story? What am I looking at? Oh, is it this? Wait. I'm so tired of this TNC and OTD ball is life mess. Just come to terms with each other, drop the damn ego, find a way to work with each other, man. Both platforms bring something. TNC is the blueprint for the scene. OTD got the bread to pay. Ball is life, always trying to find a way to stay real. Oh, shoot. Hold on. This is why we won't all come together ever. I don't even know if this is what you guys wanted me to react to, but it's the backhanded like compliments or the backhanded blanket sweeps, I think, that has really been, I've noticed it a lot in the community. I was going to talk about this at the end of stream, but starting off with saying something positive or like you're going to say something positive and then you just throw in a shot, that has been happening more often. And I'm so glad I'm looking at this story now so I can give a prime example of what I've been talking about. I'm so tired of this TNC, OTD, ball is life mess, okay? Just come to terms with each other. Drop the damn ego. You know, it's like, hey, this guy's on to something. Find a way to work with each other, man. You know, both platforms bring something. Look, TNC is the blueprint, right? We can all agree. TNC is the blueprint. OTD's got the money to pay. You know, they got a lot of money. Ball is life they're always trying to find a way to stay relevant and doing a great job. You know, let TNC do the production, structure, and the management. Let TNC do all that. OTD can just bring money. They can just bring money because they just got a lot of money, a lot of bread. Ball is life. Just bring your name because you're just trying to stay relevant. This is crazy to me. All players play on the one big platform. Ball is life told Scotty to shut up and film. No one's giving Scotty his credit in what he built. Frigga started this whole YouTube basketball genre with park takeovers, at least made it more popular. Davo has all the connects and can bring a real value to pay players beyond loyal to his brand. Ball is Life has a household name that will always be around. This is so disingenuous. This is so bad. If y'all don't need each other, stop beating each other up, and just do what y'all do for the brand. Let the community bring your names up unless you're saying something positive. Other than that, y'all shut the hell up. Or y'all can just work together and drop the dang on huge egos. It's ridiculous. I thought the community was going to ruin the scene. Seems like the major platforms are going to be corporates. Yeah, I got a lot to say about this. Like I said, the way that people frame this, obviously MJM Court is more of a TNC guy. We've had conversations with Court. I don't think he's a bad person, but he is obviously going to side with TNC on this sort of stuff, which is fine. But the problem is the way people frame their conversations is exactly why we're in the position that we're in. So we'll look at a couple of these. Him saying Ball is Life is trying to stay relevant. I'm going to be honest. If we really want to dive into the weeds, Ball is Life has been around longer than all these platforms. So while he's saying Scotty and Frigga started this whole YouTube genre of basketball, it's like, you can say that. But I always say, like, how far do we want to go back? Because Verse 1 Federation, as we looked up, Terry Hosley was another. There was one more, Dre Baldwin. There's a few others we looked at that day, but who really started this goes before. I mean, it was before Frigga. It was before Scotty. It was before Ball is Life. Like, these things have been happening before any of them. So it's really reductive to why do we get into the who started it? Yes, Scotty has carved out a niche and Frigga carved out a niche, and what they do is brilliant. But it's not like Ball is Life, and what they've done with their corporation and with their business is brilliant. What OTD has been able to do is also brilliant. So when you just point out one, it's like, oh, the others haven't really done much, but these guys over here. So that's one of the biggest issues I had with it. But also saying, let TNC do the production, structure, and management while OTD brings the finances. Like, that's a huge slap in the face, right? Like, you just give me money and I'll do the thing. And it's like, that's fine. But not every fan only wants to watch TNC's production or TNC's the way they do their game. Some people prefer watching off the dribble. If you can believe that or not, some people prefer off the dribble. Some people prefer Ball is Life. If you can believe that or not. Not everyone just wants to watch TNC. As you saw, the last video we just watched, people are like, man, Nesco doing commentary is great. Well, if TNC does it, you only get ABC Crew. You don't get Nesco. You don't get Frank Nitties. You don't get Bionics and the Devs, right? Like, some people like listening to different commentaries. Some people hate certain commentaries. Some people like certain players that play on certain platforms. Some people hate those players. We just watched a video that's a perfect example of all these things we're talking about. It's such a backhand. It's such a slap in the face to be like, just give TNC money so that they can put on the events and do the production, right? Doesn't that make sense for everyone? Ball is Life. You can just, I guess just stick your name, attach your name to it if you want. Like, what are we talking about? Ball is Life told Scotty to shut up and film. I agree. I don't think that's very nice. Obviously, I wasn't in those conversations and I don't know what was said, but yeah, I don't think that's not very kind to say about somebody, but I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world, right? No one's giving Scotty his credit and what he built. In fact, I think a lot of people do, but no one, you in the very same breath that you're saying no one is giving Scotty and Frigga credit, you're not giving Davo credit for what he's built. You're not giving AK and Matt credit for what they've built over on Ball is Life. So this is so much of the conversation that I've been seeing lately. And the way that we talk in the one-on-one scene is you can't be a fan of 1v1 basketball. You have to pick and choose like which platform is right and which one's wrong. And right when I thought we were getting over it, right whenever I thought that the scene was coming together, I liked the announcement of Summit. I liked that we're slowly starting to get players across these different platforms. And then, the big drama of what happened yesterday with TNC's post about the LP and the Kel game, it fed the fans, fed the toxic side of the fans to start putting their own idea, like these business decisions that happen should be happening behind closed doors. That doesn't need to be out in the public. And when that stuff gets released to the public, there's usually a reason for that, right? Like if someone's leaking information purposefully or accidentally, there's usually a reason for it. And then as you see, like all the fans, all the drama that started, Davo goes on a live, and I was like, no, the cycle started again. So yeah, this was an interesting convo. What do you guys think of this post? I'll maximize it again so you can read if you want. But what do you guys think about this post? Court started out because Slim and Scotty. That's why he said they try to stay relevant. I mean, that's not a good reason. It's like this because TNC gets the most criticism, unfair criticism. Can you give me an example of that, Chris? What's some unfair criticism that TNC gets? I like TNC a lot, but if what Davo said about Frigga taking players out of Davo's card is kind of fucked up, they think quality is the thing, I think. Moon literally became. Court is a former Wild Hunt Scotty guy. Yeah, we've had a lot of conversations with Court, bringing people up while bringing others down. Yeah, the drama will not end, believe me, with the scene. It's unfortunate. Because even like the NBA and EuroLeague compete against each other, but you never see like David Stern come out and talk about negatively about EuroLeague. You don't see EuroLeague coming out talking negatively. Like you see it every once in a while, but it's like once every couple years, whereas with the 1v1 scene, it's like every other day there's like a crazy toxic super political post or story gone viral, or it's always something. I think Coach should buy out all the channels and start the one. Yeah, verse 2 Federation. I'll start up verse 2 Federation. I damn sure don't want to watch just TNC. I think people just need to stop trying to speak for these platforms. Watch OTD Ball His Life over TNC. I remember when Nas left Wild Hunt. Yeah, like posting stuff like this does nothing but most likely. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to get at. So there's going to be, when I post this as a video, there's going to be tons and tons of people that jump on board and be like, see, you're talking bad about TNC. See, you're, and I'm like, I really feel like I haven't said anything. I really feel like I haven't. But people want to choose. It's that tribalism stuff we talked about earlier. People want to pick sides and fight for, I don't know why. This drama gets more attention than the games coming out. And there you go. We covered all 3 of the events that are coming up recently. We've done interviews on those events. But then it's like this sort of toxicity and drama stuff is what gets talked about far more. Chris, you did post, I do want to hear a response though. You said that TNC, it's like this because TNC gets the most criticism, unfair criticism. So I do want you to elaborate on that, because I see that stuff a lot, but you're similarly doing the same thing Court is doing. Court is like, man, TNC should just run everything, and it's these other platforms that are messing things up. Like, just let them run it. It's kind of like, well, they get all this unfair criticism and it's not even their fault. It's the other platform. So I would like some elaboration on that so I could engage with it. The come together and drop the beef statements just makes the line wider. Well, because it insinuates that it's as simple as just coming together and dropping the beef. Feels like if someone's true intention is to unite, then there's no way someone would post this culmination of words thinking that's it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Cam. People, I don't know. Everyone's brain is broken in the 1v1 scene. This is one of my goals. One of my goals over the next couple months. I might be fighting a futile battle. People keep saying, why do you even care? Why even try? I really am trying to fix the pandemic of brain brokenness in the 1v1 scene. Like, this can't be our everyday. This cannot be our everyday. It feels like the platforms are leaning into the controversy every couple months at this point because they just don't want to hold players' feet to the fire. See, I'm interested about that too, Jose. What do you mean hold players' feet to the fire? The unfair criticism is that didn't OTD upload a pic saying they offered Kel $25K for a game against Scoob, and no one thought anything was wrong, but somehow, well, yeah, we can talk about that, David. So do you remember when TNC did that event in Baltimore, I believe it was, with Scoob, and they did it with Scoob and Street Stars, essentially. Scoob was there, Zay, Bruce, all of them. Now, none of them were playing in the event, and TNC even said, like, we don't want you guys playing in the event. Even though I think Scoob and Bruce were saying, we spoke about Bruce with this, right? They weren't playing in the event. They were partnering with TNC to run that. And then at the end of that game where Kel played Jordan or whatever it was, he called out Scoob. He called out Scoob and said that Scoob was ducking him and they were supposed to play. Now, that was never the case, and that wasn't supposed to happen. So then, for whatever reason, Scotty left that in the video too. If Scotty knew that was going to cause some problems, he could have taken it out, but he left it in the video. So because that got posted, Scoob felt a type of way. Like, what? Why am I getting called out when that was never supposed to be the thing? Now you're making it like I'm ducking. So that's why then Davo goes and posts, hey, we've got money for the game then if you want to come play. So again, this is where I'm like, people will see Davo's reaction or OTD's reaction or Ball is Life's reaction, but not worry about what they're reacting to. It's just like, it's like you just should infinitely not stand up for yourself. I did that today in TNC's Discord. Every once in a while, I'm in all three Discords just to see what the community is talking about, whatever. Sometimes I search up my name, obviously as a public figure. Sometimes I search up my name to see if my name's been brought up or what people are talking about. And I responded to some people that were talking about me in the Discord, and they're like, why do you even care? Why are you trying to respond to these people? And I'm like, wait, so you're not questioning them on why they're saying these things, but then it's a problem when I respond to people saying things about me. So we're in this weird, toxic kind of environment that I'm trying to change in the one-on-one scene, even if it's just a little bit. But that's my thoughts on that. All the toxicity and drama is unavoidable. It's just part of human nature. It is, but I hate it. But actually, the fans built everything and gave opportunities, so why not give them what they want? I think Davo say things how he sees it, but TNC are too politically correct, which may sometimes look like Davo's bad. But also with TNC never speaking, it lets people create narratives. Yeah, and intentional or unintentional. It's like when people tell gangs, countries, just stop fighting. Yeah, just stop. Whole bunch of blame game. Yeah, finger pointing, all of that. Davo said they didn't block the game under the post, but why did LP say that Ball is Life and Davo blocked the game? So, David, even on that point, do you think it's likely, like, did you see what Lamar Peters said about Steven Jackson on his Instagram? And then did you see him delete it? Did you see what Lamar Peters said about him and Joseph Lewis? And then he deleted it. Did you see when LP posted or deleted his Instagram after the Zay game? Did you see when LP deleted his game after his Instagram after the Scoob game? Do you think there's a pattern of behavior here that sometimes LP posts stuff and then deletes it later? You don't have to come up with we don't need a conspiracy theory to be like, we got to really look into what LP was saying. He was really what he read between the lines, and this is actually what it means. LP he's a unreliable narrator. Okay, he posts stuff, he says stuff. He says stuff off the cuff, right? He's not sitting down thinking for 2 hours about how he's going to get this response out there so that he can really cut through all the garbage. No, he posted it and then he deleted it. That's what LP does. So to take that and be like, see, it's like we got to take this as gospel now. But the guy that's really has all the information, Davo, who's telling us what's happened, don't listen to him. He's a liar. But we'll listen to that's what I'm talking about. We're picking and choosing what information we want to latch on to, and now you have a different set of facts that you're going off of. I have a different set of facts I'm going off of. TNC fans have a different set of facts they're going off of. OTD fans have it. So we're not even on the same playing field. I've spoke about this. There's people that think the earth is flat and there's people that think the earth is round. We all live together, but we can't even agree on this thing that we're living on. We can't even agree if it's flat or round. Right? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing in the 1v1 space. We're all here. I think we're all fans of 1v1 basketball. I think we want to see good games. I think we want to see the space grow. But we can't even agree on what the facts are. This is crazy. It's just my brain is rotting. I know. Am I the only one that feels this way? You guys what are we doing here? TNC also seems like the younger generation TNC versus older generation OTD. That's possible. Everyone just has to be transparent and honest. We'll see. Clear as day the differences, but I feel like I notice them just because I'm older. But that post was last year in May, and they played those games in December. Timelines don't match up. And if one thing we know, you're wrong though, coach. They did you wrong in Discord. No bullshit. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like I'm fighting this stuff all the time. And then if I try to engage like with a real conversation, then I'm in the wrong. So typical Discord pack mentality. Yeah, but that is what our one-on-one scene is turning into. It is Discord wars. Humans are my least favorite creature. Yeah, I always say that too. Humans are terrible people. How are you the weird one for responding to people talking about you? What is it? We're in I don't know, man. One of the first few days of joining Paul's live, harassing Bird and this dude Eric, and Eric was responding. Yeah, that's why a lot of the players started leaving the Discords too. It's about LP, so of course I'd listen to him. I low-key just accept whatever I can verify. Davo screenshots. The earth is flound. Just so you know, it's all respect, just conversation. No, I'm engaged. I'm not going to block you from chat because I disagree, right? What I'm trying to say to you is, with this, I gave you, you're saying, why is this the case? And I'm giving you excuses or examples, right? But at the end of the day, neither of us really know, right? We kind of got to paint. We kind of got to fill the gaps with our own. At some point, we got to fill the gaps because it doesn't add up. Why Davo's posting what he does, or TNC posts what they do, or why Court is saying this, it doesn't really add up. So at some point, me and you got to fill in the blanks, right? But if where you fill in the blanks leads you here, and where I fill in the blanks leads me here, now we're arguing about things that are like, well, it's not even those blanks. We don't even actually have the full information. And me and you are now arguing on this point. So what I'm trying to do is, let's just bridge the gap of at least this, right? Can we agree that all of this toxicity is not good? Can we agree that by engaging in it in the way that we are, like you are right or I'm right, or you're wrong or I'm wrong, like neither one of us is going to win that battle? Like we can agree on that, right? So for me to go, well, why did TNC post it? Or why did OTD? Hold on. I think we need to pull ourselves back and be like, yeah, it's engagement farming. It's toxic. We don't need to try and think about it deeper than I feel like that is what it is. I don't think we need to try and, I don't know if there's a right answer of who's in the right, who's in the wrong. People don't need to agree or like each other. We got to be able to tolerate each other. Yeah. The court is flat, so facts. My attributing to the platforms more than needed, but the people who are creditably close to them, speaking with them, maybe too much conviction that people think they're other convos. Oh man. I'm trying, Jose. Sorry. I just treat it how I treat politics. If I watch it, I'll get mad. So I stop. So that's how I am. I'm the same way. But the problem is I can't turn this off. I feel like I said, damned if I do, damned if I don't. If I just ignore it, then my name pops up more. So that's why when my name pops up, I try to address it. Because I want people to realize, like, hey, I'm going to address whatever. So you can't just go say whatever. But then it starts happening to a platform or a situation, like a player that I work with, a player that I know, and they've told me their story and they told me why something happened. And then I see something get posted, and then I'm like, oh, no, that's not the case, but it's not my news to share. Do I care about this or do I not? And then now that I've seen that, like I'm in this scene like full time, I've just seen that happen so much where I go, dude, this is breaking my brain. This is so toxic. This is not good. But for whatever reason, we keep doing it. Believe this is not the ideal time for LP to step outside. 8K is not enough. Ball is life. Davo made the right decision. LP's value must be preserved. They're managing his career. Thank you for the $10, Leonid, the $10 of Robux money. Yeah, I mean, but I don't know, right? Like, I'm not having to make that decision for Ball is Life or for Off the Dribble. So when they make that decision, I have to go, okay, look, I'll be charitable. I think they're making it for the right reason. And in the same way I would have to do for TNC, if they block something, I would have to go, look, I think they're blocking it for the right reason. But when a platform says that another platform is doing it uncharitably, and then the fans start getting into it, I go, oh, okay, we're not going to have peace for a while. See people from TNC go on other platforms to play, but not the other way around. Something ain't right. But what does that mean? What does that mean, Ferdy? I could look at what you just said and go, yeah, you're right. TNC must be keeping these players away for some reason. Or I could go, OTD Ball is Life must be holding these players back for some reason. Or like I could go a bunch of different ways with what you just said. I was disappointed that Davo took offense in the first place, that all Frigga said was they couldn't get the timelines to match. Nowhere in the post did it sound like a dig at OTD, at least not to me. So, David, I agree to disagree. I think when you have bad history with somebody, bringing attention to something purposefully, like what did you think Wait, is the post taken down? No, it's here. What did you think the purpose of this post was? Like just as a fan, we know a little bit about behind the scenes. What did you think the purpose of this post was for TNC? TNC offered LP $25K if he beat Kel. Like, what do you think the purpose of this post was? So Scotty and Frigga are in full control of this, right? They did a full interview, and they spoke about a lot of things, which I thought this entire conference was really good. I thought this was a good conference. But then from their conference, they clipped a very specific segment out of that. So this is not like random people clipped them out of context. They picked and chose what they wanted to put online, and it was like, you know what? This is the part of that conference that I want to put on my page. Why do you think this is the part they wanted to put on their page? This is too much deciphering of info. Yeah, I agree. Or we can go back in time and point out TNC was doing that first. Davo took offense to Frigga saying he would take his players off his card. Probably was knowing because of that. Engagement farming. They kept getting fan questions about LP. Well, but they answered it, right? That's what this was about. They were also getting fan questions about other stuff, right? So why do you think they made this post? Why would they make this post say TNC offered LP $25K if he beat Kel? I can't see. These things are in the way. TNC proposed a 1v1 between Lamar Peters and MJM Hoodie Kel at TNC Summit, where LP would take home $25,000 with a win. So people see this and are like, ooh, LP, like, okay, he's coming. And then they listen to this and they're like, wait, why is he not playing? Oh, so this must have been blocked or whatever. But then Davo went and made a post, and did this same thing. People would take it as a shot to TNC. So Davo's taking this as a shot to him. But if you go look in the Discords as well, Scotty has mentioned, he said that Ball is Life blocked the game in Discord. And to me, those are private business conversations between Frigga, between Scotty, between AK, between Davo. Those are private business conversations that have no, why would we ever put that out to the fans to decipher, Like if LP is under contract and you call and you're like, hey, can we get him play? Oh, he's under contract. Oh, this game can't happen because of the date, or it's just not working. Okay, yeah, if we didn't get the game, that's fine. But to post that then, just to post part of the information and let people decipher what they want, it fans the flames. It fuels the fire. And as a businessman, you know this. As a content creator, as one of the best content creators in the world, Frigga knows this. He intentionally posted it this way. If he disagreed with the heat that this post was getting, he would take it down. But he did it for a reason. This is the part that I dislike, is we are we are all getting manipulated and played into this toxicity, and we're running defense for the people that are doing the manipulation on both sides. Because of the narrative that TNC don't pay their players could be a reason. Well, so if I looked at this again, I could see a reason. Can you see a reason why why that wouldn't be enough money for LP? Let's say LP typically gets, because this was supposed to be for TNC 04, right? This was actually supposed to be TNC 04. This was before the summit was announced. So if this were going to be a pay-per-view, that number, I don't think LP typically plays for 5K on a pay-per-view against a Kel, right? A top 7 player. It would probably be more money. So the fact that like the money's not enough or didn't line up, like, I mean, yeah, we can say we would play for that, play for that much money, but like if a player says they're not paying for that, like it shouldn't be aired out publicly. I feel like we were so close to a collapse. I thought so too. I thought the bridges were being mended. I thought. Davo puts everything that should be behind closed doors in public, so you can't have that double standard. Hold on. We're doing the thing again. So if someone mentions my name, right? If someone mentions my name privately or publicly or whatever, and I come out publicly to defend myself, you can't be like, oh, that's supposed to stay behind closed doors. It's like, well, they mentioned it publicly. Davo will just come out and say everything. Whereas this post only gives us part of it. Part of the information. No, David, I was just giving an example. I haven't dove into the Davo and Kel thing. I haven't dove into it, but I can dive into it. But the problem is I'm speaking about this post and what I agree and what I disagree. And people are going to go, well, what about Davo doing it? And I go, okay, I can't answer for every single thing, but I will. I'll engage with that. But can we agree on this first? Can we agree on this first? That you agree or you disagree with this? And once you tell me that you agree or you disagree with this, then I can go and I'll do the same research with the Davo and the Scoob post. And we will deep dive on it. But let me get your answer for this first. Do you guys agree and think this was bad, or you think it was good? Or you think you're indifferent? Because just remember, I wasn't on the scene in last January. I only got on the scene in June, July, something like that, right? So I can't answer for infinite history before, but I'll go back and do my research. But do you agree or disagree with this? I feel like obviously OTD started with more capital than TNC, so how they've run business shouldn't be a surprise. But I feel like TNC started off with more capital. Now what? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how much money Davo has. I don't know how much money TNC has. I don't know the business structures that they have. All I know is what they say and what they tell us. But until I see like profit and loss statements, like, again, most people are speaking about this from a business standpoint without having any information. Until I can see the profit loss statements, I'm not going to make any comments over who makes more money. Yeah, I was just letting you know about the Scoob and Kel thing because I know you weren't really around back then. There's only so much you can do to police a Discord. That post is nothing wrong at all. You are a patient man. I just try to get to the bottom of things so I don't have to constantly deal with them in the future. If guys can move freely between platforms, then it's all good in my mind, which is kind of happening. Okay. I think it was posted on purpose. TNC isn't dumb. They know what they're doing. I agree. That's what I think. And again, I could be wrong, But if I post something, so hey, perfect example. I posted a video the other day. Hey, this is a really good example because it actually has to do with TNC. So I posted a video the other day, David, and Scotty sent me a message and he disagreed with what I said. And I don't think I was wrong. I don't think I was wrong, but Scotty received that message and didn't like it. So you know what I did? I deleted that segment of the video. I deleted that segment of the video because I didn't, even though I didn't intend it that way or I didn't think it was bad, he perceived it as wrong and incorrect. And I could have been an asshole and be like, well, I didn't know. I just didn't. I could do that, but I just deleted that segment of the video. Just took it out. All right. Yeah. If you think this is going to be misconstrued and look bad, I'll take it out. So when I look at this post and I see all the controversy it called, you could just take the post down. I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying we run a lot of defense. As fans, I watch a lot of people make excuses for OTD, Ball is Life, TNC. I don't know why. Why do you guys make, why are we the fans? Why do you guys, why us as public figure? Why is anyone running defense for any of them? I just don't think Davo should have commented, was going a good direction. So yeah, so David, okay, here we are. Now where me and you disagree is way closer now. We're way closer. So you think the post was a bit off, they shouldn't have done it. But where we disagree is you think Davo shouldn't have commented. And the way I handle things is if I think you're throwing slight at me or taking a shot at me, I'm going to address it. So B. Ellis made a video last year sometime and he said some things that I didn't like. He brought up some screenshots or no, it was maybe a Discord or something. He had said some things about me. So I could have just left it, but I instead I addressed it, and it didn't have to blow up or turn into a big thing, but it was more so I want to stop the behavior before it gets bad. And I don't even know if he necessarily meant something really bad about it, but I wanted to point out I had a problem with it. So I addressed it. So it's the same thing. I can understand Davo wanting to say something. I feel like that's very normal. If platforms weren't being criticized for how much they pay players, that's true, but we wouldn't be talking about this if platforms weren't being criticized for how much they pay players. Yes, but platforms wouldn't be getting criticized for paying players poorly if they weren't paying players poorly, right? Like you're putting the blame on other people again. When at the same time, Davo disincentivized LP from taking that Kel game by saying 5K is what he'd give LP on the next one. Yeah. Do you understand that? Do you understand? Like you guys, this is interesting. This is interesting getting into the thought process. If I'm paying someone to mow my yard, if I pay someone to mow my yard and I'm paying them $100 and then they go next door and mow that yard for $5, let's say that's my friend that's doing that. My friend is charging me $100, but then they go charge someone else $5. I'd be like, well, okay, I'm just going to pay you $5 then. And it's like, well, you can't do that. You're disincentivizing. But it's like, well, it works both ways. It works both ways, right? If you are worth $100, then you should be charging everyone $100. You're overcharging me then. Maybe I shouldn't be paying this much, right? That's normal in business. That happens in every business negotiation. They doing it. Davo and Ball is Life doesn't want people to play on TNC. It's that simple from looking at it as a viewer. It's not rocket scientist. It's not rocket science. Players on contract. I mean, Bijan's playing on Summit. Do you think TNC wants their players playing on other platforms? What are you saying? OTD came out the gate with some heavy games for a platform that's the newest in Big Three. So either it was the money or they really rocked with Davo. Like I said, until I see the business, until I see like the investments, because I think TNC also has investors. So that counts as money. The pawns doing their thing. No thanks, didn't sign up for that war. Can you delete all Rob lowlights on your channel? Wait, what? What up, Chris? How we doing? Go to war, coach? Not going to war. I'm just having combo. It's interesting to hear people's thoughts on these. So if Davo says all the time online that TNC stops players from going over there, again, underground, can you give me a specific, like, you're saying you're doing the thing. You're doing the, what do we call these? Platitudes? With speaking in platitudes, I can't contend with that. So if Davo says all the time that TNC stops players from going over there, well, if TNC is stopping players from going over, yeah, it's a problem. But I'm sure there's more there. If TNC is stopping non-contracted players, do you think that's a problem? If they're stopping contracted players, like I don't see the issue with that. That's kind of how all the platforms are operating now, right? With either contracts or no contracts. So if a player doesn't have contracts, like, yeah, I don't think they should stop them. Got to hold people to the same standards in response to something along the lines of best lineup of players I've seen. But he said every platform has different pockets, which is why he always says don't go to other platforms with the same price. I'm pretty sure, hold on. I'm fairly certain when Davo, hold on. Underground moments, hold on. Let's stick on the, do you think when Davo was saying don't go to other platforms asking for the same price that I am paying you, do you think he meant don't go to another big platform, or do you think he was talking about the smaller platforms? So this was a conversation that June's League and there's another one they were having, where players were going to OTD and getting like 5,000 or something, would go back to a small platform and ask for 5,000. I'm fairly certain Davo was speaking about playing on a big platform and then going and charging that price on a small platform. Do you believe that Davo was actually talking about, if I give you 5K, don't expect to get that on Ball is Life or TNC? Don't charge them the same thing? There's a double standard, not gonna lie. People hated on TNC for players not playing for other platforms, but they do, and OTD and Ball is Life players don't play on TNC. There's something up with OTD or Ball is Life for sure. So again, Verdi, you're doing the thing. Do you think, so TNC, let's just say TNC was the first to stop players from going on other platforms. So if the other platforms start playing by those same rules and then get criticized for, you see what's happening. Like, I could just say, well, TNC did it first, but that's not going to get us anywhere. Trying to catch up, you're losing brain cells. Same. My brain is fried. What's the issue? Looks like TNC made a shade post and Davo responded, and people are mad at Davo responded. Yes, that's the way I see it. What ifism? What aboutism? Yes. Maybe the money isn't right for them to play on TNC. If I think I'm worth this, then I'm not playing for that. Have fun. Delete all Rob lowlights is crazy. We don't know that, though. We don't know what though. What if or what about? Everyone is on contract now besides a few. I don't know about that. I think there's a ton of people not on contracts from what I know. Is it a money problem or an ego? OTD is the best because they have the best merch. The biker pants. I look at it as smaller platforms because they obviously can't pay it. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Underground platforms. Yes, my bad. The mainstream and underground. Quick question for chat or coach. What new drills? Money and ego are the byproducts. I wish it was that simple. The contracted players being blocked makes sense because people fully understand when playing this. Yeah, so I want to agree on that. If it's a contract, if these players are on contract, if they get blocked or they don't get blocked, that should just be, we shouldn't even know that, right? That should be behind the scenes stuff that we don't even need to know. I agree with you, coach, but people are just hearing you defend OTD, just say something nice about TNC so they can actually open their ears. Well, but that's the problem. That's the problem. There is not enough positive things I can say about TNC that will suffice, because I just said I agree with contracted players not going and playing, and TNC was the first to do that, and I agree with that. But people they don't hear me say that. They hear me say the other side, where I can also understand OTD acting in a way that they are. I agree with you, Coach. Oh, my bad. Why let a contracted player go play elsewhere and potentially get hurt? What's this in reference to, Chris Philly? Which player? This just lets me know how people deal with their conflicts in real life. How is this rocket science? You make a shade post and I call it out. How is Davo wrong here? So this is the funny thing to me, is the amount of people now that are, they fully bought in. They're like, yo, Davo's the guy. I love the way he handles business. That's who I'm rocking with. And then on the flip side, the amount of people that look at that exact same post and they're like, I hate Davo. He's all drama and I can't stand him. This duality of the human brain is just, it's breaking my brain. I don't understand how fans be fighting turf wars over YouTube I don't know, Baby Durant. I'm trying to do my part of cleaning it up, but I don't even know if this works. Give us some drills. Is 1v1 highlights going to post the IG live? I want to watch it so bad. Probably. They're everywhere. When they said the dates didn't align, did they want to set it before or after OTD Elite? I don't know. Again, those conversations between them, like, so if someone asked me, here's what I'm saying. If a fan asked me, hey, Coach, why did the Rob and Nas game not happen? What I think should happen is, look, we tried. It is just not lining up for the players and the platforms. We can't make it work. Money, dates, it is just not, we can't make it work. We can't agree. To me, that at least diffuses it, and it makes the fans understand, like, agree to disagree. But instead of going, why is Rob Nas not happening? Well, we offered Nas this much money and he didn't want to do it. And then the other side being like, well, we offered Rob and the platform wouldn't let him do it, right? So the way that we word these things, like, leads the fans into this frenzy. I agree, but I think they're saying that when Davo wants a TNC signed player to play on OTV, no, but can you give me, like, instead of just saying when Davo does it, can you give me an example of when Davo has done this so I can compare the examples and I will speak on the actual instance rather than just say when Davo does it, it's good, and when TNC does it, it's bad. I don't judge me and Davo have disagreements about things. Like, I'm not just going to say because he did it, I agree. What do you think is a situation where Davo tried to use a player and then he called out TNC for not letting him, and then what's a situation where it's happened to TNC so we can compare? So yeah, this OTD 3-3, we'll get to it. I took it as they didn't want LP playing a game on TNC a week or 2 weeks before their own platform games. That's how I took it too. That's how I took it. But not this post, not the bold, this post now is the extra step where I'm like, you're kind of towing the line. You're kind of towing the line there. Davo and Scotty needs to be in a closed room for real. You're going to lose the hair on your face too if I keep engaging in the drama. Well, like I said, the reason I want my channel, my platform, to be a place where people can have these disagreements and these conversations in a mature way. If this drama is going to happen every day, I would rather there be a place where we can actually have a conversation about it. There, sue me. Sorry, sue me, guys. Report my channel. Because at least when these things get talked about and they get documented, I do know a lot of people watch my channel. I do know a lot of people watch my videos. And I do know, as we've seen, whatever gets put out there on the internet, like, some of those opinions start getting used and said more often. So I would at least rather have a voice and we have these conversations and people can make up their own minds and whatever. Contracts and whatnot, like we know what's going on. Cam being blocked for going on OTD and LP can't play on TNC. What was Cam being blocked for going on OTD? What was the can you just let me know what the situation was? Because I obviously was not here for that stuff. When he couldn't get Cam last year, Davo did call Scotty a slave master. I think both sides went about it wrong. I'm just giving an example. Was Cam on contract? I was actually working on going over and under screen. Davo Scotty conversation is going to go crazy for the community. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to be honest. I don't think it's going to happen. He literally called Scotty a you know what for that. Did you forget? No, but I wasn't here. I wasn't here for those. So I hear all these things secondhand. And you know what's interesting? I had this conversation with somebody yesterday. A lot of these stories that I hear about secondhand, because there's not a lot of people like me in the community, right? Where a story or a narrative will come out and they'll actually go do the research and dig through and try to get to the bottom of it. So that's what I'm trying to do a little bit. I hear these stories secondhand, and then when I go back and dig through and try to find out what's going on, the story has warped into a completely different thing than what it really was. So when I hear those secondhand, I don't take those as gospel. To be honest, LP worth 8K, 25K is bananas. That's an opinion, I guess. Sound like BList. Let's have a conversation. I think this is all just madness. I don't want to defend either side. I just don't like the heat a platform gets with a lack of understanding of business. For instance, the 250 for 3 games. Wait, hold on. That's another Chris, that's another thing that I hear all the time. What do you mean lack of understanding of business? What does that mean to you? Why did you have a problem with the 250 for 3 games? Why did you have a problem with that? Like why did you feel the need to defend or feel bad for TNC for that? Like this is please respond to that. Why does that make you feel bad defending TNC? I hear that and it's just funny to me. I don't own TNC. I don't work. I don't have anything to do with TNC. So when I hear that, it's just funny. When people make fun of Davo or OTD, it's just funny. I just laugh. I'm not the owner. It's not me. But also people make fun of me and my play. I just laugh, right? But when I hear those things, I'm not financially attached, so I don't feel like it doesn't hurt me physically. But there's a lot of fans that hear those things. They feel like they got to go defend. They got to feel bad. Why does that make you feel bad? So Cam was under contract, but he still accepted the game and had to. So was it known that Cam was under contract? It'll happen this year. You think so? Get over it. It's a business. Wait, which part? Which part do you mean? Because I feel like that could go towards what I said and what the TNC person said. Davo wanted Cam to play, and Cam's on contract for TNC, and Scotty got called something, but fast forward to now it's the other way around. Now it's like people don't agree. I still don't think these are similar situations. Everybody knows Davo made the slave comment, but you could find flaws with both of them. Thousands of comments to criticize that's cherry picking. People were playing telephone. There you go. That's what's really happening. Zoning out for a set of 100 shots. Is this technically a fan panel? I mean, if anyone wants to jump on and have a conversation, if anyone wants to jump in Discord and we can actually talk about this, you can do that. Anyone want to jump on stage and have a convo? I've never seen BList and Coach Midrange in the same room. Facts. Contract started once Ball is Life tried having 5 TNC players be in an 8-man 1v1 tournament, and TNC made them back out. So who was right in that situation, David? Who was right and who was wrong in that very situation you're talking about? Who's right, who's wrong? I had a problem for that because if TNC has games where players are in team settings, the team plays for a prize. So if every game won is 1K out of 10 or more games, then it's not just 250, just win. But still, Chris, like, why does it matter? Why does it matter? Why does it matter if there's rumors going around that TNC pays $250 for 3 games? Like, why does it matter? why does it matter that people think Davo's paying $250,000 for 3 games? You know what I mean? Like, why does it matter to the community, to the fans? Like, why? Who cares? Why does it matter? Scotty threw jabs also. You'll jump in Discord? All right, yeah, let's have a combo. Can we get Austin Reavers? Players were wrong. They were on contract. They aren't really that similar, but this is really the only other example that there is that I don't think Cam told Davo. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If Davo knew Cam was under contract and wasn't allowed to play, and then he went and tried to get him to play anyways, that'd be fucked up, right? But then, so that'd be more on Cam not disclosing that he was on contract. So that's like a different situation to me, even though it's like similar in kind. So if you're in Discord, jump in waiting room and I'll pull you into coaching calls. Middle. Who was it that wanted to have a convo? I just be irritated by comments. No, so that's what I'm saying. I think we have to get to a point as fans to recognize that these platforms can't pull us into their beefs. I think that's what I'm trying to get at. And I wasn't trying to go at you, and I really do appreciate you engaging with that. I feel like we've got to stop letting them manipulate us into their beefs. That's the thing I guess I've been trying to get at. We'll pull you in. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. What's your name? What do you want me to call you?
Call me Lawal.
Lawal. Okay.
Yes.
Lawal,
So,
what's your thoughts? What do you think?
Okay, so my opinion on all this is, I think these platforms have found a way to make the fans emotional about what's going on while they really know what they're doing. I think this was all orchestrated purposefully by TNT.
Okay. I agree.
Yeah, all these platforms, contracts, these platforms know which players are on contracts. They know who to contact. They know everything. They just put stuff out there to make us react to it, which gives them more engagement. That's just my whole thing.
See, I agree with that, and I think that's as simple. It's one of those things. It's as simple as you want to make it, or as complicated. So the part I dislike is how the fans. It's kind of like when we were watching Gil's Arena the other day. Gil will just talk and say things, and he won't really make a great argument. But then in the comments, people will fill in the gaps and be like, Gil was really saying this, and this. I'm like, why are you doing that? He didn't. He just said a couple words. He got us riled up, and now he's engagement farming. I feel like that's what TNC did with this post. It's I'll put enough information there, but then, we'll just let the fire go once it goes.
And I'm a fan of the whole scene, right? I watch everyone. I pay for everything. I was just at Pep's event, everything. And I don't understand this turf wars that's going on between TNC, BIL, OTD. I think if you're a fan of the 1v1 space, whatever platform you watch should not really matter. If you understand what I'm saying. Like, people taking Davo's side or taking Scotty's side, it's like, those people are grown, man. They have their numbers. If they have issues, they will talk to each other. We don't have to make excuses for them.
Yeah.
It's not our business. We're not making money for them.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. And I don't know if it'll ever change. And like I said, a lot of people keep saying, like, why do you even care? But I'm like, I'd rather try and do something rather than just sit back and be mad all the time. So at least I can get my opinion out, and maybe there's like-minded people that feel the same. But was there anything I was saying earlier that you disagreed with?
The only thing I would say that I probably disagreed with was when I do think I understand some of the players, or some of the people in the comments. Sometimes it does seem like you're taking OTD side a lot. That's what it seems like, but I know it's not what it is. But sometimes it does seem like that.
No, that's fine. And it's probably going to feel that way because I work more with them. So I'm always going to have more information. But like, can you think of an example of where it felt like I was being unfair, or where I took an OTD side on something?
I would say That I look, can't remember. It wasn't long when I joined. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, that's all right. For anyone that does feel that same way, because I get that comment all the time, that I'm biased for OTD or Ball's Life, whatever. And that's fine. I will engage with it, but like, give me an example or something, and I'll try to look at it and be like, yeah, you're right, I was biased, or I disagree or whatever. Because sometimes people will say I'm being biased. It's kind of like having a kid, and my kid keeps doing something like he goes outside and plays, and let's say he throws a rock and it hits a window, and I go say to someone like, oh no, he's not a bad kid, like he was just playing around, and they're like, no, you're taking up for him. It's like, well, yeah, it's my son, and I know he's not a murderer. I'm just around him. So whereas TNC is often in another neighborhood breaking windows, and I'm not taking up for them. So people are like, you're not taking up for TNC. I'm like, I'm not there. I don't know. Yeah. I don't have information. What am I supposed to say? So I feel like
you can really speak on what you know.
Yeah. Yeah. So I try to talk about like the stuff that I have information on, and other times I try to fill the gaps where I don't have information, but also know that can lead you down like a crazy path too. So yeah, if you guys think I'm being biased or whatever. So Chronic Penguin says, it feels like whenever you do defend a platform, it's never TNC. Again, can you give me like a situation where you think I should defend TNC that I haven't?
Personally, I think lately, it has just seemed like TNC has not been putting up enough good reason for people to defend them. So it seems like you're not defending TNC.
Yeah.
If you get what I'm saying.
Well, and that's kind of what I was getting at with, if it's my son throwing a rock and breaks it, like it's the same as the bad kid in class, right? If there's a kid, there's two ways to look at a situation. If there's a kid in class that is constantly getting in trouble because he's swearing at the teacher and punching his classmates, the parent could show up and go, man, this teacher is so tough on my son. He's been in timeout 30 times and these other kids haven't been in timeout at all. It's unfair. Right? Or you go, yeah, maybe that kid is just constantly being an asshole and going to time. Like you got to keep going to timeout. So there's two ways to look at it. So when it's like, you don't defend TNC, I'm like I just said, I'm not there for one, but also like, what's a situation that happened where I was unfair and didn't come out and defend them? I just talked about this post because I saw Court brought it up. And so I gave my take on it. And then what my take ended up being wasn't good for TNC, obviously. I think someone in chat said, I think OTD Ball is Life logistics, but not TNC's side of the story. So it's difficult. Yeah, that's how I think.
Yeah, that's just my opinion about the whole situation and about the whole scene in general. I just think these platforms know what they're doing. They got to their position for a reason. They are not dumb. They're smart. They know what to do, and we as fans need to understand that and not bite into everything they put. Because this was a very obvious post that was done on purpose. They know exactly what happened. They know this was gonna rile Davo up. They know OTD fans are going to comment. They know everything. That's why it's still up there.
Yeah.
They still posted it.
Yeah, I agree.
That's all I have to say.
I agree. I appreciate you, man. Anytime you want to jump on a call, let me know.
Of course.
All right. Appreciate it. Yep. Take care, you too. Someone in chat, hold on. I want to address that because I see this a lot. I'm reading chat as you go. It feels you fan out more when watching Ball is Life OTD. I'll be honest. Look at the last season. If you, I'm gonna challenge you on that. Do you think Marcellus Howard and Brandon Ellis, do you think they fan out more watching Ball is Life or TNC? Which one do you feel is consistent across the? Who do you think right now people fan out more for TNC or Ball is Life and OTD? Let me know what you guys think other people do too. Or is it just me? Am I the random weird one? So I want to see this. So this is the comment I want to talk about. I really just think Scotty is more of a businessman, and Davo does this because he loves it, and as a result, they run their businesses differently, and this causes issues. What do you mean by businessman? I've been seeing that a lot, and I've seen that be used to excuse certain behaviors. What do you mean by someone's a businessman? I have to go spend a month in Ohio with Frigga. I'd be down. Sleeping in the bunk beds at Frigga facility, get back in shape. But I always agree, players need to get paid for their time, especially when back. This is yeah, so that's why when fans say you're biased towards OTD, you can only accept where they come from. No, I can accept where they're coming from, but then I would just be like, well, you guys are biased because you want me to think a certain way. Like, it's reductive. I can understand why people feel any type of way, but that doesn't. BL is just like toxic energy. It's more entertaining. Took a pause from birthday festivities to be rage baited. Oh, here you go. Business model wise, it makes sense. TNC, OTD, Balls Life are different. It feels like TNC needs more crowdfunding than Devo and Balls Life to support their players. Maybe. They can't watch. Cell can. But I guess what I'm getting at, what was B. Ellis really, really excited for the TNC videos, or did he make a video talking about how TNC season wasn't very exciting? Did Cell and A. Millie also make videos talking about the TNC season wasn't very exciting? Did they even react to all the season videos? I probably reacted to more TNC videos this last season than they did. And some of that is on purpose. So when I'm planning my streams out, I try to make sure I cover the three large platforms fairly equally. Should interview Daquan Brooks? I could. I should do that. Reach out to him. I think it depends because people fan out due to stardom, parasocial. OTD Ball is Life fan base might just be a dash older. Most likely. I don't like the business excuse either. Devo is the most successful businessman out of anyone on the scene. So the fact that they always use that as like Devo just has money or just randomly. He's the most successful businessman out of everyone. I think puts the business over the needs of the players or fans. I don't think it's the right way to run things in this particular situation. That's how he sees it. Yeah, but that's just like, I think Devo puts his business up there too, but he knows what's good for business. What's good for the players is also going to be good for business, right? I don't think you fan out more on platforms, more so on which player is playing. Same would be, yeah, that's how I feel. I feel for me, it's typically the matchup of the player. Let's make an Ohio trip happen. Let's crowdfund for Frigga facility tour. Next time you criticize TNC, wear a TNC cap or hoodie. I still need my TNC merchandise, okay? Horrible logic for people to say Scotty's a businessman as if Davo isn't. The thing is, Dave already made his money while Scotty, TNC is trying to make theirs. He's saying that Bielis and Cell like Ball is Life just as much. When did they make the negative videos? This last season. It was this last season. This is why I also said maybe you think it's better basketball on Ball is Life OTD. I think at the moment, but if you go check my videos, the video that I can think of recently that I had the most fun watching was a TNC video. It was the game to 100 that had everybody. I think my most favorite reaction, and it was an hour long, my favorite game that I've watched recently was that TNC video from like a year ago, I think it was last year, where they had everybody to 100. That was probably my favorite video. It was a TNC video. Just drop the games. I'm with you. That's the most true comment I've seen. Thank you for the 5. We use Davo's resume to say he's most successful business. That's gatekeeping. Did press the TNC side for being a little too friendly. Yeah, and rightfully so. This is not a critique of ABC Crew. Rightfully so. Like, they were making fair criticisms is all I was saying. So when I criticize too, people are like, you're being biased. I'm like, well, no, it's just, this is what I think. But also it'll change when that changes too. Now, Davo got hella money. Pat and Greg just pulled out Kel's event that had to play on Davo pay-per-view card. One thing we can all agree in chat is the fact platforms stopped and we're bothered by Cell and BL's reaction and opinions. They said not to watch. Again, I'm pretty sure Cell can watch. You're doing the same thing. You're doing the same thing as earlier. Verdi, you're taking like you're taking a very small part of the full argument and everything that happened, and you're like, see, it's this person's fault. You keep doing that with your comments. Try to notice that when you're typing those out, that you're taking a very specific slanted framing with most of the stuff you say. Continuity of TNC makes it a little less intense on that side, rightfully so. We shouldn't even know a lot of behind the scenes business. Let's crowdfund. Personally, ABC crew commentary has gone down the drain compared to buying at Coach and Dev. Davo should have said slave entrepreneur. Oh my gosh. Watch basketball. This ain't love and hip hop. Every super chat for the next 30 days will sponsor his trip. Yes, Davo, about the timing of when videos get posted. Yeah, we did in the interview. We did that in the interview yesterday. Like when commentators commentate. Yeah, but some people hate my commentary and say that I'm too dry or I overanalyze things. So I think people just have different preferences. TNC champion shorts were immaculate. I'm calling Davo out because I can't find any of that new merch being advertised. The TNC shorts were the champion shorts were the ones I wanted. Not as anticipated matchups on TNC. It just seems like a very decent game between friends. The one where Vern was popping off? No, it was the one where I can't even remember the format because it was like when you get to you can sub in. It was 3v3 and then they had subs at specific scores. I don't remember what the format was, but literally every player was there. It was crazy. First tell you to react to OTD to TNC to 100. Yeah, that was the game. Yeah, Ball is Life 3v3s are good because they have a massive tournament that's going to be in November, so they're all playing for a lot of money. BL is only one that can't watch, I think. Yeah, I believe so. I hate TNC personally out of spite, so you can't. Okay. The people who think you're biased against CNC clearly haven't seen your ISO Zay versus Tay reaction. Oh yeah, that was on TNC, wasn't it? Yeah, Cell being unified. Coach, can you rank who will? Maybe later. All right, I feel like it's a fact though. I seen why they argued both were wrong. It's that simple, but still shouldn't say don't watch or I'll copyright. No, but how someone responds to being banned and then they like Davo deciding to ban Bielis because Bielis banned him. Like that's kind of like the platform wars thing. And you're saying like he shouldn't have punished him in that way. You agree with him, but you don't think he should have punished him that way. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. I always say I want TNC merch, so I will be honest. Ball is Life sent me, so OTD has given me shirts. Ball is Life has sent me a care package of stuff. I'm trying to guilt trip TNC and sending me a hoodie and a hat. Okay, I'm an old man that doesn't like to buy new clothes. I'm trying to guilt trip them too. Everyone else has sent me stuff, okay? Okay, I'm the biased one here. Okay, maybe I'm biased for people that send me free gifts. That's the real conspiracy here. I want to talk about the commentary. What is the pure purpose? Because any other professional sport has commentary, so I think that's the direction that they were looking at it from. I don't get being told what's going on while I'm watching it. Just because other professional sports. Some people prefer no commentary. Did I see the vid on Wani's channel? Not yet. Corner Connection B. Ellis interview? No, I didn't. I did not. I was at the OTD event when that was happening. And I didn't really I wasn't streaming back then. If I get banned back, I mean, one could argue B. Ellis shouldn't have banned Davo in the first place. That's what I'm saying. Most people pick one side of the argument. They're either going to take Davo's side or they're going to take B. Ellis' side. But I'm like, actually, it was them two arguing and handling it their own stuff, like how they wanted to handle it. Like that got sorted its own way. But people will jump in and feel a type of way like, that's unfair and he shouldn't have done this. Or no, that's unfair. He should. And I'm like, I just don't, it's not my fight, not my battle. I don't think they like you. I don't know. A girl can dream. Coach can be bought with free merch. Get it together. Doing face-offs live in like 40 minutes. Yeah, we may watch those. We may watch those. Were you the one that told me? Did you ask Scotty personally if I could watch those? He hasn't responded to my message. All right. Now, I feel like we got to the bottom. I feel like that was a fruitful conversation for how negative the space has been. I feel like that was fruitful. Also, we can blame that wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault that we went on that tangent. But I feel like that was a fruitful conversation. To talk about drama, that's a good way. That's a good way to discuss drama. It doesn't mean we're all going to agree still with the outcome, but I feel like we got a lot closer. We don't need to close the gap to here, but yeah, just another step, just another step. I honestly think the ABC crew is better when one of them aren't there. Yeah, I think you probably just get comfortable. I think 3 people is a lot to commentate anyways, and you have to really be like mindful. I felt that when I did commentary with Backcourt Connection. Like I had to take a huge back seat because I'm like, it's too many people talking. So that was 4 people. So 3 people is probably similar. You got to find like a good balance, but you probably get used to, they probably get comfortable or used to like autopilot when it's 3 of them. But when there's only 2, it's like, oh shoot, I'm awake. I'm dynamic again. They used to bicker constantly. That's what I think. The space has been better since those 2 aren't going back and forth all the time. I think it's been better. Got to the bottom of what? You tripping. I like when you and the other guy on Judgment Day commentate. Frank Nitty. Oh, Bionic. Yeah, but some people hated that. Some people hated me and Bionic commentating. Said we were 2 robots being too dry. Just wanted Discord for Discord ban so he could continue to react, and the channel ban was a surprise, but that's their bit. That's what I'm saying. Davo one-upped him. He one-upped him, but that's some people, that's how some people operate in life. And I'm kind of like that. Like I'll treat everyone equal, but as soon as you take it to another level, I'll one-up you and be like, all right, like don't, that's kind of how I am too. So I understand why he did that, but TNC hasn't been delivering those top matchups in the past few months. Yeah, hopefully this is a pivot for them to go more this direction. AI commentary, yeah. A lot of people didn't like us, so. Who wants a whack? Oh my gosh. You and Nitty? Yeah, I think so. The most positive feedback I got when commentating was with Nesco and with Nitty. That's when I feel like there was the most positive feedback for me. Banning someone from reacting to videos is weird. I don't agree. Like, for example, if Castro in chat right now, Castro, if you were reacting to all of my videos and then you were also calling me names, I would be like, you know what? Like, why are you being disrespectful to me? Like, I'm not going to let you react. You're making money off my videos? Nah, we're not doing that anymore. I think that's a normal reaction. Nesco and Terry Hosley. that would actually be dope. Did I listen to Drake? I did not. Yeah, Bionic doesn't get my jokes at all. I actually would. I want to commentate with Bird. Y'all be too tough on Bird. A Millie, I'd like to commentate with A Mill. I mean, I'd like to commentate with all the guys. The seamless jokes and a serious discussion was good with you and Frank. Unchecked social relationships are weird. Reeled him back in. Did you know AB played Greg? Which AB? Can't wait to hear that from Coach. Coke butter cheese. I got to pay royalties every time I say it. Coach GPT. That's a good one. I like that one. That'll be my fourth channel. Maybe our fourth channel, Coach GPT. All right, let's watch another video. We got one more video in us today. Dang, we didn't get very far at all. Reese, we'll get to. Oh, we got derailed so many times today. My bad, chat. My bad. Biela said something that crazy. I thought this was over a Discord ban. No, I think it was just all in conjunction. I think it was like the Discord ban, but also just like, I think it was just the long standing back and forths. I think it was just that, but I mean, they've both explained it. That conversation's been beat to death. So watch TNC face-offs live. If I can stay live for that long, we'll do it. All right, we'll do. Man, we got rage baited for 3 hours today. I feel like we made the world a better place. But now we're gonna watch off the dribble. Reese shoved Uncle Scoob to the floor. Scoob almost crashed out in this 3v3. Oh yeah. Oh, they just get straight to it. So who is this? Scoob, Teo, and oh, that's our boy Jack. Scoob, Teo, and Jack. Reese, Mike, and Pat. Okay. From the logo. Logo Scoob. Team settings Pat. Team settings Pat is a different animal. Pat and Mike Harden in team settings, completely different players. Bino, yeah. Bino, another one. I'm telling you, man. So remember, Mike and Teo played each other 1v1. But being able to have as many dribbles as you want, it keeps you it keeps Mike Harden from having to jump. When he's off balance, he can just take one more dribble and get all the way to the backboard. Completely different players in team settings, man. Him and Pat. Do I think a shot clock is coming soon in team settings? I think so. I would be surprised if we don't have a 20-second shot clock or something in the next couple months. I'd be really surprised. The hook pass. Right on the money. Yeah, Teo definitely ambidextrous. Go at him, Jack. Go at him. Go at him, Jack. Go at him. Dang, I thought he was going to score. I was going to talk some trash and be like, this ain't TNC, Reese. This ain't TNC. He heard me talking trash. The only question I do ever have about Reese and his limits, the heights that he can reach, is when he does cross someone, I just feel like he just doesn't have the go. Because he lost him here. But, like, the amount of time it takes him to grab this ball, like, Jack gets back in front of him. Like, he's crossed out of his shoes. And that should be a straight line drive. But Jack can close the gap, forcing baseline, and keep him outside the block, outside the elbow, like we always talk about. That's my only question about Reese, how high he can climb into the top 10. Talent-wise, though, cold. Insane. Because Nas makes that move, that's a layup. Zay makes that move, that's a layup. Scoob, layup. No, I haven't seen that one yet. Yo, Underground, are you still here? Did you say, did I ask you if Scotty said I could watch the face-offs? I didn't see your reply. Reese is slow. No, it's just like, he's just not explosive. It just doesn't seem explosive. He's like pretty quick left to right, but like north to south. He slipped first. That's the worst part. He slipped. What's his ankle here? So in my age right now, if I made this move and my ankle did this, my leg would have fell off. My leg would have just fell off. But he turns it into a hook shot. Scoob, the only one that can refuse wearing merch? Yeah, probably.
I got you.
Very nice. He is, I will say, he is actually moving a little bit faster than what it looks like on camera. Zay is like this too. Zay is like elite speed, but you can't tell on camera. When we see him in person, you're like, oh my gosh, he's so fast. Reese is faster than what he looks like on camera, but I think the issue is the explosiveness. That first step is the part that I think he needs to have to be able to get some easier buckets. I don't like that call. Yeah, that's the only stipulation in Scoob's contract is I'm only wearing black tank tops and black socks, black shoes. I'm going to stop there. That's wasted. Hustle Pat. Hustle Pat. This is a really good game. Like I'm enjoying it because it's like TNC guys. Like it makes it meaningful because obviously they want to win. Jeez, Pat. Ugh, that whole play. Yeah. But it makes it a little bit more meaningful because it's like TNC versus OTD. But other than that, I haven't really been enjoying the 3v3s unless they're like the ball is life ones. Oh. But there's a lot of hustle. You can tell guys are wanting to win, so like these are enjoyable. When they're playing to win, it's more fun. Ooh, the lob. The lob. Scoob was born with a black tank top. Good awareness by Mike there, though. Playboy Cardi. Reese being there. Jack being down here and having Reese on the block saved Pat this clip, by the way. Now, I'm telling you, watching that 4-on-4, Mike was there, Pat was there. They were frying people. LP was another one. So remember, I don't mean this in a, I'm not trying to bring attention to this in a negative way. I'm trying to bring attention to the habit that I called out earlier, because if you guys are coaches or players or whatever, this is a habit that you want to try and change in kids when you see it. But this was really big when I was playing overseas. If I had a teammate that did this, I'd make them no excuses. Like as soon as he turned it over, the first thing his brain did was like, oh, excuse. Right? There's an excuse. I want to make sure I'm able to watch this stream on stream. I don't know if that's okay, if TNC wants me to do that or not do that. But yeah, that initial, you turn it over and it's like, the ball's wet. It's like, nope, no excuses. But yeah, I will try and watch it after this. We'll watch them. We'll watch the face-offs. Because it's good for them too, right? Because it's the same thing here. What's the difference here? What was the difference here with Scoob? Like instead of being like, oh, the ball's wet, like just keep playing, just keep playing, you know? Crazy that he gets compared to a kid. No, I just mean it's a habit that you see a lot in kids. So when you see it for kids, like you try to get it out of them, because by the time you become an adult, it's like a bad habit that's really hard to change. I see it when like I said, when I was overseas, I had teammates that were playing professional basketball that had some of these habits. If I kicked the ball out to them and they'd shoot it and miss, they'd be like, my hands were slick. And I'd be like, stop it, or I'm not passing you the ball anymore. I don't care if you miss. Just don't give me an excuse why you missed. Halftime. They tried to bait him into playing.
And yours slip, you're gonna be caught dead. You gotta touch him though. I know, no point. Mine's the ball handle.
We doing like this. How we gonna switch?
So I'm saying, but mine's the ball handle. Yeah. So you're gonna have to touch him first.
So I'll push him to wait like this. Wait like this. That's what I'm saying. When I
let's go. That's it. Whenever you switch, push him to him. All right. Make sure you get under it. All right.
And if you want to switch,
switch up.
We're gonna win the game. We straight.
Come on, you can throw it to him.
At least they're getting on the same page with how they want to switch. That was good.
Come on.
Yeah, I was trying to fill him out.
Yeah.
I got that.
Yeah, Jack don't be looking to go ISO really. He's a team guy. Black Ghost.
What's that? What we doing? What that is? What happened?
What just happened? Did he break his hand? TNC also be missing box scores. That happened on Ball is Life as well. Ball is Life posted one yesterday, and they had the complete wrong shooting percentage for Nas, I think it was. Oh. Same thing here, right? So Pat's complaining. Meanwhile, the other team, if Jack should have shot this wide open three, but now he's a closeout because he was complaining, which created an open shot for Teo. Just play through it. He must have got hit in the funny bone too. He can't feel his arm. But again, this is what makes me care about this game. Look at Reese. They care. It's a meaningful game. Y'all don't want to see me ref. I ain't calling nothing. That was nice. I'm telling you, these passes, man. And so, again, I know I've been really critical of Pat this game. So, Jack, you remember when Jack got crossed by Reese and he kept playing and he forced Reese into a tough fadeaway baseline shot. Reese still made it, but he forced him into a tough shot. Again, Pat, as soon as he gets crossed, he was just like, oh, damn. Right? And stops and gave up a wide open shot. So, again, those are those habits I was talking about earlier. That's why the fans dogpile so much against Pat, but that's the habit. Like, I think if he just changed that habit, he's a completely different player. Because it just gives up things like this, you know? Oh. What? The hell? That's a great move. So this is crazy. Scoob doing this dribble kind of froze Pat because he thought he was driving. That's a good move. I know it didn't look like much. You know, something I don't know if Scoob gets enough credit for, like how quickly his pickup is. That was quick. Remember when I talk about Nas, we point this out a lot, and Zay, I point this out a lot. I don't really do this a lot with Scoob because it's usually just his goofy, unorthodox footwork. He's like elite with just footwork and making things happen, but he's starting to get a lot more crisp with the way he plays. Like his handle is becoming elite, shot becoming elite, like real elite skills. Look how quickly he goes from behind the back here into his shot, like that pickup, insanely quick. And a lot of people, we see a lot of people do their step back or this 0.5 seconds of freedom. We see a lot of people take extra steps and extra dribbles and allows the defense to close the gap. Like Scoob does his step back, lands with both feet at the same time. He's already in his shot while Mike Harden is still like trying to gain ground. Like there's no chance that he can recover. Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, well, Underground, did you ask Scotty if he was okay with me watching live on stream? Was it you that was telling me he said it was okay? Shay moveset? Yeah, it was very Shay-like. But you can't say that or they'll be like, what? You're calling Scoob Shay? Ooh, what? Oh yeah, closeouts is the toughest thing to defend in basketball. That's why when players are recruiting, that's why when coaches are recruiting at an elite level, they don't look at what you do as a scorer and all this other stuff. Unless you're an elite scorer, almost every time they look at how you can defend closeouts, because that almost tells them pretty much what they need to know. Don't ever disrespect Shay like that, basically. Hey, Jack's a good defender too. Reese cooking him. We're not at home. We're not at home. Oh, Discord general messages. Okay. How do you check? Ugh. I don't know how to check general messages. Am I old? Am I just an old man? I don't know how to check general messages in Discord. No, because someone said that ISO Hove, was that Bird? Bird said that ISO Hove plays like Kobe, and people were like, what? Don't ever compare anyone to Kobe. Don't ever do that again. And it's like, no, like ISO Hove does practice, like he'll tell you himself, he studies a lot of Kobe, practices a lot of Kobe moves. And so when he said that, he was actually making a good comparison, but now everyone was just like, what? You remember when Bird called ISO Hove Kobe? And the same thing, like anytime I say something like, oh, this player is kind of like this player, they'll be like, what? You think Zay is Dwayne Wade? And I'm like, no, he just has similar like qualities to how he plays. It's a chat bubble when you hold. All right, we'll check it after this. We'll check it after this.
This don't make no sense. I can't do nothing. I'm like, what?
He's mad because they're playing pass in or something. I don't know.
They're denying the pass. They dictate everything. If they clear, they got to honor the first pass.
This is why it should just be check in, dribble in. We're live. Once you check up, we're live.
Just think about it. My bad, y'all. My bad. I got to focus. You good? He wasn't angry.
He jumped that move quick. Mike Harden with the light skin fall. Oh, man, he be falling so hard. Yeah, Scoob turned it over, and he was making excuses too. Don't get me wrong. Scoob also has that mentality of like moments. He has moments of like losing his focus, but it's like 10 out of 10 plays or 9 out of 10 plays, Scoob's like locked in and he's going. Then he'll have one where he like is frustrated with the refs. Pat, on the other hand, it's like the opposite. It's like 2 or 3 times he's locked in, then 7 times he's complaining. So you're never going to be perfect as a player, but it's like just try to keep those frustration moments down to a minimum and just try to get slightly better each day. Are T-Max 1v1 leagues videos on YouTube? I'm not sure. I think it's a live stream, people are saying.
That's us. He's out. You can do that? Yeah. Sit down.
Ooh, let's stop and go. Again, when he doesn't have to pick it up on that 4th dribble and can take 2 more dribbles, Mike Harden's a different player to guard, man.
Bye-bye.
Right there, same thing. It's the exact same thing. This right here, in typical 1v1, he'd have to like pick it up here and do something. But he can actually just take another dribble. Oh my God. He should have dunked that.
Give me one, Mike.
It's a 2-possession game all of a sudden. Mike's cooking. Mine. Ooh. Yeah, Reese does play a lot more physical than it looks like he is capable of. I agree, Jose. I agree.
Oh, wow.
Shooting. I'm fouling. Yeah, every time. If there's no, especially if there's no foul limit, if you take more than 5 dribbles, I'm just gonna foul you. So again, this is showing like Pat's capable. He's capable. It's just a mental thing. Because Teo crossed the hell out of him and he's pushing off. And then Pat gets back before Teo's able to get that shot off. Like, he's capable. It's just like, that's the player you just got to be all the time. Oh. That conditioning, yeah. Y'all thought I was playing. I've been saying this for a long time, man. I've been saying this. Now that I'm glad the video finally came out. Ooh, that was game. Oh, that's game right there, then.
Stop playing my fucking name. Yeah, Mike! Yeah, Mike! Yeah, Mike! Yeah, Mike! We ain't ready for you, Mike! We ain't ready for you, Mike! Come on, man. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me.
And he just got his hair done.
Stop playing with me.
Think he was just about to get his hair done and lose? Fuck they talking about, nigga. My nigga just got his shit, yeah. What is he talking about?
Any day you want to play, you call me, but I'm like, nah. I got one, Mike. Any day you want to.
There's always one. There's always one little kid in the background. Right, they just played a game to 40, and they probably played other games Look at Nas. Nas too was like, what is he doing? Yeah, Nas didn't like that. He just got dunked on. What's going on? Is a windmill out of nowhere?
Any day you want to play, you call me, bro. I got one. Mike, sit in here.
Reese with the rim grazer.
I will say this. Got a little harder than I thought he would. Hey, yo, that's the end of the game. Final score was 40-37. Mike Harden, Reese, and Pat got the W.
Mike scored 48 of their 40 points and then goes and gets a windmill off the drop step.
You, man. Reese, I will say this. When you first niggas reached out and was like, hey, we gonna come hoop, I said, you know, we gonna see how this shit go. Bro, you a tough motherfucker, bro. You was I like it because once you realize, okay, it's physical, fuck it, we can play physical. That's what I fuck with. It's like, nigga didn't start crying, nigga didn't start nothing, nigga like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna adapt. So, man, how you feel out there to get that W?
I felt good. We was down 20. You know, that king of court, they got the dub, but they thinking it's easy. I can tell by just how they countenance and everything. I don't rock with that. So, we here. Come on.
Mike, I've been saying, I think I told you, I said, I think that we don't get to see you in enough team settings because in team settings, you dominate. And I mean, I think the last 15 points, you might have either assisted or got the dub. I feel like you woke up. What happened in the game that made you just turn it up?
So it's being a pro, doing what I do. Feel me? That's pretty much it.
Good money, Pat.
So I will say, all right, I hope this doesn't come off as me like, bro, this is how I walked in the gym. I really do think something happened at like the face-offs or whatever. So Mike was like, he was locked in. This look he's giving right now.
What I do. Feel me? That's pretty much it.
That right there, staring through your soul. I walked in the gym and I'm like, man, did I do a video where I'm like bashing him or something? Cause he's just like, he's like staring at me like he's angry. And I was like, man, he's like locked in. Apparently something happened at like the face-offs, but I was like, why is he playing so hard? And it's like, it makes sense. And that's why he said that to the camera too. He's like, stop playing with my name. So yeah, apparently something happened at the face-offs and people were talking down on him. So that's why he was playing like this. That's probably why he had all that energy to windmill afterwards. Like, y'all leave Mike alone, man.
Money, Pat. You ain't do a lot, but you ain't do a little, bro. So, yeah, I mean, what you feel like you contributed to out there?
Shit, I just played my role. Mike got it hot, you feel me? So I had the mismatch. Jack was the mismatch, so my job was to set screens and help get the mismatch. As long as we win, that's all that matters.
Hey, good money. Good W, y'all, bro.
That was a good game. That was a great game. Glad we watched that one. But yeah, let me know what you guys thought down below. I'll see you in the next one. You didn't do a lot, but you didn't do a little. Feel like TNC guys play with more fight lately when they play on OTD Ball is Life. Well, I think it forces you to, because you saw Reese playing in that King of the Court with Scoob and Nesco, and he was just kind of like easing his way into it. But they were like, Nesco was hand checking, Scoob was hand checking, and then once Reese realized what it was, then he was like, all right, this is how I play. So I think he just got to ease into it and figure it out. All right, so you guys said I got to check. Oh, I'm still in my Discord call. Oh, we can react to this live? Okay, cool. All right. So we're going to let's check out the TNC face-offs. Yeah, I saw the confirmation. I appreciate that, Underground. They thought it was sweet after that. Yeah, they just had to adjust. Yeah, let's watch the face off. So I'm gonna we're obviously gonna all right, here we go. Let's check it out, chat. Damn, and they got their chat too. Let's watch the face-offs.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next chapter. You are here at the Summit where we have some of the hottest one-on-one matchups going down tomorrow, May 16th here.
Is that just me?
At the freaking facility. And we starting off with my
Is the audio camera off slightly?
favorite matchup of the day.
Desynced. Okay. All right.
Bud
I was
to
making
my
sure with
left,
my stream.
Zoe to my right. Fellas, how we feeling?
Feel good.
Feel good for sure.
Fellas, I want to start off by saying you already played Chapter 2, Season 3. Can anybody remind the people what happened in that game?
Shit,
I lost that game.
How? What do you think happened in that game for you to lose?
I might have to refresh. Is it my end? Where are we up to? 16 minutes. All right.
Paul Parks.
Oh, there we go. All right.
On or like what do you think you're at?
I think it's there. I think it's their end.
For real, slept on for real. You know, they look at Malik, Bud more.
Mhm.
You know, but shit.
There we
I
go.
like being underdog.
Yeah, I think it was their end.
Been at my whole life, so I just come to take care of business every time.
Mhm.
So yeah.
So let's fast forward. About a couple weeks ago, whatever the case may be, Chapter 2, Season 4, it was a tag team one-on-one y'all was going at, and y'all started popping it. After that, enlighten me. What made you go at him the way you did?
Just like I said, being prepared. I was overly prepared for that game. So just making sure I came out, you know what I mean, just do what I do.
Mhm.
And just let them know, you feel me, that when I'm prepared, it's going to be a whole different book, you feel me? And
Yeah.
that's all there was to that. So just stood on business on that end.
Mhm. Did you feel that game was like, what are we talking about? It's a tag team one-on-one. That's not even mano-a-mano. Like, what did you feel after the game when Bug started popping it to you the way he did?
Nah, I mean, he was overly popping it, like overly. But I mean, shit, I'd do the same shit if I would have won too. But it was tag team shit though. Like I said, at the end of the day,
Yeah.
and you know, I don't really. give a
He
fuck
got to
about
keep
no
it
tag
real, though.
team
Like,
shit, though.
I dinner had 30 on him.
He had 28. He had
That's-
28 for sure. He ain't finished the game. That
I'm
ain't
saying
30.
that's 30, though.
That ain't
BLS, you feel me?
Didn't he score
It
like
wasn't even
50
no tag
overall?
team at that. That's one-on-one, though. Get them stops.
I had 20 still though. You know, I mean,
He could have 20,
ain't
but like
finished
we
the game.
won
He
the
ain't had
game.
30.
I'm
So
just
that
saying,
ain't
like,
no-
in that matchup alone, like, you can't say it's a tag team when it's a 1v1 every time you step out there, and I make sure I'm out there with you every
Yeah.
trick. I feel like that's more, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Personal more than just a tag team. He know, though.
I mean, it's a tag team. Like I said,
I'm
he
saying,
coming,
though.
Mo coming on playing defense. You know that take.
I gave Mo
rhythm.
4 of that. Rest was.
What you mean?
Rest was,
I'm saying. I'm saying.
Just keep it real with
you
his
had,
talk.
you had 28.
I'm saying last time,
You
last
had 28.
conversation before I seen you from that game was you got stops on this and this. I'm like, cuz I just wasn't ready. I ain't stretched. Did I stretch? You was like, you ain't keep it
Come
real.
on, bro.
I'm like,
He
all right,
not-
bet.
Since
What I
we
do,
keep-
what I
since
do,
we
Bills.
keeping it real,
I went and got the
why he
sign up
talk-
right. I said, look,
Looks
140
like-
degree, all that, right? I'm like, I'm gonna make
They're
sure
like paddling
you know.
on each other.
Yeah.
Next time I see you, it's that, cuz. Since
But
you
we-
want to
we
keep it
talking
real.
about stretching though. He's talking about he ain't stretched.
I
We took a
didn't.
whole break before we played.
I didn't. Shorty
A
went to
whole break.
CVS.
We took a whole.
You got stretched. Oh, bro.
We
Keep
took
it real.
we took a whole.
Did
break.
she go to CVS?
We took a. I don't know.
Oh,
we took a whole break.
I don't know.
You feel me? So I mean, if that's the excuse he want to use, that shit
That's
weak.
not in the
But it's
excuse
like
game. You should be.
feel
You
me?
got to be warm for any game.
Come on, bro.
Because was that the
Nigga
worst?
talk about
Keep it
he
real,
ain't
Bills.
stretched, though.
Was that the worst I ever shot on the scene game?
Cause he played against me.
Nah. What? But what happened the next time I played him?
Like
Dirty 30.
Here we go.
Gave him hell. So I ain't
Here
trying
we
to hear
go. We
that.
talk about
cuz.
tag. He didn't get 30. He had
Yeah.
28.
That's cool, cuz.
So
Because I gave
you
Mo
can't- you
4 of
can't-
it. I would
I'm
have easily
saying,
gave you
had
a late. I
28.
was like,
You had
30.
28. You ain't finished.
All right,
like,
that's cool, cuz. It's I had 28, but at first it was the tag team. Like, which one is it, cuz? 28 or tag team? I think I'm 28 with it.
So fast forward to this matchup tomorrow, fellas. Who has more to lose in this one?
More to lose. I mean, shit.
I feel like we both got
Yeah,
a lot to lose. You feel me?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the winner of this game, basically, I guess, play Leak. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Leak did what he did, yeah. But me beating him 2 times, what does that mean, gang?
Beat him twice?
I'm saying me beating him.
Okay.
Seeing him again, you know what I mean? Like, what is
Yeah.
that? I mean, does that solidify it or what? I mean, after I already beat you.
Yeah.
Type. So it ain't like I'm really chasing him. You feel me?
Yeah.
I'm good where I'm at. But
I feel it though. I'm all for it. I ain't scared of no bump.
What about you, Zoe? You won that small guard faction in that season. You get a chance to go up 2-0 on Bug, and then you could go play Malik. Do you feel like even before this one even occurs, you're the best small guard? And two, if you're able to play Malik, what does that do for you?
I feel like shit that put me at the top for real. Shit, if I beat Bud, well, I'm gonna be Bud, and then play league, beat Malik.
Yeah,
That just
He
gonna
said
put me at
if.
the top, so.
He not. You feel me?
No, I said if.
Yeah, you said if and then corrected. Like I never even say if, man.
But he already beat him once, right?
Well, fellas, let's do this. I want to break down the game real quick because I want to do this with every matchup. Let's break down the game in terms of three-point shooting. Who does that better?
Me.
He knows what's up.
Me.
All right, who gets
he
to
be
the
efficient.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna keep it real.
Okay.
Like
we
yeah,
talk
when you see the
real.
stats at the end of the game, his efficient rate is high. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, for sure. I ain't
He
gonna say he
more,
can't shoot.
He shoot more
but
threes than me.
it's just like, can he get it off at the hibachi? Never. Nah, it ain't gonna be the getaway.
I ain't gotta do
I'm
it.
here. You feel me? I'm here. He not gonna do all that.
All right.
He don't train how we train, gang, on that type. I mean,
Better finish at the rim.
This is gonna be a great game.
Okay. Mid-range
You know
jump
what's
shooter.
up.
Me.
Defender.
Me.
Beat that shit right to TC league.
Okay.
He know what's up, guys.
So, Zoe, my question for you is, do you think, based on all the things you said that you do better than him, do you think Bug's game is more about highlights and oohing out of the crowd, or do you think his game is actually like that?
I wouldn't just say it's all about ooh out because like that's nigga's game though. Like so you can't really. He do that. He nice at that shit. Like I ain't gonna lie, he nice as hell. But you know, at the end of the day, I gotta take care of business.
Yeah. Talk to me about. Did you see his pep matchup at all?
Yeah.
What was your thoughts about that?
Nah, he got off for sure. It was a respectable game. Pep came out there, you feel me, overcame what they was, you feel me, really saying what he was gonna get. So
Yeah.
I just feel like that game alone, like really shows like I ain't gonna have no problem with Lil Cuz tomorrow type.
Lil Cuz crazy.
Yeah.
Because he had a problem with Pep, you feel like?
Yeah.
He talking about I have a problem. You
Yeah,
gotta think all
problem
the
with
odds
Pep,
against me.
cuz
I'm not getting fouled.
I'm seeing through that,
Smacked
cuz
on the arm.
Pep
all
not getting the
game.
28.
Like
T
come on,
Hoes,
nah.
I ain't gonna lie, I went and watched some. I went and watched some buckets. T
listen.
Hoes, Bucks was groovy, but I was there. My mama like, I don't think like Pep like T Hoes.
All the odds was against me. You feel me? It's his event. You feel me? Getting smacked black eye, all type of shit.
Yeah, I agree. I'm the same. For me, it's just watching to see if there will be a moment where it gets heated.
It was he had 20. It was 28-20.
Oh wow.
28-20. He couldn't finish.
He had 28.
He had 28. Didn't finish.
Because I'm not gonna lie, this is very friendly vibes, right? This is what it's all friendly. Everyone's laughing. It's jokes and haha. I wonder what Moon Keon will be like. Cam Reese, Scar. You know, like I'm more so worried about what the other matchups will be. Bijan, Day.
I just feel like Zoe just can't fuck with me.
Yeah.
I don't really think he lacked nothing. I feel like he a great player. I just feel like
There's just not enough history yet for them to have like animosity.
come to the
Not
level
yet.
of fucking with me now.
Yeah.
So I got me all the way.
What did you see in that Cam matchup during the season?
Like I said, it's just look. He take crazy ass shots. That's just what he do.
Yeah.
But you can't do all that. You can't miss too much on me. So when you miss too much,
These will be better
Yeah.
in Summit 02. Like once they've had a summit to look back on. Right now, this is like the first one. This is a fun thing, right? It's fun. This is like Champions energy. Once they have their games, though, I guarantee the trash talk for the next one will be crazy.
What it's gonna come down to tomorrow. Like who can go on that run of 10 to 12 points and separate themselves, especially down the stretch? Obviously you believe you're gonna do that. Obviously you believe you're gonna do that. But fellas, tell me who wins.
So let's look at another one. Because again, they're good. They're being good sports about it, right? They're being good sports. I don't want to see good sports. Let's go to who's next. We'll see. We'll see what the intensity is like for this one.
Going against the fastest player in the one-on-one scene. We got Reese to my left, Cam to my right. Fellas, how we feeling?
This might be a little more toxic.
I don't know what they got going on. I'm locked in though, fellas. How we feeling?
Oh, good.
Feeling
Glad
good?
to be here. Feel me? Hold on, this mic a little too hot.
It's crazy, huh?
Feel me?
You know what I mean? I'm like,
Feel
God.
me?
Hey, anyway, fellas, man, my first question for both y'all is, how did we get here for this one-on-one? To me, I didn't really see this one-on-one actually happening this soon. But did anybody enlighten me on how this happened? A simple call or?
To the summit.
Mhm.
Feel me? Like I said in the interview before, both parties just accepted the game, so it happened.
Yeah. What about you, Reese? Same for you? Phone
Yeah.
call?
You just asked me to play him, man. I was like, yeah.
Yeah. I want to break down this game
I think Cam should whisper. Cam should whisper into the microphone.
in basketball terms and really break down, like, you know what I'm saying, how you guys think this one-on-one is going to go. What advantages do you see yourself having in this one-on-one to exploit offensively?
I don't really want to get a game plan away. But it's a couple things that I see that I could get to. that can allow me to win a game.
Yeah.
It's a couple things that I feel like I got to stop him from getting to that allows me to win the game also. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. What about you, Reese? I asked you a question. If you want to answer, go ahead.
Yeah, just beat me out there. Like I told you, I feel I got an answer to everything. So.
Yeah. Fellas, man, I want to talk to you and you about the past matchups you guys have had and how you guys feel about how those matchups went. I'm going to start off with you here with Cam playing Bug in the previous season. I don't know if you watched that one-on-one at all. What are some things you saw?
Whole year. So I'm just trying to go back on another run like that where I will basically finish a mission where I.
For you?
I would say probably, for me personally, I don't really do too much for me when I win. It's more so, I guess, for other people.
Yeah, I feel like they just need some more animosity. Not fake animosity, but I feel like the questions are leading to more. You see this in sideline reporting a lot. Actually, it's one of my big pet peeves watching like WNBA. Holly Rowe, but she'll ask a question and she'll say something like, "Oh, you guys are playing really good on the offensive end. Is that something you want to continue doing to have success in this game?" And then the person will be like, yeah, it is. Instead of like, there's a way to ask the question to get the person to do more. So yeah, I feel like it's still friendly. I think they need the animosity first. They need to play each other. There needs to be a Summit 1. That way there will be there will be things to look back on for Summit 2.
Top 5, top 7, just because Reese came on the scene so quick and shook it up. No.
Or no questions. Yeah, there's got to be a way. Who else does face-offs? The boxing, I'm sure UFC and all that does face-offs. Do they? Yeah, what's the magic formula there?
For the scene before himself.
Yeah.
Feel me? He made a name for himself quick. So somebody like that, you feel me? And he actually can like play basketball. He can hoop for real. So
yeah, Moon versus G5.
They definitely a top competitor.
Yeah.
Top opponent as well too.
Well, I can't skip too much because we'll be caught up to live. I think they're doing little breaks in between. This does look dope. I like the lighting. So I'm just looking at just my content creator brain is kind of looking at the setup and I want to see this one. This look Scar, man. They have to establish a hero or a villain, etc., and use the fandom to argue versus each other. Yeah, there we go. Predictions during the breaks. I already did my predictions, but I mean, we could talk about it.
Welcome back to the Summit. We got another special one-on-one going down, shifty one-on-one going down. We got Inu to my left, Scar to my right. Welcome back, brother. You know what's going on, fellas. How we feel?
I'm good. I'm good, man.
Feeling great, man. Ready to get this W.
So we're going to go right into it.
OBL is live?
And we was also sitting up there, lounging around, freaking facility. I know what's going on. And you gave me a score prediction of 30-4.
Yeah,
that's exactly why it's on the scoreboard right now.
That's the craziest shit y'all ever heard, right? Craziest shit y'all ever heard. I don't know where this man came up with that score prediction.
They kept telling me, what's the score prediction? What's your score prediction?
Like I'm
What's your score prediction?
Just point the camera at that shit right
What's your score prediction?
there,
What's your score prediction? What's your score prediction?
bro.
I looked at this shot, I said 30-4.
34.
Shit, I already think I'm a fucking what? Why not 30-4?
You right, 34, nigga. I'm gonna be up. What the fuck you talking about?
I hear you. You know I don't like your voice.
This is what I'm looking for.
It don't sound confident when you say that, boy.
Deeper than yours.
Pause.
What you mean? This nigga.
Flag on the play.
That's that
5 yards.
Fruity shit, bro. Real. Light skin, bro.
Oh my lord. Fellas, I want to ask y'all a question though. What have you been seeing from Scar, man? To me, he has been on an upward trajectory, but I want to know what your opinion of Scar is.
I mean, you feel me? He definitely he been hooping for a little minute. You know, I seen Scar take a lot of losses and shit. You know what I'm saying? His defense is definitely really good, so I feel like it's gonna be a good defensive match. But outside of that, I ain't really worried about shit.
Pop your shit, Swin. Pop your shit. Let me hit some ball.
What you been seeing from him? What you saw in that move 1-on-1?
I ain't gonna lie, I did see you do a little shimmy, hang. You feel me? Hit him with a jump shot, but that shit was ass though. I ain't fuck with it for like that shit was ass. Like I just want to see this shit tomorrow, bro. I want to play. I don't even got too much shit to talk. You feel me?
Yeah.
I'm amped to play. You heard me?
Yeah. So Scar has gotten this stigma. I'm not saying I rock with it because I don't, but they like to call him the career starter or whatever the case may be. Whenever he has a bad game, they call him that. So what do you think? This is the game for that for you?
Not even a bad game. Whenever a nigga just whenever somebody wins by 1 point, anything, any type of win against Scar is career starter. I want y'all to know that. Any win against Scar is career starter.
Is this sped up? Yeah, it was sped up so we could catch up. I can actually slow it down now.
That's how good of a basketball player I am. If you get any type of win against me, you're a good player now. So just know that. That's how good I am.
Hey, look, before I even met this nigga, you know I had 190K on the gram, right? Come on.
I don't care about
ain't need no
followers.
platform to build my career, nigga. I been him. Fuck you talking about?
I ain't gonna lie, you
needed a
before?
platform to make your name something, nigga. I'm gonna turn you to a full-time
20.
musician.
I was playing 101 my whole life. You heard me? I ain't gonna lie, he was thinking of that. He was thinking of that the whole time. You came up with that in the mirror. Keep it a bean. Keep it a
I don't even
bean.
know what to say right now. He just chatting right now.
I'm just saying that shit on real pre-planned. I'm just full-time artist and all that.
You
said you like the song.
I said I like the song. I ain't never listened to your shit.
You said you
nigga.
like the song.
Okay.
So you be lying?
I be lying.
You just be glazing
I
without
definitely lying,
you
you right.
Ooh, that's an
I ain't
ungenuine
never
glaze.
listened to this nigga shit in my life, bro.
Oh
on
my
me.
God.
I don't know what he talking about. Chatting. Like I said.
I hate you.
Shut up.
You shut up.
Man.
Wasn't Scar just talking about how he's like mature now?
Your next question,
I
bro.
gotta let y'all rock
I don't know
out.
what
I'm
this
gonna
nigga
let y'all
talking
rock out. B, I love this. Well, you know, for you, man, what are some things you learned from in that one-on-one that you're gonna carry in this one-on-one tomorrow?
I feel like just taking to my advantages and not playing too much to the crowd because I feel like playing a lot of content basketball, I let highlights a little too much when I could really just play a simpler game. So that's something that I got to learn a lot more and stuff like that.
Yeah. Do you see anything in his offense that you're like, okay, I got to really game plan for this, or are you just gonna come in being the same Scar defensively?
I mean, his size for sure, and he can get his jump shot off very well, create space. You know, like I said, he did the little shimmy ass move to the three. Feel me? And it's like he creates space with that shit. But you know, I've been training, I've been working out, and I've been doing my thing, and I think I'm prepared for this game. You hear me? So
shimmy ass.
Do you think his game is basically predicated on highlights, or do you think he has actual game?
I think he has actual game. I seen him hoop a few times. You feel me?
Yeah.
Now comparing his game to me, when we playing 1-on-1, this what I'm saying. Like, bro, all that shit not happening, and you can't guard me. So we gonna really see what the fuck you do tomorrow. Like,
This nigga really think he the only defensive maniac, nigga. I'm gonna lock your shit on me. You
Bro, I
gonna
don't
learn.
think you know defensive maniac. Bro, it's Dang out here. It's Moon. Who else play better defense than your bum ass? Keon. This nigga with the glasses, Keon, little brother. My fault, that's you. My fault, that's him. Frick. Bro, Gracie play better defense than your bum ass. So stop talking to me like you really one of them. And we gonna see tomorrow.
Hey, look.
We gonna see
when
tomorrow.
you lose, nigga, I'm gonna turn your ass into content. on me.
Okay, that's cool.
You gonna be all over the internet.
I love it. Make
you
me
gonna be
famous.
shaking your fucking boots on me.
Make
I'm
me
telling you
famous.
right
I
now.
love it.
I'm gonna turn you to content. You gonna be posted
love it.
every other day.
I don't do content, brother.
I do
hoop.
content, nigga. You a musician.
hoop.
Remember that you a musician. Stick to
hoop.
music. You do not hoop.
hoop.
Understand that?
I
Okay
hoop.
then.
I hoop.
Okay.
I hoop. Every time you see me kill niggas and hoop.
Yeah.
Every
okay.
time I see
you
you,
going
I
to
see
the
you
studio
lose.
after this?
Hell nah.
All right.
I'm laying down.
Yeah.
You feel me? Preparing to cook you tomorrow.
That's the next question, man.
What you gonna put up more shots?
Bro, I'm not
Your
even trying to
content
talk to you,
creating
bro.
ass.
Real shit.
Huh?
We gonna go tomorrow. Like
And
I said, I'm
who?
gonna turn you to content. Ask the next question, bro.
Come on.
Who needs this win more?
This nigga need it. He gonna look bad after I beat his ass on me. Career starter, I'm gonna end that shit.
Listen, man. We just going on a glorious run, man.
No
4-0.
glorious run, nigga. I'm like
Till
that.
next
You gonna
month,
find
4-0.
out on me.
Feel me? I seen something posted. I'm trying to go 4-0.
What did you see?
My matchups, my upcoming matchups. You feel me?
Okay.
Him.
So run them real
Reese,
quick.
Him, Reese, Keon, and I think you again, right? Yeah, you gonna have to,
Who me?
I think you again, right? No,
playing me?
Lat. I'm tripping on Lat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know who he
I'm
playing.
saying something that's-
So he has Inu, Reese, Keon, Lat. Give him his record. What's gonna be his record in those
He don't
four
get to
games?
answer my record.
Zero,
nigga. He don't get to answer my record. He don't get to
What's
answer
gonna be
my
your record
record.
then?
All zeros across the board.
He don't get to answer my record. You talking
Nigga,
to me?
I'm
man.
answering the record for him. Zero across the
Don't ask him a
board.
question about me and my record.
Say
nigga.
no more.
What you talking
See,
about?
now he coming at you because he really in his feelings right now. Zero across
No,
the
I'm not.
fucking
BL,
board.
we having a regular conversation. I am, bro. You feel
Reed's
me?
about to put BTA. I'm about to put BTA. Keon about to put BTA. Then Lat about to put BTA.
Damn, bro,
Okay.
you number one on the leaderboard coming up.
I'm just
This
telling
man's
you.
dick eating. Like, stop dick eating, bro. Stop dick eating. That's a whole nother group of niggas. Stop dick eating, dickhead. What's wrong with you?
You mad?
I'm not. You just
Fucking
dick
angry.
eating,
You
bro.
got anger
Chill.
issues, nigga.
Like,
You
I'm
mad?
worried about a whole other
Emotional
group of niggas.
ass. Fuck you talking about? Nigga talking about I sound like a dyke. Fuck.
That's a
Y'all
joke.
seen
You
that
mad as shit. You talking about me?
Hey,
mad as
damn,
shit.
my voice deep as shit. Nigga said I sound like a dyke, bro.
He mad as shit.
Whoa. That's crazy.
All right, Inu, since he
Chill,
said,
chill.
Since he said the score is gonna be 30-4, can you give me a score prediction?
Yo, look, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I like respecting niggas, bro.
No, fair. All right, can I say my real score prediction? I'm gonna stop trolling. with you. I'm gonna stop trolling with you. I really think it'll be like 30-12 or 15. You feel me? Like genuinely.
Hey, that's just as bad, bro. Real
That's
shit.
just as bad?
Yes, nigga.
Oh,
I'm not scoring 15 on you.
That's
crazy.
8 buckets.
Okay. Number one, you be reaching like crazy. You gonna get me at the foul line fucking for like 12 baskets alone. You feel me? Nigga
You be
talking about
shitting at the foul line every
I don't
time.
care.
Yeah,
I don't wanna hear
shit.
that.
So
I
fuck
don't
up,
wanna hear
nigga.
that.
I'm not trying to that bullshit you talking.
Oh my God.
Let's break down the game and how I did with the last two matchups. Jab 3-point shooting. Who's
I'm
better?
not. I'm not saying my game plan.
never said say your game plan. I said, are you better than him at that? That's
He
all
not
I'm
listening.
saying,
This
man.
nigga's
jab
really
three.
not listening to me.
Jab 3.
I'm better
Attributes.
than better than
Finishing.
better than
Okay. Mid-range jump
better
shooter.
than
Defending.
better than.
Like, fuck
Okay.
me, nigga.
You winning why?
Cause I'm better.
I don't know. I don't like this line of questioning. Again, the who's better at each thing. Now that I've seen it, I don't like this for like every single matchup. I think you got to look at specific matchups and throw in one thing that you think they're both good at and let them argue about it.
You winning why?
E-boo. 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 You boo. You boo-boo.
You so fucking ass.
E-boo-boo. He's shitty. I'm about to fry him tomorrow, bro.
It's your first time back on TNC in
Yeah,
a
that's why
long
I'm
time,
dying.
man.
What is this chat saying?
How does that feel right now?
It's all right. It's
You
cool.
all right?
It's good to be around my brothers again.
Yeah,
Feel
man.
Oh, did it?
But I'm trying to win. I'm trying to like, bro, you don't understand. I'm gonna kill you. It's a hoop, man. I'm gonna kill this nigga, bro, man.
I don't want to keep y'all here too long, fellas. Any last words for the people before I let y'all get up out of here?
Nah, man, let's just hoop tomorrow, man. Alienation up, man.
Get your tickets. TNC Summit on 1 going down tomorrow, starting at 6 p.m. Y'all know what's going on. See you on the next face off.
Can't really see nothing really.
Good money.
Nigga, that would've been clear.
They should have had Sell.
Imagine.
BLS not a good instigator. I feel like he
Not good. Oh my fucking god.
is. He maybe not. Maybe it is Sell. Maybe it is Sell. Maybe that's the magic formula. Maybe Cell would be the one to get toxic. OBL doing introductions right now? Yeah, well, we're pretty much caught up on here. What is I want to watch it, but I don't know. Y'all downplaying how good Eno is? I got the score 30-9. That was fun. It was fun to watch that one, but yeah, maybe that's right. Maybe Cell to like start the instigation and BL is to like keep him going. Did they already introduce everybody?
I would like to invite
Oh, Bruce.
Orlando's own new artist, Miss Tina Perez. Make some noise.
They got DMV squad. They got Zay, Bruce, AB. That's Quinn Cook's team. Okay. All right. Let's I don't know if I'm allowed to But she's just singing the national anthem. Did they introduce players? Yeah, stream quality could be a little better. That's rough. Muggsy Bogues.
His first team player coming out right now. We call him Robert Bombi, but they just...
Well, they're definitely playing this music, which is going to copyright me. Not going to watch Day Day versus Bijan. It's caught back up to live. Like, it's just on whatchamacallit. Bombi? Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to watch this because they're playing Meek Mill, and I won't be able to watch this. I'll get copyrighted. Damn, I wanted to kind of watch it, but I mean we got through a lot today, anyways. We might just end there. I might watch this on my lonesome. I might go watch the rest of the face-offs and watch this OBL stuff. Zay and Fami gonna play first. Scar got so mature. Yeah, right. Bruce, Scoob, DMV, AB, Wani, Bird, D Bones, Dobie, Terry Hosley, Malik Dunbar, Crime. Damn. Okay, it's a lot of ones players in there. Okay. All right. Well, we might end there. Watch Moon, Keon. I mean, I don't feel like Moon Keon is going to be toxic. Do you?
Everybody could have won.
Good. But he just got to finish the game. And I feel like.
Carousel post that was posted December 11th, 2025. It says, this shit gets serious on this side. This ain't no cartoon. 2026, Keon Neil Armstrong. I'm trying to be the first to step on the moon. At Moon.
That just mean he asked for this shit, right? That's all I mean.
What made you post that, obviously?
Nigga think he a rapper.
Wait. Sure, you know, people wanted to see either me play him or Cam.
Mm-hmm.
They play, he won, so I feel like I just wanted to let them know.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? That I want him next.
Yeah. How did you feel when you saw that post?
I think I called him, if I'm being honest. I called him. Why you playing with me like that? Hey, all right.
That's not really Moon. They couldn't actually get Moon because he's going to be in a different event. So they brought this guy in instead. You're watching on your TV. You can just stream, have a watch party. Well, I mean, I've been streaming for 5 hours anyways. I might end there. Anyways. I actually haven't eaten today and I'm starving. And I wasn't planning on, I didn't know when the face-offs and all that started, so I didn't really plan very well around all this. So yeah. And some of the derailing of the conversations we had earlier too. So I might end stream there. We had a good little 5-hour stream. And then maybe see you guys, see if I have time and I can stream over the weekend. If not, they said Moon is out of his YN era. Have a good one. You guys have a good one too. I think we had some good conversations. I enjoyed it. I had fun. We got a lot done. So yeah, I'll see y'all Monday if I don't see you guys over the weekend. Take care. Be good humans.